What's up, nerds? How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the show. If this is your first time, it's a little bit of a different stream than we normally do, but it's going to become a bit more of a normal thing. Let me just... Let me just... Wait! What? Hey! Ha! 1 second, I'm fighting a bunch of ninjas. Hey! Ha! Huh! Ka-cha! Punch! Elbow! Nostril! 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 I had to do my special move. 1 second. Nostril! My special move's called Nostril. You wouldn't understand. That's not true. You might. Yeah! Okay. Oh my god. We're almost ready. Let me just put away all my tools of my trade. That was scary. I've never been attacked by ninjas before. Not in my own abode, anyway. Alright, where are you? Boom, there you are. Hi! What's up? Also, look. Zoom in! I got that set up. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. I'm very pleased with that. Okay. So, hi. There's not a whole lot of us here yet, but that's okay. We're gonna hit the ground running. Let me make sure I just did all the things I needed to do. Nazis, not ninjas wear you out. Nazis wear you out too, but mostly because you just want to punch them so hard they cry. So we are changing the way I run my homebrew review streams. I say this every 2 months or so. So I'm saying it again. We are now going to start splitting them up into 2 distinctly different types of streams. One is going to be a stream like this one. And we're going to call those the Homebrew Helper streams. The other is going to be more akin to the old version of streams, and those are going to be called the Critiques. And the idea is, if you want help with your homebrew, but you do not want a super intense critique, if you have a thing you're working on, or you want to discuss an idea, or something's unfinished, and you're trying to brainstorm new ideas for it, very much more open-ended, hand-holding, working together type help with your homebrew, that's what the Homebrew Helper streams are going to be. The Homebrew Critique streams are going to be almost the opposite. They are going to be, you are putting your best work forward, and you are expecting me to tear it down. Not because I don't like you. I don't know you. I might not like you. But not because I don't like you, or because we're trying to hurt feelings, but because we want that fine polish that requires a real sharp edge to get to. So, you can pick your poison. If you like the idea of getting a really intense critique, always with the goal of guidance and improving the piece. But if you like that, if you want me to kind of yell at you and tell you that your grammar is bad, and you want me to really try to cut everything away that isn't helping you, that's going to be the critique streams. And the Homebrew Helper streams are going to be more, we're having a conversation. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So that's what we're doing. That's how we're doing this moving forward. You were friends with the fine Polish of the 5th grade? Very nice. Grammar Tyrant? I don't know if anyone's ever done a Grammar Tyrant, but people have definitely sent in homebrew versions of me, and it usually involves a good deal of grammar jokes. Yes, Venusian, yes. The other big difference between the critique streams and the helper streams is that when you send in something for a critique, you can only ever send it in once. I'm not going to critique the same piece more than once. You could send in the same thing for the Homebrew Helper literally every week. What I ask for you to do, if you are sending in something for these Sunday night streams, is don't just send in your homebrew. I want you to ask a question. I want you to tell me what you are looking for help with, because again, we're not going to be deep diving. We're not going to be reading the whole things. We're not going to be going through with a fine-tooth comb. The goal here is to help. So if, for example, you have like a Barbarian subclass you're working on, and you might really not have a good idea for the 10th level feature, you could send in the subclass and just say, here's my idea for the 10th level feature. I don't feel good about it. Do you have any other ideas? You could send in that same piece of homebrew later and say, now I'm struggling with a 14th level idea, etc. So if you send something, if you had something critiqued, you can send in the rough draft thing. What I am going to say though is I am going to have zero time for outside of the critiques. Like, I don't want to get into arguments with anyone about my critiques. I don't want people to be like, here's why all of the things you said were wrong. If you know all the things I said were wrong, just don't listen to me. Because your goal isn't to prove to me that your homebrew is good. Your goal is to make good homebrew. And my goal isn't to like your homebrew. My goal is to help you make good homebrew. And if that's not aligning, then just don't listen to me. I don't need to like your homebrew for it to be good, you know? What's up, War Thunder 40k nerd? How's it going, buddy? You don't need to actually submit something. You could also just like call in with a question. All the submissions for all homebrew streams moving forward are going to be in the event homebrew channel. And you always do is just check the pinned message in the Discord. And then you go, this is what we're talking about. Okay, and then you post a message after it. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Feel free to ask questions. The other thing that I'm going to say is if you want to, if you are one of the people that is sending in homebrew to ask for help with, you can join me on the call. You can come on to stream. So if you are somebody that has submitted homebrew or just has a question about their homebrew, what you can do in the Discord, you can go into the waiting room channel in the Discord. And if you do that, I will grab you and I will pull you onto the stream and we will chat. But you can also ask questions in the comments, whatever. I am going to give a priority to people that want to join me on the call. If somebody sent in homebrew and they want to talk about it, I'm going to bump them to the front of the line. Not really because I think that's better or worse, but because I feel like if somebody's going to take the time to make time to join me on stream, I'm going to prioritize their time. I don't want them to be waiting for a super long time if they're already putting in that effort, you know? You're going to start on your Baneblade? Do it. Hey, Ardro, how's it going? Adro, excuse me. So again, just to reiterate, for everyone that just got here, the way stream is going to work today and every Sunday moving forward, and anytime it says Homebrew Helper, you can submit basically anything in any draft level. It can be just an idea. It can be entirely done. But what I ask you to do is don't just send it in. Ask a question. Tell me specifically what you want help with. That's all. I make you smile in every short? That's nice. You do put corn in cornbread, dude. All right, so let's see what some people sent in. Again, if anybody wants to join me on the call, let me know. Just go into the Discord, go into the waiting room. Zero pressure to do that. All right, we're going to start with something that I actually is so it's so near and dear to my heart. Excuse me. Let me count the ways. Boom. This it's really small. There we go. This is a subclass, a druid subclass. Here it is in the chat if anybody wants to look at it as we talk about it. And let me just see what our creator said. This is from Dark Helmet. Dark Helmet says, I have been told I need to simplify this a ton. Lol. But I'm not sure how to do that without taking away from the fantasy of it. That's a very, very good problem to have. I mean, it's not a good problem to have, but it's a problem a lot of people have. Makes sense. It's a druid subclass centered around having access to various combat forms, like combat wild shape, at a total of 15 to start, and 10 at a total of 15, starting with 10 forms, and then getting 5 more at level 6. Each is helpful in different situations. I want to do this since the druid transformation concept is super cool. Okay. So, I think that whoever is giving you advice is hitting the nail on the head. Here's the issue. We're not going to go through and read all of these forms. Each one of these is a full stat block. So every single one of these has its own unique strength, dex, etc., its own armor class, its own hit points, its own actions. Each of these actions have their own unique attack rolls, their own unique damage rolls. This is going to be difficult in a couple ways. The first thing it's going to be difficult is from a player perspective. This is genuinely going to take up a lot of time at the table. It's going to take up a lot of time, not just because the player is going to genuinely have a hard time keeping track of what all their forms can do, but they are going to need to be referencing their monster character sheets a lot more than they normally would need to reference the regular character sheet, because they're not using them as much, and they're all really different. So it's just going to eat a lot of brain time. The other thing that's going to be really difficult here is, aside from the complexities perspective, is that we aren't going to go through it right now, but this is going to be so hard to balance. Like, without reading it, I'm pretty confident it's almost certainly overpowered. And that has nothing to do with you being a writer that makes things overpowered. It has everything to do with the fact that there's just so much in here already. And inevitably, the more you put in, the more likely it's going to be overpowered. And that can also create a weird situation where if you unintentionally make one of these forms have sort of a gameplay loop that's just a lot better than the other ones, then suddenly it isn't really a game where a person has all of these options. It's a game where a person picks the best thing or they feel like they're not doing anything. So here's what I would do if I were you. We want to be a druid that can wild shape into aberrant forms. I get that. Oh, there was another thing I was going to say. I think you are overestimating how much power the druid wild shape, how much power the druid wild shape and the subclass gets in D&D. Druids, for better or worse, are full casters. And in D&D, anything that's a full caster, wizard, sorcerer, bard, anything basically other than warlocks, who kind of are full casters and kind of weird, a really big part of the power of their class, most of the power of their class, comes from their spellcasting. So even if we do want to make this something where you can turn into aberrant forms and you get unique wild shapes, it's still probably going to need to be less powerful than you're making it out to be. Especially if each one of these individual forms has like ways that it levels up at higher levels and things like that. Like it's going to be hectic. So what I would do if I were you is I would look to something like the Beastmaster Ranger or the Drake Warden. And let me show you what I mean. Let's look at the Drake Warden for a second. No, I don't actually. No, let's look at the Beastmaster. Beastmaster is a better example here. The new Beastmaster. So the Beastmaster, it doesn't get to summon any monsters when it has a pet. It has these specialized stat blocks. One's Beast of the Land, one's Beast of the Sea, and one's Beast of the Sky. They are all a little different, and they all cover different aspects of play. But they're all built basically the same way. There is some uniformity between them. And if you look at how they're written, all of them are basically written where all of the numbers are built around your stats. The attack rolls are built around your stats. All of this is built around your stats. So you don't need to readjust all of those numbers every time you pick a different beast. You just kind of know what it is until you level up and it gets stronger. It also, by doing that, ties in you leveling up with your natural stats getting stronger. So it kind of bakes in the ability to grow in it. You don't need to add as much into the meat of it growing. So what I would do if I were you is I would, instead of having 15 unique forms that are all radically different, I would come up with 3 base forms that are very different and similarly, probably not structured exactly like these, but similarly structured to these. And then, as I leveled up, I would probably give you a combination of not necessarily new beast forms, but adaptations you could like tack onto them, as well as some features that don't have to do with when you're in aberrant form at all. I think one of the big things we got to be careful of when we're making subclasses is we don't want the subclass to ever have a moment where it feels like you no longer have it. And if these ones are tied to wild shape, as soon as we're out of wild shape, we no longer have a subclass. And the solution to that isn't giving you more uses of wild shape. The solution to that is giving a couple features that are going to be online all the time. Like maybe because it's an aberrant sorcerer, maybe at a certain level they just get resistant to psychic damage, for example. But yeah, in its current iteration, this is way, way too complicated. And what I also want to say is I understand what you're doing here because you are having a lot of fun coming up with the monsters that you can turn into. You're basically building monsters, and that's really fun. But you are overdoing it. You are getting too invested, maybe not too invested, but you're putting too much work into all of these fun, unique little monsters, and you need to spend a little bit more time thinking about how to get that into something that feels a little bit more smooth in the game. And if you really, in your heart of hearts, are like, no, I don't want to do spellcasting, I just want a wild shape, and I want to have 10 different things I can turn into, well, then I think you are entering into a space of, I don't think you're actually building something that would fit into a subclass. What I think you're trying to build is something that would maybe need to be its own class, or something that would need to be some sort of very powerful magic item that gave you access to a bunch of creatures you could turn into. Either like Ben 10 or something like that. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I think I would not spend any more time building these things out. I wouldn't worry about that. I would find the essence of the aberrant that you want to cover and pick like 3 base building things. Maybe one that's really good at, maybe one that's kind of mind messy, and one that's all about, movement and displacement, and one that's all about fear and being horrible, or I don't know, whatever you want. But yeah, you got to squeeze that in just a little bit. That's all I have to say about that. It's a good question, Dark Helmet. Thank you for sharing. Oh, wait, I should probably get my... 1 second. We do want to have this. Anyway, thank you, Dark Helmet. Why'd that get so loud? Rex, milestone message. Most 2024 subclasses only take 1 page. I feel like that is very important for homebrew to consider for 2024 brew. Yes, I do think that's a good input. I mean, here's what I'll say. I think that Rex, I agree in my heart. I want to say that I don't think that, also thank you for the 18 months. I want to say that I don't think that that's a rule that you need to follow all the time, because I think that sometimes you have an idea that just takes up more words to explain, and I wouldn't want to say don't do that. But I do think it's worth noting that all of the new subclasses were intentionally designed to take up about a page. And there's probably a lot of thought behind that, and maybe that's worth listening to and learning from. The 3 base transformations could be based on aliens versus predator. Yeah, well, I mean, it could be anything. I think doing it based off of Predator and Aliens and Predator could be a lot of fun, but it could be anything. The goal is, it really just depends on what vibe they want it to be. Like, one could be an elemental, one could be more of an aberration, one could be more of an undead. Like, it could go in all sorts of directions. Anyway, thank you, Dark Helmet, for your question. Let's see here. It's true. We haven't seen any like new subclasses yet for 2024. I mean, I think anything that we are making for 2024, both we as writers and we as like people that are giving feedback, need to take everything with a grain of salt, just because there's so little on the table right now. And just speaking personally, I haven't played the 2024 rules, so every advice I would give is like conjecture. So, who's to say? All right, this is a question from Baba Ganoush. Baba says, let me pull their thing up. It's a very small spell. This is what Baba says. This is a spell I have had on the shelf for a long time. The basic idea is that you temporarily res a PC, but bring them back with enough juice so they don't immediately die again. Okay? It's like Revivify, but different. Okay. And what's your question? Let's see. The spell's text and everything is fairly polished, but I feel like it's missing something big that I can't put my finger on. Oh, okay. Weird. Interesting. Let's take a look at it. Nice to meet you, Shiba. Welcome to the show. Death Mask. 5th level Necromancy. Casting time 1 action. Range touch. 500 gold. You animate a humanoid you touch that has been dead for no more than 1 minute with necromantic energy. The target regains half its maximum hit points. After 10 minutes, the target dies. So you feel like this is missing something. I'll tell you what. I don't actually know if this... I think it feels like it's missing something because it's really short. Like, to me, this feels like it's missing something because maybe you feel like there needs to be more explanation in, like, your lizard brain back of your neck. The one thing that I will say is that it doesn't really feel like a necromancy spell. And I think that you could add some other caveats to this to make it feel more like a necromancy spell. So, like, for example, what if instead of them returning to life with half their maximum hit points, what if they return to life with half their maximum hit points in temporary hit points? that might make it feel more like a necromancy spell and also feel like it's not permanent. The other thing that you might want to lean into is you could, if you wanted to, lean into the sort of undeadiness a bit here. Not necessarily making them undead, but maybe while they are reanimated, there is some aspects of undead creatures that you added onto that. Like, they could, somebody in the chat just said they could count as undead for that period of time. They could also maybe, like, have disadvantage on charisma checks if they're like, or maybe, like, not be able to speak. There's things you could do like that. But it doesn't feel unfinished. Like, it doesn't feel like there's something necessarily missing. If I was going to change this in any way or add anything to it, I would rearrange the hit points. And instead of you gaining half your maximum hit points, they would probably gain 1 hit point and then either half their maximum hit points in temporary hit points, or literally you would roll something. So it would be like, target a creature that has died within a minute. They immediately spring back to consciousness with 5d10 plus 10 temporary hit points. Or something like that. But overall, there's a fly in my room. Get it. Get it. I got it. But overall, I feel like it feels pretty solid to me. I like the idea that they only have temporary hit points that last for 10 minutes and no regular hit points. Yeah, that could be interesting. Well, it only lasts for 10 minutes, so they wouldn't need to make hourly anythings. But I hear what you're saying. It might be worth having... I don't know, man. I feel like if it's only over 10 minutes, I don't know if it needs to have any other caveat to it. Because it also still costs 500 gold to use. And it's a 5th level spell. That's not nothing. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I would say. I would say maybe play around with temp hit points or undead stuff. But I also really do think you might just feel like it feels unfinished because it's short. It's really short for what it does. Like, it on the page, it looks like part of me feel like I'm projecting my own emotions here, but like there is a part of my brain that looks at that and feels like it should require more explanation, but I don't actually think it does. I think that's just how it feels, you know? Interesting piece, interesting question. Thank you for sharing. Stop fucking lyric songs. Get out of here, lyric songs. We don't want you. We're not here for lyric songs. Make it a wizard spell. That's true. That would make it feel more interesting. If it was going to be a wizard spell, I would definitely make it 10 hit points based. All right, let's see. Pierce the Sky sent us something. They say, let's see what Pierce the Sky sent us. Oh my god, look at that guy's head. Let's go. That's a good head. Okay. I'm trying to create a head of Fae court, but I'm having trouble trying to make them seem awe-inspiring and powerful. He's supposed to look like a frail old man and kind of imposing psychic aura, like a Yakuza boss. Or like Shanks or something from One Piece. His traits would reflect him being absolute master of the Fae yokai. I'm trying to think of what actions and spells he could have that get across that. I appreciate any help. Well, one thing that you could lean into, this is neither an action nor a spell, but all of the Eladrin, there are there's the Eladrin in the I think they still have it. Yeah, all the Eladrin have like these auras that basically any creature that gets within 60 feet of them has to make a saving throw or they become charmed or frightened. So you could do something like that immediately, right? Just give him an aura that does something. I would look at, they all do something a little different, but look at those. In terms of what spells, if your goal is to make him feel like a superimposing, I guess here's my question. Why is he imposing? That's what I would ask you. Like, do you want his super intense imposingness to come from the fact that he can do powers that make him super imposing? Like, if he has spells that do like mass suggestion or you know, mass command essentially type spells, then it would sort of seem like his power is coming from those. If you want it to be like his power comes from he's like a really badass fighter, but that extends itself into him having a really powerful aura, then I might not put the powers into spells specifically, only because then it will look like he's doing spells. So like, for example, what if instead of, there's a spell called Command, and the way that Command works is you say a command word, and if a person fails their saving throw, they have to like obey that word. So you could say like sit or something like that, or run or whatever. What if instead of him casting the spell Command, what if he just could do that with his voice, but it wasn't considered a magical effect? Or maybe it could be, but it wasn't him casting that spell. So what if there was a feature where it was like, you know, he can project his voice. All creatures that can hear him within 30 feet have to make a wisdom saving throw or like, you know, obey the single word command he gives. You could do those sorts of things. Those are the sort of two directions I would lean in. One would be literally like auras, giving him stuff that his presence just radiates out into people. And then the other would be looking at the types of spells that normally would be sort of like mind control, enchantment type spells, and trying to see how I could turn some of them into non-spells, but just natural abilities. What if he always knew the location of any creature in his aura? I think that would be really interesting. What CR is he going to be? CR 20? Yeah, that could be cool. The easier way, I wonder if the easier way to word that would just be creatures cannot hide from him while they are within his aura. I wonder if that's, I guess invisible. Does he have true sight or anything weird? He's got blind sight, so invisibility is not really a big deal. So Pokey, just so you know, we're not doing full feedback sections right now. So you can address that if you want to, but I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that are a little bit wrong in the numbers up here, but we're not. Here's the problem. I feel like when I switch into critique mode, I feel like if I don't genuinely point out every single thing I think is getting in the way of your piece doing well, if I don't do that, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Now, I acknowledge that me pointing out everything that is getting in the way of your piece in a lot of times is me like very aggressively and in a non-sugarcoating way just telling you a bunch of like just being very critical at you. But it's coming from this place of feeling like intense responsibility. When I read Homebrew and I skip over something that I know is a mistake and I don't point it out, I genuinely feel like I am being dishonest. So we're not going to do that crazy deep dive because I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because the piece is barely written. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing here yet. But yeah, I would say lean into enchantment, mind control, fear type spells, that sort of thing. You sense a disturbing lack of green? I don't get the reference. Crazy Moose gifting 10 subs. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? You wild man. He's out of control. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. The other thing that I guess I would say is whenever you're making a character that is supposed to be like singularly powerful, it's really, 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 really... Oh, I see. I get it. Thank you, Crazy. I understand. You meant that kind of green. I get it. You're very... Well, thank you. I appreciate it. When you're making a character that is supposed to be singularly powerful, like a villain or like an NPC, one of the things that you have to think about is action economy. So I know that's not specifically what you asked, but I do think it will genuinely help make this guy feel more imposing. He's got to have legendary actions. He probably should have one or more reactions. Not necessarily... I mean, that could be kind of fun. Giving him multiple reactions could be really fun. But I meant like options for reactions. Like he should feel... There should be very little that could catch this guy off guard in a way that he couldn't react to it to somewhat be prepared to handle it. That's what I'd say. But also, Pierce, I will just say the way that you do hit point dice size is based off the size of the creature. So he would only use d20s for his hit die if he was the size of a Tarask. If he was the size of a human, he would use d8s. Tiny creatures use d4s, small creatures use d6s, medium creatures use d8s, etc. And it goes up to d12 or d20. But yeah, that's kind of all I got to say about that. And you can just add more dice. It's like you don't need to. His hit points can stay this amount. Just add more dice to it. Yeah, if he might have some minions, but anytime you throw a monster at a party and don't give it minions, you are, as a dungeon master, somewhat rolling the dice yourself. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. Why is my applause button so quiet? I don't know. All right, whatever. I'm not gonna stress about it. Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, I see people in the chat. I was being dumb. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that people were in the chat. All right, I'm going to start grabbing people. I'm grabbing you, Crazy Moose. Crazy! Oh, you can't hear me yet.
I have been abducted.
Hello, good sir. How's it going, buddy?
It's it's going pretty good.
Where did you send in some brew, or do you have a question, or both?
I did send in some brew. I told you a while back that I was working on my first BBEG for 5e because I'm going to be running a Strixhaven campaign, and after looking at Strixhaven, I realized it is the barest of bones campaign I've ever seen. So I tossed it out and decided I'd rather homebrew my own.
Cool.
And so this was the first BEG that I worked on. And I have decided, because I love and hate my friends, I was going to base each of them off of one of my friends and taking, the best part of them and making it into the worst villain.
Okay.
Yep, so that's what I was going for with this one. This one is my friend V, and she loves playing social characters, so I was going to take a bard and basically make it a horrifying twist on the Eloquence and Whispers bard with a vampire.
Okay, cool. Is there any specific feature or aspect you want me to take a gander at, or you want to discuss?
If you could just take, if you were to, say, hey, this looks broken, or hey, this looks, good, just the legendary actions and maybe its unique drain ability, because I am worried that maybe...
which is the drain?
The Psychic Leech.
All right. It's CR 13. Right. Whenever Siona deals psychic damage to one or more creatures, she regains hit points equal to half the damage dealt to one creature. This ability represents her vampiric nature, manifesting the powers of the words. How much psychic damage is she dealing?
Depends on if she's using a spell or her rapier.
Is that the only way she has of regaining hit points?
Yes. Other than, the vampire thing of returning to the coffin.
Yeah. It's not crazy. It's not automatic. She has to actively hit and actively decide to use her psychic damage features. So, like...
Okay.
It's only half, right?
It's only half. I was worried because, some spells can get really up there in damage,
Oh, I guess, with Synaptic Static and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that you got it covered with it only affecting one of the creatures and being half. And, this is going to be one of those circumstances, I think, realistically, where you know what you could do if you wanted to sort of help balance it out. This is going to add a level of complication, which maybe you don't want to do. But what you could do is you could tie the Psychic Leech feature to, an object that she has. So, maybe she is a traditional vampire, but she has a special pendant that allows her to drain, and it sort of works as a filter that allows her to drain energy psychically. So, if it is specifically destroyed, she doesn't lose any of her powers. She just loses the hit point regeneration. Maybe if there was a way the players could actively turn it off, that would also help balance it. I don't think you need that.
That's where I kept the sort of whole radiant and I believe holy water damage thing in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's in the vampire stuff, but that would be a maybe an easier way of sort of balancing that without needing to balance it almost.
Okay.
1 second.
Yep.
I think. Let me look at the. Let's look at the legendary actions. All right, she's got 3 of them. Silver Quill Rebuke. When a creature within 30 feet of Siona succeeds on a saving throw against one of her spells or abilities, she may use her reaction to force them to do another DC 20 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they're charmed or... Let me read that again. So when somebody succeeds on a saving throw, she can use her... So this should be a reaction, I think, not a legendary action, probably.
Okay, yeah.
Because it is a reaction.
Yeah.
Because legendary actions, I don't think normally trigger off of other creatures doing things. I think they usually trigger off of turns ending.
Yeah, I don't know where I got that idea. I just kind of kept it in. Yeah, I basically reflavored. I reflavored Silvery Barbs.
Okay.
That was the idea I was going for, but yes.
So yeah, I would just make it a reaction then, or sort of take out the first half and literally just make a saving throw or be charmed or frightened. But I think that might kind of maybe that'll take away some of the juice of it. Let's look at the other one. Siona whispers into the mind of a creature within 30 feet. Planting seeds of doubt. They have to make a charisma saving throw or have a disadvantage on their next attack roll ability check. And then the last one costs 2 actions. One creature of her choice within 60 feet that can hear her must make a DC 20 charisma saving throw or become incapacitated with rapt attention. Rapt is a really good word. Rapt attention until the end of its next turn. Okay, I feel sort of similarly about both of these. I think Unsettling Whispers is probably fine from a balance perspective. I think they're both fine from a balance perspective. I'm not sure if Unsettling Whispers is as cool as it sounds like it is. Unsettling Whispers, I think, sounds a lot cooler than disadvantage on an attack roll or an ability check. If you feel like that's enough, I think it's fine. But I think you could maybe make it more than just that. And then with Voice of Dominion, the only thing I would say is and this is a personal thing, I've really been pushing myself to not use too many features that wholly incapacitate players. Just because it can be, I don't know.
Not fun.
It's not fun. So what I would maybe do here is, if this didn't wholly incapacitate a player, if it either manipulated them or only hampered them, what could it be? And I would maybe play that game a little bit. Like, what if, for example, instead of it, instead of it being they lose their turn, it could be like a mini dominate person where it's like they have to move and take the action that she wants them to take. Like, even that is more fun than losing your turn, because you're still rolling for your own attack. Like, there's still an element of your participating.
Okay.
Or
there's still an element of participation. It's just not, it's not them being sidelined for the duration.
Well, it's almost like, think about it like a scene in a movie. If you are in a movie and one of the people in the movie gets turned into stone for part of the fight, the camera moves away from them for basically that part of the fight. If you, in a movie, have somebody get mind controlled and start swinging their axe around at the allies, the camera focuses in on them. So it's partially about how much control and agency a player has, but it also is just kind of about how much they still feel like they are a part of the thing.
Okay.
I think it's fine. I do think it's fine. Like, literally, it's fine. But I think that especially if you're going in the direction of a bard, I would say lean more into active manipulation in this space if you can. Like, especially if you're doing like glamour bard stuff. Like, they could be like, that's such an easy sort of loop into, you are either like, you're twisting them into like liking you too much, so you do what they say, you're being really afraid of them, or pushing them in different directions,
I do have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so the Unsettling Whispers thing, you said it wasn't quite enough. I thought briefly about putting, like, if they fail by 5 or more, they roll for the insanity table. But I don't know if that's, like, horrible or not.
I don't think it's horrible. That's not a thing that I think that realistically I'm going to be able to give you. I'm not going to tell you if it's horrible or not, because that's going to depend. The insanity table is bad design, and it's not bad design because it's bad. It's bad design because it being bad or good is entirely dependent on the dungeon master and the players. Like, it is a little too, I think, it's like, so that's why it's bad design. So, like, if you think it's gonna work well for your table, I think that would be fine. It's just, that's more of a your table thing.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I can take these into consideration and modify them.
Yeah, but again, like, if you're asking if it's overpowered, I would say no. I think this is gonna be a hard fight, but if they are above level 9, I think it's, and they're not dinguses, they'll probably survive and be fine. Not fine, but a little messed up. The other thing that I want to say to you, and you don't have to listen to me because you didn't ask for this, is you're still writing your spellcasting the older way of writing it. I don't know if you noticed.
I intentionally do that because,
and if you like that,
the older,
okay, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. If you like it, then that's all that matters.
It makes more sense to me for some reason than the freaking other way of doing it.
The only reason to do it the other way, which would be to say you get these amount of spells, just I'm telling you know what this is, but I'm saying to the people at home, you have a certain amount of spells at will, a certain amount of spells like 3 times a day, and a certain amount of spells once a day. Basically, it's usually how that's written. The intention of that is to make it easier to use. So if this is easier for you to use, just use this.
Well, yeah, because like sometimes like it's just like sometimes the spell, the situation calls for the DM casting hypnotic pattern multiple times, rather than it gets it once per day.
Yeah.
With the other spells of that tier,
Yeah. But I think it's gonna be fine. I would be scared to fight this guy.
All right. Okay. And you don't have to if you're done with me. If you want to read the lore,
you can read the... I'm not gonna read it right now, but you could briefly describe it if you want. But I'm not gonna deep dive.
Okay. So the thing I'm kind of going for with it is basically I'm gonna have 5 BBEGs. Each one of them is a former student of the 5 colleges, and all of them are basically an undead that has a class type, and it is a twist of 2 different class subclasses merged together. Usually they're the one that is the ideal version of them and another that's the corrupted version. So like with this one, she was a member of Silver Quill. She was a bard. She was an eloquence bard, very well known for her prose and her positive aspects. And she was slowly corrupted into a bit of a tyrant with the whispering aspect.
Okay. Cool. I don't
know if that's of any interest to you.
But... Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, listen, if it's interesting to you, it doesn't really matter if it's interesting to me. You know what I mean? Like, as long as it's interesting to you and your party, that's all that matters.
Oh yeah, that's the part that always needs to pass the first 5-session check. Is like, is my party actually interested in the plot?
Yeah, one of the reasons why I don't love reviewing campaign ideas or like NPCs separate from their stats is I really do think it's whether or not, because I don't want people to feel like my taste is better than theirs. And like there's certain types of things I'm interested in, and I'm not gonna like, it's not helpful for it to be like, I like this story more than that story, because if you like it and your group likes it, that matters so much more. You know? Like, the amount of pieces of homebrew that I read that I'm like, I genuinely don't like this idea is a lot. But even if it's like super well written, just because it's like, it's just not something I would ever use in my game. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's not something I would use.
I mean, that is very fair. That is very fair. Yeah. All right.
Thanks,
you very
buddy.
Much. You have
yep.
a good one.
See ya. Bye.
Goodbye.
Click. Alrighty. Let's grab someone else. We got a bunch of people in the waiting room. All right, let's grab Beza, the Unstoppable. Beza, unmute when you have a second. If you don't, I'll hang up on you. 1, 2. I'm gonna count to 7, then I'm gonna hang up on you. 1, 2, and it's gonna be not a consistent count either.
Okay, sorry. I was watching this stream as well, so
that's okay. That's why I was gonna do the count to 7. How's it going, buddy? Did you send me something to look at, or did you have a question?
Oh, I meant to send something, but I can just send it in chat because it's like the link is open.
I don't have links working in my chat. That would lead to
I can just describe it.
Yep. Yeah, sure.
So the concept is like a slasher barbarian. And what I'm working with, it's like, I guess it just feels really incomplete right now, even though like I have everything. So like at like first level, you kind of have like an assassinate type feature, but it's not as big as that. It's just the first attack you hit on a creature who has not taken a turn deals additional force damage that increases as you level up.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other third level features, you add your rage damage bonus to your stealth and perception checks when you're raging.
Okay.
And yeah.
So is your concern so here, if you want, send it in, just post it in the event homebrew channel.
Yeah, let me send it there.
Yeah. I would say for anybody that's in the waiting room, if you have a piece of homebrew that you want to talk about that you want us to look at, make sure that it's in that channel so we can get it going.
Yeah. Here, let me put it here. Yeah, I just sent it in now.
Donka Shane. All right, let me... Path of the Night. Ooh, that's a fun name. I should probably make it so chat can see it too. All right.
Yeah, as it is right now, it's anyone with a link can view it.
All right. So is your concern? So your concern is you feel like it's not doing enough?
Yeah, like it feels like I has like all these features, but like not a lot of them are combat features. So like it feels like compared to like other barbarians, it just feels bad in combat. Because like this, like the 3rd level feature, and like there's 1/10 level and 14th level feature, but then they're not always active. You get them once and then
that's a little bit more okay with barbs. Barbarians, they're usually barbarians have an element of a ribbon feature that is on all the time, but oftentimes most of their features are tied to their rage, or like limited use. Okay, so we have at 3rd level, once per turn. When you hit an enemy who hasn't taken their first turn in melee combat, you can attack. Okay, so we're doing a little bit of extra damage here. We're getting to add our rage damage bonus to stealth and perception when we rage. You can bonus action hide. So here's what I would say. I want to say something. I have a thought. My first thought is this is not doing that many things unique. It is doing a lot of things that are very similar to what other subclasses or other classes get. Like, this is basically a Gloomstalker feature. These two are basically just makes you feel like a rogue. So maybe what's happening here is it feels like there's not enough because there's not really anything that unique. Like, there's not anything that is wholly this. At least maybe there's later levels, but by level 6, there isn't anything that this barbarian does that another class or subclass in D&D doesn't also do. So maybe that's part of where you're feeling that.
Yeah, that would do it.
So this is what I would say. This is what I would say to you. If you're struggling to come up with how to incorporate more combat features, the way that I usually structure my barbarian subclasses, and you don't need to do this, but the way that I usually do is 3rd level, big main feature that is tied to rage, maybe secondary feature that's a ribbon, depending on the power of big main feature. And then at 6th level, you get, for me, you don't have to do this, but for me at 6th level, I almost always give a utility, movement, or a defensive feature, and I do not tie that feature to rage. 6th level is for me when I usually do the big, this has nothing to do with the rage feature. So, for example, if you wanted to, I think it would not be unreasonable and I don't necessarily think this should be the feature, but I think the power of this feature would be fine, the 6th level feature. If the 6th level feature was just always on, we can always bonus action hide. I think it is, right? It's not tied to rage.
Yeah, you can always bonus action hide.
So that's pretty good.
Dim light or darkness is if you're in direct line of sight.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But also, like, even the bonuses to stealth and perception, like, I don't know if that needs to be tied to rage. I'm not sure if I would have all of this on all the time, but like, I don't think that's game breaky. The thing that I would say, here's where I would push you, as I would say, I understand that you're doing the Path of the Night and like sort of the slasher. So what I would do is I would say, what does a slasher do that is kind of fun or scary or super evocative that I could lean into to build some new unique features? The first thing that comes up off the top of my head is like, what if, like, a thing that happens in slasher movies a lot of the time is the slasher kills someone in like a super brutal way, and everyone else like screams and runs. So
yeah,
like,
I kind of have something with that at 10th level, and maybe that's what I can make that the baseline feature.
Let's see. When you rage, hostile creatures that can see you must make a wisdom saving throw, be frightened for 1 minute. Yeah, I think that honestly is not a bad that's really strong. You would need to really shorten the range of it. Right now there's no range on that.
Yeah.
So I would probably make it like all creatures with like what if you, again, you don't need to do this, but if you this would be overly complicated, but basically taking a part of Moonlit Horror and a part of Lunar Strike and kind of mushing them together. Like, what if, you know, like when you hit with your Lunar Strike, all creatures that can see you within 15 feet of you have to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you, and they have to, like, run away, and, you know, maybe they're frightened for a round, or maybe they're frightened for a minute, but they can remake the saving throw, at the end of each of their turns or something. A minute frightened is really powerful. So I would just be careful with temping to that. But that's the main thing that I would say is play around with what makes slashers unique and build that more into the core features. Don't wait till 10th level or even 6th level to, like, get that in, because at 3rd level, I don't actually think we feel like a slasher. I feel like we feel like a rogue. And if that's the goal, I think that that's okay. But I would say whatever aspects of the slasher you can push in earlier, I think will be better. Because you wanna hit that feeling of the subclass as early as possible, and then if those features are in there early, it kind of changes, I think, the way you think about the later features a little bit. So that's what I would play around with if I were you. Is I would play around with seeing what of the more evocative aspects of this subclass you could squeeze in earlier. I think that will help it feel a lot. It'll help give it a lot stronger of a feeling. And to be honest, though, I think, like, the bonus action hiding at 6th level, I think that's a good feature. I think it's fine. I don't think that's, like, you don't want everything to be combat based, you know? Like, we have so many combat features, and we're only in combat sometimes. And for better or worse, with barbarians, like 70% of their core class, if not more, is entirely combat based. So I actually think having a sprinkling of non-combat features is pretty good in your subclass, because barbarians often kind of hungry for that.
Oh yeah, how's the capstone? Is that, like, useful? I felt like that could be like either, like, you could do some funny stuff with that, or that could be, like, a very good, like, flavor thing, or it could be, like, not that useful a lot of time.
I think it's fine. I would probably reword it a little. I think its wording could be kind of simplified, but the idea that, like, when you grapple a creature, you essentially cast silence on them, and then you can move at your full movement speed, I think is really fun. I also will say that it feels a little tangential to what you have earlier. So that's another thing you might want to think about. When you're building a subclass, part of building a subclass is making sure that it feels like the thing you're trying to evoke. But another part of it is making sure that all of the features, you don't want all the features to, like, streamline work together, because then it will be really one note. But you want them to sort of uplift the concept mechanically, as well as not just mechanically from a story perspective, but, like, in play. So, like, for example, if, like, Moonlit Horror really doesn't mix well with Nightmare Strike. Moonlit Horror is all about making people run away from you. Nightmare Strike is all about grabbing someone and running away with them. They don't cancel each other out, but they both kind of do the same thing in separate ways, where it's like they're both separating party members, but in ways that also don't build on each other. So that's just another thing I would think about, is, like, Nightmare Strike's really cool. I feel like Nightmare Strike doesn't make sense as the 14th level feature with Moonlit Horror as the 10th level feature. Like, to me, I would maybe... Nightmare Strike feels like a cool feature, and Moonlit Horror feels like a cool feature. They both honestly feel like they could be lower level features if they were toned down, or capstone features if they were sort of toned up. But they sort of sit in the same space. So I would think about that a little bit. I also think that the damage output of this barbarian is going to be really subpar. I would just dealing extra damage only to creatures that haven't gone yet in combat. That's not good for the Barbarian. That's not good.
Yeah.
So I would maybe play around with the way that you want to handle the uniqueness of their rage feature, how you want to tie damage into it, if there's something else you want it to have also. Because I do think you're correct in that, like, oh, it's not even tied to the rage feature. So it's only not Stalker's Fury is tied to the rage feature. Interesting. Lunar Strike should be the rage feature, and Stalker's Strike should be the non-rage feature. But yeah, the combat thing should always be the rage one, always with barbarians. That's just the way that they're built. But it's not super strong. So I would maybe tweak it, play around with it, see if maybe Moonlit Horror, or honestly Nightmare Strike, either one of them could sort of be made into Lunar Strike.
I feel like Moonlit Horror could be like the baseline feature, and then we could go from there. Like you tone it down with duration.
I think that the tricky thing that you'd have to do, and it's not that tricky, but the tricky thing you have to do is if it is basically always on while you're raging, that is a lot of opportunity to cause fear. So you're going to want to limit the power of that fear because you're getting so much access to it.
Yeah, so like it'd probably be repeated saving throws as well.
I would, if it was going to be every if it was something like once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can force them to make a saving throw or they become frightened of you. So you'd just be frightening one creature. If it was that, I would still probably make them only frightened around. You could also, I think, maybe make it like all creatures within 5 feet of you. Like, you could play around with it a little bit. But I think that if it's something that could potentially happen every turn, that's essentially like realistically, that's between like 5 and 10 opportunities to cause fear on creatures, which is just a lot in a combat. The other thing is that you are going to want to have other stuff. Maybe not necessarily, like, you are going to want to have, like, a little extra damage in that feature, too. Other stuff, just because if every single thing is, you don't want everything based around fear, because there's going to inevitably be creatures that are immune to fear, and also building an entire subclass around a single condition you're sort of shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, I should probably look at like the Conquest Paladins, like something that is similar in that way, but
Conquest or Vengeance, but also like you could just think about your favorite things from slasher movies. Like, what happens in slasher movies that you like? Like, what about the villains in slasher movies do you want? Like, what's the cinematic type moment you want to have with a villain, with a character in this, that like villains have in slasher movies? Like, I mean, another idea that I was thinking about, and I don't know how I would do this mechanically exactly yet, but a thing that happens a lot in slasher movies is the scene where like the monster like punches through the wall and like grabs you.
Yeah.
So maybe there could be something where like you have the ability, like the very limited ability to sometimes see the creature's presence on the other side of a wall, or maybe you have the ability to like deal extra damage to objects and structures. I don't know, like there's things you could play around with. There's all sorts of stuff you could play around with in there. So I would do that, and maybe look at other subclasses, other things that sit in the sort of fear hunter sort of space, but don't limit yourself to that, because you could sort of stumble into what I think we have a little bit going on, basically just at 3rd level, actually 6th level too, because now we're using bonus action to hide, where you are building something that is focused and sort of going in a direction, but it's sort of unintentionally just sort of recreating a rogue, and I don't think that that's what you want to do here. Another good way to think about this is you can have a subclass of the same theme in a bunch of different classes, but they all get really different features. Like the Wild Magic Sorcerer gets completely different features than the Wild Magic Barbarian. And the reason for that is partially because barbarians are just completely different than sorcerers. But the other reason than that is they wanted both the barbarian and the sorcerer's wild magic to feel unique. They didn't want the barbarian to feel like a barbarian that took a couple levels of sorcerer, you know? Yeah, the subclass is a weird place to play because in one perspective, it really is this, how do I build a sort of cookie cutter mold that people can use? And people are going to, whoever uses your subclass is going to both think about it and probably experience it in real time way more than you as the writer did. So you want to have it be able to work in a lot of situations, and you want to have it be able to, sort of spread its wings farther than you intended. But at the same time, it's also one of the only places in D&D where you as the designer can really, really build something genuinely bespoke, genuinely unique, and like really say the story you want to say. So it is a little bit of this dance between how do I make it just function well, but also how do I make it also tell the story of the thing I want it to be. Like if you wanted to make a Pikachu paladin, there's a million different ways you could make that, and none of them would be right or wrong, but you probably would try to combine some element of electric paladin stuff, but also some elements of more Pikachu-y stuff. Like there may be some agility things, like, or maybe for the paladin, Pikachu paladin, you lean a lot more into the big lightning explodey bursts, but for the Pikachu fighter, you lean much into like the quickness and the little short pa static stuff. So I think this is going in a really good direction, and I think that I don't think you should necessarily get rid of any of these puzzle pieces, but I think you should take a long look at any of them that tie really closely to features that other classes or subclasses get, and think about how you can change them, and either change them to make them be more unique, or ask yourself if they're required. Ask yourself if you need them.
Yeah, because like a lot of it was challenging, like the pick around features that like, because like the Barbarian can do like a lot of it naturally, and like especially like, in regards to stealth, a lot of like Barbarians like they have it naturally. So I was wondering, how do I augment it while keeping it within the Barbarian stuff? But then the more I look at it, like
I think adding the Barbarian rage bonus to your stealth is great. I think that's wonderful, and I actually think that that's doing a really good job of making it feel kind of uniquely Barbarian-y, because it's like something that no one else has a rage bonus. More of what I think though is like this Lunar Strike is really similar to the Gloomstalker's special thing. And then Creature of the Night is just, or Sneak Attack, and Creature of the Night is basically just an alternative cunning action. But for example, let's talk about it for a second. I'll just show you what I mean in terms of how you could think about it in other ways. So at 6th level, you can use your bonus action to hide, and you can attempt to hide even when you are in the line of sight of other creatures. So if I were you, I would maybe... What is the unique thing here? The unique thing here isn't the bonus action to hide. The unique thing here is the attempt to hide while you're within other creatures' line of sight. So what I would do is like, oh, interesting. What if you lean harder into that? So what if, for example, what if while you are in dim light or darkness, you are just considered hidden until you hit a creature?
That interesting. And that
like maybe that's okay. I don't know. I don't know if that's too strong or not, but that's like where my head starts to go, where it's like maybe, how can you like, because if the unique thing here is not the bonus action to hide. The unique thing here is you are elevated by the darkness is basically what's happening. So or lean into the creatures you can sort of hide in plain sight. You could maybe make it something where it's like you could almost give them like a natural camouflage, like completely scrap this feature and do something like if you remain motionless for a whatever blank period of time, you get to add +10 to your stealth roll, regardless of where you're standing, and you lose it as soon as you move or take an action. Like, I don't know, like weird shit like that. Like, just play around with, you don't need to lose the concept, but play around with different, unique ways of expressing it, and that's what I would say. I like the idea that you are empowered by dark is fun, you know.
Yeah.
Cool. Does that sort of help a little bit? I know you didn't have a super specific question.
That gave me a lot of ideas. I'm understanding it better now, like what I was feeling.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much. And as always, goodbye and take care of yourself, and don't forget to feed your pets.
Yeah, will do.
All right, bye. All right, that was Beza. Beza, I'm not giving you a round of... No, I'm going to hit the button. My round of applause button doesn't... Here's the problem. My round of applause button is now tied to the audio of my background music. And I don't want the background music to be fucking loud as hell. But I put on really chill music, so maybe that'll be fine for a minute. Well, I lost my applause button anyway. So, anyway, thank you for sharing. Little applause. Cinder, you can't just not have an applause button. Fine. Put it back. Let me go find it. Let me find my applause button. Dice Legends, how's it going? Welcome in, friends. Welcome in. My name is CinderBlocksally. How are you? Today, we are doing a homebrew helper. People are calling in and sharing their homebrew, and we are doing our best to help them with it. We just got a call about a slasher barbarian. And now I am going to grab our dear Fluffcopter, although they're muted and deafened, so maybe they won't hear me. So I am going to grab Into the Indie. No, I'll grab Fluffcopter. I see them. They're here. Fluffcopter, how's it going, buddy? I cannot hear you. Your microphone might not be connected. There it is. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's working now.
Okay. Hey.
How's it going? What can I help you with today? Did you send in some brew?
I did. Yeah.
All right. Let me find it. What brew did you send in?
I sent the extra edition for preparing before like sound preparation. I think you commented on that.
Yes. I was just stalling so I could find it. Okay, here we go. Boom! So, I read this. I actually skimmed this. To be fair, anyone that submits anything early, I just end up skimming it's like my reading material as I'm going to bed usually. So the way that I read this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that basically, as a dungeon master, this is like to make getting prepared for an encounter more interesting, give you some more stuff you can do. So the dungeon master will present you with something to do with like a monster. They'll present you a piece of information. They'll present you with its you can learn or information you can learn about. You can learn about its ecosystem, its history, its magic, other things, and then depending on how well you do on the check, it's sort of like tiered information that you're given.
Yeah.
Okay. So my first thought is that this system, in its most bare bones, Into the Indie, you're going to be next. Its system, in its bare bones, is sort of exists in the game already. In that there are a variety of, like, in a bunch of modules, and in a bunch of, I've seen in Homebrew too, in things where it's like, okay, you are in a tavern, there's an NPC, you have to do a history check. If you get a 20 or higher, you learn this. If you get a 15 or higher, you learn this. 10 or higher, you learn this. Like, so that core idea kind of exists in the ether a little bit. I think writing it out in a very systematic way like this and trying to build more of a system to it, I think is a really good idea. I think it could be a lot of... I think a lot of people don't know about it, even though it exists in a lot of circumstances, and I think it would be a good teaching tool. So here's what I would say, though. I think that if I were you, the preparation study table that you have here, I actually don't know how helpful it's going to be, because
I think I need to like generalize it. I mostly use like straight up examples here.
Yeah.
Like I didn't have like the language to like give like generalized like how to like craft these on your own. I just like put like examples, just like straight up examples.
So I think that you literally knew what I was gonna say. Like you took the words out of my mouth. I think examples are a fun thing to have, but I think the thing that is going to be the most helpful here is not just sort of giving a tier of information, but guidance towards it. So like, let's just do zoology for let's start with just zoology. I also have more thoughts too, but for just zoology, instead of saying the cave is, instead of giving a specific example, say something like, you know the basic creatures that are hunted in this area. And then for DC 10, be like, the basic creatures that are, the basic creatures that are like dangerous in this area. And then DC 20 would be like, specific details about like the weaknesses and how to get around those dangerous creatures. I don't think that specifically should be what it is, but stuff like that where you're sort of giving a little bit more general advice, and the examples that you're giving here end up being less about showing, they are about showing the power of the information you're given, but also more the type of information you should be getting from the types of checks. If anything, that I think is almost, for me, would be almost more valuable, which is like how to break down, here's the types of information you would get if you try to learn about this thing, zoology. Here's the type of information you would get if you try to learn about its history. That I think would be really helpful. And I think you could sort of mix that with this, Yeah,
I just like, it's just that like amount of information is something so amorphic. I mean, that like just like putting it into like generalized sentences that would like ideally fit into like various situations is like really tricky.
Could I give you an alternative idea then, but maintaining this thing? Have you ever played any Powered by the Apocalypse games? Like Monster of the Week or anything like that?
I've like very briefly like touched on them, but I never like actually like sat down and played the game.
They have some things they're really good at. They are definitely not D&D, and that takes it's different. But one of the things that they do a lot of the time is they will have a power that's like, the power does like 4 different things, or it asks 4 different questions, and depending on how well you do on the roll, you can do more of them. So like, for example, again, let's just stick with zoology here. What if instead of it being any of this stuff, zoology lists a series of questions the player can ask? And depending on how well they do on the roll, they can ask 1, 2, or 3 of those questions, and you as the Dungeon Master give that information. Or, depending on how well they do on the roll, maybe you give those questions answers, but one of them is wrong, or something like that. So it could be like, the questions could be like, what is the creature's like comfortable habitat? What is the creature like to hunt? What is the creature? What hunts the creature? So instead of it, so it would be a little bit more specific. It would sort of gamify it a little bit more, because it would be less traditional like open-ended skill checks and more like, no. Using this system allows you to literally pick which specific questions you're asking, and this table shows those questions, and each skill gives access to a different series of questions, and maybe each DC gives maybe more specific questions. So each of these could just be like 3 questions, or 2 questions, or 1 question, or whatever. That would be a different way to go in. I don't know if that's something you're interested in, but that could work.
There is like, the augury is kind of like gamifying it in the sense of like asking questions and the chance of getting like wrong questions. So like there is like sort of a precedent for it already.
There is, like, but this would be much more meta. Like, this would like, there wouldn't be, you wouldn't like, the intention, at least my intention with how I was describing it is, the player would understand that they were asking the Dungeon Master these 3 questions, and the Dungeon Master, and they would both understand that the answer is going to be honest. And that is sort of representative of the information you gathered through your studying. The other thing that I would say, which is completely different, but I do think it's really important here, is I would depending on how much time you actually want to put into this, I would play around with having maybe not every skill applicable to this, but more, like as many of them as I could. And I would try to spread which stat they used. So like right now they all use intelligence, and that makes sense.
Intelligence, it's like kind of like a semi like intentional side effect. So like I think that like intelligence checks, like maybe it's just me, I think intelligence checks like could use like a few more like uses, especially like stuff like that.
Yeah.
And B, like a lot of people just like dump intelligence. Maybe it's for that reason. And maybe just like it's not like super like useful in combat unless you're a wizard or artificer. And I think like having like at least like one person who's like has like really good intelligence or is like really good at like history or really good at arcana is going to be like better like for the party overall.
For sure. Because, like, but keep in mind, if you create a situation where there is a downtime activity that one character excels at and no one else can really participate in a meaningful way, it creates a situation where it's like not a super fun it's less fun for the whole table, as opposed to if the barbarian could use athletics to deter, to figure out like how much weight something, the strength of a thing, or if a rogue could use persuasion to discuss and learn, to learn like rumors about the thing or whatever. One second. Hi Pixie, thank you for the raid. Hi Kilo Bean, thank you for the raid. For folks that just got here, we are doing a homebrew helper. People call in with homebrew they're working on and we talk about it. This is not homebrew critique, this is not homebrew review. If you want angry Cinder that yells about you at grammar, that's later in the week. This is we're in workshop mode, not in critique mode. All right, sorry. But do you understand what I was saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I think that it would be totally fine if you keep it intelligence-based, but I do think that if you are interested in the idea of opening it up to other skills, I think that would make it feel more holistic for the whole party and would maybe make everyone feel like they could participate in it a bit more. Yeah. But I totally get like, wanting intelligence to matter more, because it is the unsung little monster of the group. It gets the least love, for sure.
My initial idea was like it's mostly intelligence, but like in some like cases where like either like the player's like justifying a check, or like having something like very specific, and like it would be like move to like something like charisma if you're like asking people in town and stuff like that.
That's true. I mean, you could even just make them interchangeable and have suggestions for how they would be impacted by which check they were doing. I do think, though, because this system does exist a little bit already, it would actually benefit you from being less vague. And, like, that's why I was kind of pushing you towards having specific questions. Because the more of a system it is, I think the more it will really feel like a tool to use as opposed to a suggestion. And anything like this, where we're building when we're building something for the Dungeon Master to use as like a new game mechanic, I think having it feel like a tool they can use is more beneficial. Usually. Not always, but usually.
Like, at the end of the day, like, this is like mostly for Dungeon Masters. Right.
Oh, for sure. But that's what I mean. Like the more they can push the button, the more they're going to push that button.
Yeah.
It's very similar to when we're talking about like a monster or a subclass, and how when you write a feature out, you don't want the feature to be like, go look something up. You want the feature to just tell you what it does, because you don't want the homebrew to give more work to the person who's wielding it. You want the homebrew to feel like something they are using to do work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right, thanks, buddy. Do you have any other questions, thoughts, concerns?
Not particularly. I was like thinking about like if I can like turn it into like something that adds more than like just like learning information, but I think that's going outside of the scope of it.
I think you could. No. I think you could. I think maybe that is where you tie in the other stats.
Yeah.
I think using athletics to prep could be digging a giant trench, building a wall. Using survival to prep could be collecting food resources. Using deception to prep could be sowing doubt in the community. You know what I mean? Like, I think I think that could be 100%. It would make it a lot bigger, but I think totally doable. Totally doable.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Thanks for sharing, dude.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. Bye. Click. We hang up. That was Fluffcopter with their town prep table. Very interesting idea. Having dinner? All right, I'll grab you in a bit. I'll grab somebody else then, Indy. Okie dokie. Let us see. Who else is here? Oh my god, there's a lot of people. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Cinder, don't say things like that. You sound weird. Okay. All right, let's grab Moot. I see you, Pokey. I'll grab you soon. What's up, Moot? How's it going?
Hey, man. What's going on? It's been a while.
It's been a minute. Did you send something in that I missed, or did you,
I did send something in. I don't know if you missed it or not, but there's something in the event homebrew.
Let me find it. What am I helping you with today? What are you working on?
It's a subclass, and it's been one that I've been stuck on for a very long time.
Why have you been stuck on it?
So, I have a very strong theme and a very strong idea for it, and I'm having a really hard time finding that mechanical through line that's going to make it feel satisfying to play.
So what is the theme? The machine?
So yes, it's an otherworldly patron for a warlock that is the machine. The idea is that you've made a pact with the sort of like creature from the other side of the veil, and it's letting you into the sort of the machinery and the eldritch sort of mechanics that sort of hold together the universe.
So it's explicitly not like Mechanus. It's more.
It's explicitly not Mechanus. It's more like, you're a Warhammer fan, right?
Yes.
It's kind of supposed to be inspired by the Adeptus Mechanicus from Warhammer.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. And what and you feel like it's not touching, it's not feeling itself. It's not hitting the buttons.
It's this level 1 like main sort of ability that I'm having a really hard time nailing down, because it kind of needs to set up what everything is going to be for the rest of the class.
Yeah. Let's see what it is. So at first level we're getting Mending and Shocking Grasp.
Right, that's kind of just a ribbon. I was more meaning the main,
No, I'm just skimming. Okay, our patron bestowed us with some Eldritch Mechanism. It might be a bunch of different interesting things. Let's see what it does. It can be a spellcasting focus. It also contains a number of charges equal to our charisma modifier that are used to power some features granted by the subclass. When you activate the Eldritch Mechanism, it consumes a portion of your humanity and seeds your mind to the point of doubt. All right, I need to get through the flavor. Let's see what it does. I understand
that's one of the issues is the flavor and the mechanics are kind of intertwined with each other, and I need to separate them a bit better.
Yeah. That's easy to do. Each point of doubt that you build up adds a -1 modifier to the next ability check, saving throw that you are proficient in, or attack roll or weapon you're proficient in. This effect stacks. So if you have 2 points of doubt, you have a -2, for example. All doubt is cleared when you make a roll with a doubt modifier or you complete a long rest. I'm going to stop reading it here, and I'm going to ask you to explain to me what this is supposed to do, because it is too complicated.
Yes. So basically, right now, the basic idea of it is you have this Eldritch mechanism that is sort of the main thing that powers pretty much all of your class features.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you use essentially one of those class features, you gain and some of them are minor things, some of them are major things. But each time you do it, you gain one of these doubt points, which stack. Mm-hmm. And then you expel all, and they just give you a minus, a stacking negative bonus to whichever, to any skill you're proficient in. The flavor reason being that, like, you're trying to sort of like replace flesh with a machine, and the sort of the less perfect you are, the less sort of perfectly mechanical and robotic you are, the more that weighs on your soul. Mm-hmm. And so that manifests itself in specifically making you worse at the stuff you're proficient in. Mm-hmm. So the idea is the way I kind of want this subclass to work is it's kind of flips things on their head, and you are better at the stuff that you're not proficient in, essentially.
So what does this actually do? Eldritch mechanism.
The Eldritch mechanism. Yeah. It powers the rest of the subclass features.
No. But at first level, aside from giving you a thing, and then giving you charges that you can expend at later levels to do other things, what does it do
at level 1? All it does is lets you expend a Warlock spell of 5th level or lower without expending a spell slot once.
Okay. I am going to push you here. I think this feels wrong because of this feature, and I think it's for 3 reasons. Sure. I think the first reason is, and I think you know this, it's just way too complicated. Like, it is genuinely hard to read. The second, and this just might be a disagreement here, but there isn't a single subclass, I don't think, I might be wrong, but I'm 99% sure there isn't a single subclass in D&D where the core mechanic penalizes the character. It's pretty off kilter.
Barbarian, you could argue,
but notice how no one ever plays it, and it changed.
Right.
So I would push you to not have a penalism mechanism here.
I agree.
I think that
one of the things I wanted to change.
Penalizing makes sense from a story perspective.
Yep.
But I don't think it makes sense for the gameplay perspective.
I agree. That was one of the main things I want to change.
And then the last thing is, I think part of why you're struggling to make this feel good is because this is a non-feature. The only thing this feature does, because you don't get any other features till 6th level, so the only thing this feature does for probably at least 30% of your D&D game is give you access to another Warlock spell slot. That's it. That's all it does. So if I were you, I would, regardless of what the other features do in terms of how you incorporate Eldritch mechanism, I would take a step back and be like, what specifically am I getting by seeing into the veil? What is the point of seeing the inner workings of the universe? Like, what special benefits does that give me?
Right.
And then give those at first level. And give those at first level. Or the beginning of those at first level.
One idea that Oh, sorry, go on.
No. Say what you're going to say.
One idea that I did have to replace this, although it's frustrating to replace it again, because this entire class has been rewritten like 4 times now. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you remember, it looks nothing like this. It's all entirely changed. Mm-hmm. But this is the second piece of homebrew I ever submitted to your homebrew review show.
That's very funny.
More than a year ago.
That's very funny.
You weren't very impressed. That's why it's been through a rewrite.
That's okay. Listen, I'm rarely impressed. And it's no sweat on any writers. It's the character that turns on when I do the critiques.
You're fine. But one of the ideas I did have that I've been trying to sort of find an interesting way to implement is making the sort of core identity of this subclass, or the core of the feature of the subclass of the Eldritch mechanism, is to make it a build your own invocation with like different like modifiers and stuff that you can do per short rest.
I think that that's not a bad idea to go in that direction. I do think building your own invocation is a little tricky because invocations are not complicated. They're actually really, really straight. Like they're very simple and straightforward. It's just a very diverse system because there's a shit ton of them. But they're all like, you gain proficiency in 2 things. You get access to a spell once a day. So I don't know if I would do a build my own invocation, but I do think you're going in the direction
that I think that just becomes this subclass's identity is like this is the invocation subclass and you just get more invocations.
I think that's the same issue with you getting more spell slots. It's not a subclass. It's just a Warlock plus.
Okay.
So again, I think it comes back to the question of what is the point of the Eldritch mechanism? What benefits do I get uniquely? Like, if I make a deal with the devil, I understand that I am going to be getting powers that are a little bit devilish. You know, if I make a deal with the Aberrant, I know I'm getting powers that are a little bit cosmic and otherworldly. If I make a deal with a Celestial, I'm going to be getting powers that sort of help with healing and supporting. So again, what does the Eldritch mechanism do? Now, what I would say it seems like it does, if you lean into it, sees the inner workings of the universe, maybe that is what you could lean into. Now, you don't need to copy me here, but what if, for example, you could, a limited times per day, change the saving throw that a spell used? Because you see the inner workings of the universe. So you can, maybe like, once per day, or you could expend a charge and change any physical saving throw to another physical saving throw, or any mental, or whatever. It could be more or less. But if you wanted it to be anything, it could be like, you can make it, you're going to cast blindness, deafness. It's normally a con saving throw. You use your Eldritch mechanism, you twist it, and it becomes a wisdom saving throw. So like something like that, that would have to be limited because that's like really strong. And you could limit it in a bunch of ways. You could limit it, you could make it limited by like charges. You could also limit it more than that by like, you would have to change a physical save to another physical save, or a mental save to another mental save. There's a lot of directions you go. But like, that's the kind of headspace that I get into when I'm thinking of like Eldritch mechanism, like manipulate, because like seeing the cogs, I don't want to tell you which direction to go in, but I do think that's the question that you need to ask in order to ground this thing a little bit more solidly in a distinct voice, which I think will help with the early features, but will probably spread out to the later ones.
Right. I actually like that a lot, being able to sort of change aspects of spells and stuff.
Because it's not Aberrant, and it's not Mechanist.
Right.
It's not, and like, you know what I mean? So you got to sort of figure out what is its spot, because it's sort of in between those two,
The thing that I'm specifically really trying to avoid is doing that thing where it's like you set a check to 10 as its base, or the thing that
that's very Mechanist. That's very Mechanist. That's very Mechanist.
Yeah. Right.
The whole gimmick here.
That's the main thing I'm trying to avoid.
I'm speaking as the audience. I'm not speaking as the writer. But my interpretation of this is, Mechanist is all like order and balance and stuff. This is not that. This is like, you have opened the piano and you are seeing the hammers and the strings. That doesn't mean you're balancing the hammers and the strings. It just means you can poke them now.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm going for.
Yeah, so maybe play with the mechanics of spells, or play with, like, you could sort of mix meta and not meta, like playing with mechanics a little bit in that way, like manipulating game mechanics.
I might look into the Chronergy Wizard a little bit for inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's the other one? What's the other weird new wizard?
Graviturge.
I think either of them kind of have that vibe of like they manipulate the core foundation of the universe. But that's what I think it is. I think you want to find the flavor of Eldritch mechanism and really get that expressed here. And what you've done, which is fine. It's you shouldn't feel bad about this. But I think that this first level feature that you have in its current iteration is one of those really good examples of, we have an idea that we are marching towards, and sometimes we aren't, as we're not focused on where our steps are. We're focused on where we're marching towards, which makes sense for the overall piece. But also, we want to make sure that those first steps feel good. especially with a subclass, because you don't get that many subclass features. You have to wait such a long time between them. It's not like you get a subclass feature every level. Like between level 1 and level 6, that could be a year in some people's campaigns. So you really want to have the goal, and you want to be running towards that goal, but you want that initial step off to be really strong, really focused.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. The only other question I had, or the only other feature I was wanting to look at, was the capstone. Because I really, really liked it when I wrote it, and then it was pointed out to me by several people that it kind of sucks.
Let me see.
So...
you've successfully purged all your flaws, humanity from yourself, fully become one with the machine. You no longer gain doubt. Okay.
Ignore that for removing doubt.
Yeah, we don't need that. Okay. Your Eldritch mechanism now stores what's left of your human spirit. No effects short of a wish spell can destroy your soul. When you die, your patron can make you a new body. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those features that's like good in a story.
Right.
I think that any time a feature requires more than 10 minutes to activate, maybe more than an hour to activate, it becomes sort of a story feature and not like a game feature.
Right. I was kind of looking at the clone spell when I was writing it.
Which I
guess is kind of more of a DM spell than a player spell.
No, I mean, it can be a player spell, but again, like, realistically, if you die, because think about it, like, just think about it practically. The way this is written, if you die, if you want to keep playing your character, the party has to wait 120 days for you to do that.
Yeah.
That's the adventure's over. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so there's not really a way to actually use this feature outside of pausing the campaign and pretend and hoping that the villain doesn't just win while that's happening.
Yeah, within that time period.
The other thing that I'd say is that there is another Warlock capstone that is not at all similar to this, but is doing something very similar, which is the Celestial Warlock. The Celestial Warlock's 14th level feature is when you drop to 0 hit points, you immediately explode back to life. So it basically does this, but instantly, and it just makes a giant explosion when it happens.
Right.
So I would change it. Yeah, I would change it. And if you're not sure what to do in terms of like how powerful it should be, or you just don't really have any immediate ideas, go through and look at the other Warlock capstones. They're all pretty different, but they all kind of do the same thing. Usually, a Warlock capstone does a big once-a-day thing. That's what they usually do. Mm-hmm. So it could be that. It doesn't have to be that, but go through them. See if you can find some inspiration in that, because I think that this needs to be a lot more action-oriented. It's just not gonna. It's just gonna be a non-feature in a lot of games. Like a lot of games, it's just not gonna come up.
For a capstone, that's kind of sad.
I mean, even at level 14, if you die, usually by level 14, you could just either have or find a cleric that could just cast Resurrection.
Right.
So yeah, I would say a very cool feature for an NPC to have in a story or in a game, but not, I think, a feature that I would use as a capstone feature.
I get you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the advice on that.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Thanks for the call.
I really liked the advice of the direction to take the Eldritch mechanism, man, of like changing.
Yeah, man, you're pulling the strings behind the curtain. Pull them strings.
Yeah, and that can like go into like other things too, where like maybe like eventually you could change damage types as well, or
yeah, or movement types, or vision types, or there's all sorts of weird stuff you could do.
Maybe even like as one of the higher, like more really powerful features, like being able to upcast past 5th level, which is something that Warlocks can't normally do.
Well, they have arcane. They have their arcane stuff.
Yeah.
I will always. You should do whatever you want, but I will always encourage away from things that make you just a better Warlock.
Yeah, just numbers and stuff.
I always think that it's better to make the subclass add extra things. I think it can tie into this I think like a really good example would be like it's not a great barbarian, but the barbarian that wears the armor that no one likes, the battle rager, they have a feature where at 6th level, when you use reckless attack, you gain some temporary hit points. So is that improving reckless attack? Kind of, but it's also just a new feature. It's just the fact that it just adds on to when you're using reckless attack.
I like the battle rager. I think it's fun that it's a subclass you have to be a specific race to take.
I think its numbers, it does such little damage that it's not. I mean,
that's
playing.
fair. I just think it's
conceptually conceptually it's really fun.
The idea is cool that you have to be a dwarf to play it.
Yeah. And also just it's fun running around being in like a spike ball of armor. That sounds like a really fun time.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, Moot.
Thank you. Have a good one.
I'm hanging up on you. Boof. All right. I'm taking Into the Indie next because I promised they'd be next. Indy, are you here? Indy, you have a very short period of time to unmute. Hello.
Yeah.
How's it going, buddy? Hello? Are you here? Can you hear
me? Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can.
Cool. Did you send in some brew?
Yeah. It was a fighter subclass that's based on loosely Captain America being a shield fighter.
Cool. The Guardian archetype. And you want help with specifically the capstone, you said?
Yeah, the original version, which is Blindside. I initially submitted it with it, but then it was pointed out that it's fairly lackluster. But so I just slapped on a ribbon feature, but I still feel like there's something.
All right, you're cutting out a bit, but I can help you, I think. All right, let's see what it does. When you attempt to catch a shield, but a creature is in the expected path of travel, you can have your shield graze the target. Is expected path of travel... Are you still there? I couldn't hear you earlier. Okay.
Yeah.
Is expected path of travel a like mechanical term that you introduce earlier into it?
Basically, whenever you throw your shield, initially it takes a bonus action, but level 10...
No. I'm not asking how it works. Oh. I'm not asking how it works. It's fine. I'm asking, is this a literal piece of wording that you have incorporated earlier that's like a definitive term?
It's not a piece of wording. It's just direction from your last target.
Okay, so I would, if I were you, change the language here or turn this into... This sounds like it's a definitive term that I'm going to be needing to look up. So I would be thoughtful about how you use that. Same with graze. Graze, because it's in italics, it makes me feel like it's something that has like a definition I'm going to be able to look up. So be careful with your word terming. Okay, so basically is the way that this works, when you throw your shield and it bounces back, you can hit somebody?
Yeah.
And then in addition, when you're reduced to 0 hit points, you can use your second wind to come back to 1. Okay. So here's what I'll say. Without reading the whole piece, if this is intended to be graze as a weapon mastery thing, okay. Might be. I'm not super familiar with the 2024 rules yet.
Yeah. It was more of the term. I didn't want it to actually reference the...
If you don't want it to reference the mechanic, you can't use the word, because the word now is a mechanic. That's like saying you're going to take the hide action, but you're not actually hiding. You're doing something else. It's like that's what that. If that is a term now in the game, you got to be careful about that. Yeah, I agree, Hikase. Yeah, it'd be confusing. But that's not the point. That's not the point. There's a bigger deal here that we need to talk about. Very big deal here. If we are Captain America, we should not be waiting till level 18 to hit people with our shield when it's bouncing back. So here's what I would say. I'm not going to look through the whole subclass. We're not going to read the whole thing right now. But there is literally no reason that the bounce back should not be a thing we get earlier. By level 18, you should more than have the total fiction of your subclass. Like, think about it like this. 18th level features should not be the thing that completes the class. They should be icing on the cake. Your 18th level feature needs to be a fun extra thing. So, with that in mind, anything that has to do with them fighting with the shield, I think we need pretty much all of it by level 10, maybe by level 15, maybe. But I think we need all of it earlier. Maybe that's going to mean taking some things out of here, moving some things around, I don't know. But the come back from 0, I don't think that could be like an icing feature, but it's also really not fun or exciting. So here's what I would do. I would lean into, there is an aspect of Captain America that I don't think you've really touched on as I skim this piece that I think could probably work really well for a capstone feature, which is that he is a leader. He is the captain.
That's true.
So what if your capstone feature was something like, as an action or as a bonus action or as part of your attack action, you do something and all creatures of your choice within a certain radius of you, including yourself, gain a bunch of temporary hit points. Or all creatures within a certain radius of you get a bonus to their AC because they're like taking advantage of your defensiveness. But something that is like an explosive big move that leans into your character's ability to turn defense into offense. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I might lean into something like that.
Yeah, especially with turning something like the Inspiring Leader feat into just something you could do mid-combat.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there could be a really cool attack move that we do at 18th level also. Like, it's not nothing wrong with that. But I think that the flavor of the shield hitting somebody on the way back is it feels too much like a part of the standard kit, I think, to wait till 18th level for, you know?
So if I just move it over to like 3rd level or part of 10th level, because 10th level is where you get like the ability to bounce your shield off of enemies. Mm-hmm. So instead of multi-attack, you can choose to have your shield smack 2 people on the throw.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I would play around with putting this at. I'm again, I didn't read the whole thing, so I don't know quite how powerful everything is. So there might need to be some changes or some power tweaks. But I would play around with putting it at 3rd or 7th level and see how that feels.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. The 3rd level does have the basic throw, so maybe the Gray's back would wait till 7th level if we're already getting a big throw bounce thing at our initial big throw at 3rd level. Okay. But yeah, I think what I'll leave you with this, which is a little bit more general advice, but I think everybody could, use a little bit of general advice every now and then. Capstones are icing, and that doesn't mean they should be sort of bleh or light, but I do think it means that they should not ever feel necessary for your subclass to feel whole, and they should be explosive. Maybe not explosive literally, but you don't ever get to 18th level. You know what I mean? Like, it's so rare.
Yeah.
So we should reward that, I think, with something that really hits home in some way or another.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, those be my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing.
Thanks for help.
Captain America is my favorite tank in Marvel Rivals, and I'm not good with him, but I really want to be. I really want to be good with him. I'm mostly just Moon Knight, because, the moon.
Yeah, I like diving around as Venom, but I tried to start doing Cap stuff. I could not get a DPS down, but we have enough.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Oh, yeah. Marvel Rivals is one of those games, at least for me, where I genuinely hated it until I found a character that I liked, and that was Moon Knight. And then I only played Moon Knight, and then playing Moonlight gave me enough time to like learn enough about the other characters that I feel like I can start trying other ones. But until I figured out Moon Knight, I had no interest in that game. And now it's all I want to play. All right. Thank you, buddy. Bye. That was Into the Indie. Into the Indie, ladies and gentlemen. They call him Into, they call him Indie. Indie. So stupid. Not Indie. Me yelling Indie is stupid. All right. Let's grab somebody else. Let us see here. Pokey was just raising their hand. Let's grab Pokey. Pokey, what's up, buddy?
Hello, everybody.
How are you doing today?
I'm currently doing well. I've been working on a small project for another streamer who was doing a contest of their own. I missed the deadline, but I'm still working on the subclass because I like doing it.
Hell yeah.
So I'm essentially trying to find a way to. I'm wondering if I'm leaning too much into what it feels like related to Fathomless, or if I'm making it significantly itself.
Okay. What is the gimmick of what is this? Who is the patron? What's the goal?
So essentially, this entire subclass is built around your patron is a resident of Malbul, which is the sixth layer of hell. They're the guardians of all the worst people of the world who get sent all the souls back to them. So your patron is aware of those souls. If anyone escapes, you're sent to go get them. You're supposed to grab them, drag them back down to hell, and bring them back to your patron.
Okay.
So the entire idea is playing with like these little hellfire chains, which in some ways act similar to, I would say, tentacles from Fathomless, but you can only but it's essentially always available, but you have to get within range to grab onto somebody.
Okay, so you're not worried about it from a flavor perspective. You're worried about it from like a mechanics perspective.
Yeah, mainly that.
Okay, so let's take a look at that feature. That's Hellhold Chains, you said? Let's take a look.
Correct.
As an action, you can force a creature within reach to make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they're magically shackled by Hellfire Chains for 1 minute. If you attempt to shackle another creature, the previous one is freed. A shackled creature can move no farther than 15-foot radius from the point they were chained to. Once per turn, a creature can repeat the saving throw by attempting to move outside of the radius, breaking free on a success. While shackled, you can choose to have the creature take 1d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. When you reach 10th level, the damage increases to 2d6. There's two big differences between this and Fathomless that I think you're going to need to think about. One, the Fathomless does damage and hinders movement in the same way that this does damage and hinders movement. But the Fathomless, the movement hindering only lasts a round. This lasts potentially a minute. And the Fathomless, the movement hindering is, I think, a lot less dramatic than this. I also think the Fathomless movement hindering is automatic on the hit, but it's a hit versus a saving throw, so they're kind of the same thing. But I think it does feel pretty different. I don't think it feels too samey. I guess my question is, I think if you want this to feel, I feel like in order for this to be balanced, I feel like maybe it shouldn't do damage. Because it is so much stronger than the Fathomless from a movement perspective, and it's not it seems like it's infinite in use. The Fathomless is limited in use.
The biggest difference between this and Fathomless is you have to get within reach of somebody.
No, I understand, but I don't actually. It's not. This isn't a spell. Like I don't think that having to get within reach is enough of a power down to merit infinite use in its current iteration.
That makes sense.
But I think the core idea of you hit a creature with it, and it basically like pins them with like a chain almost down to the ground, I think is really cool, and I think does not feel like the Fathomless. If you, that, I wouldn't worry about that. What I would maybe do is allow yourself to make this on charges, or figure out how to tone down its power so that it is reasonable to not be on charges.
The other thing was the 6th level feature, which I feel like was also a bit too powerful, and that was probably my scariest thing, because the image had too many things to probably work with on the 6th level.
As a reaction, when a creature shackled by your hellbound chain starts its turn, you can afflict them with one of the following effects: disadvantage on attack rolls, disadvantage on strength stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is also just so not the way that Warlock's 6th level features work, that like I would just do something different. Like, if you're gonna be so for folks that don't know at home, 9 times out of 10, the way that Warlocks work is, yeah, you get your main features at level 1, and then at 6th level you get a defense or utility thing. Almost always.
This was an attempt to try to do something defensive by like trying to limit.
It's not defensive. It's not, because you're just making the main feature stronger. That's all it is. So if I were you, I would probably just wholesale scrap this, come up with something new. Because this really isn't a defensive feature or utility feature. This is just improved 1st level feature. Which is fine, but I don't think it's fine at 6th level. I think it's fine at 10th level, 14th level. But normally, if you're going to make one feature just improve another one, you want to skip a tier before you do that. That's the way that it's normal. Like, if you look at 9 times out of 10, outside of like the moon druid's wild shape getting magic attacks at level 6, pretty much every subclass that gets a feature that is then improved later, that improvement later is not the immediate next subclass, but the one after that, or the capstone. So I would lean into that. Just the only reason to not lean into that, like, if you weren't going to lean into that, I would say there would need to be a reason for it. And if there's not really a reason for it that makes sense outside of I want to, it's gonna skew the way the subclass feels.
Trying to figure out then what the biggest issue I think was when creating this was the 6th level feature. I was always trying to figure out something defensive I wanted to add to it, but
so what is thinking... so if this is a subclass that's about chaining and dragging creatures around, maybe it's something with that. Maybe you have advantage on checks and saving throws against spells or abilities that would move you against your will. You know? Like, that's what I mean, though. Like, think about it like that. Think about, like, what powers does this Warlock patron give that could manifest defensively? Like, what would that look like? Maybe chaining yourself down so you can't be moved. I don't know. That was just the thing that popped in my head, but that's the thing to think about. Or what feature kind of fits into the mechanics that's like a nice, a nice pickle on the sandwich of the main combat features. You know, something extra that is gonna feel nice, but is really just a different feature, a defensive feature, that sort of thing.
All right then.
Yeah.
I will say you can actually shackle yourself because you don't have to choose to take the fire damage, so that would be funny.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you sharing.
All right. Later.
Bye, buddy. Click. All right. Let us see. For folks that wanted to, somebody asked in the chat, I will always look at I'll look at questions, answer questions for anybody, but I am prioritizing people that are in the Discord waiting room because they're waiting. And I feel like that is a reasonable thing to do. If that for some reason is unreasonable that I'm not aware of, I will take that feedback, but my brain says it's reasonable. Speaking of reasonable, let's grab the Venusian in here. What's up? How's it going, Ave? You're very quiet.
Oh yeah, welcome to my microphone. I got a new microphone specifically to fix this, but it has the exact same problem.
All right. It sounds like you're on a microphone that is like 10 feet away from you.
No, it's actually right next to my mouth. It is the input gain is turned up, and literally everything could possibly change.
All right. If this is an issue you've had more than once before, you might be plugging stuff in wrong somewhere. I would not be surprised.
Yeah,
so
probably.
Just things to learn about. But all right, what can I help you with?
Okay, so I am making a one-shot, except the problem is that it's just kind of like, it's hard to explain, but like I wrote down this little like introduction. I tried simple, but as a bit of a background, my D&D setting has this nation called Renew, where every single thing is made of living flesh and meat, even to the point where many buildings are made of meat, and many jobs, especially cleaning jobs, are replaced by creatures made of meat. Except the problem with this is that the problem with having everything made of meat is cancer and disease. So the whole point is that this is going to be a one-shot where you play as a squad of a public service task force meant to exterminate cancer's disease growth and creatures within the cities. And my problem is coming up with like creatures, because like there's a whole lot, there's like so much you can do that it's hard to come up with ideas for living meat creatures. Like, only thing I know that's in default D&D is a gibbering mouth. That's really the only thing that comes to mind when I think of, like,
yeah.
So like, but I'm looking like that.
So you're trying to figure out like what creatures to put in it, or how to build creatures for it.
Or any pre-existing stat blocks that could be
sure. So the first thing that I would do if I were you is I would play one of my favorite games, which is if all of the words that described the names of everything were different on a stat block, would it feel different? For example, let me describe a monster to you. What if one of your flesh monsters is a creature that whenever it is hit, it like spews like pus and acid, and it's constantly sort of like healing itself, and it's pretty quick, and it can like launch parts of itself out like little spiny bones? Like, that would be a cool flesh monster. That's also just a acid troll.
Yeah, that's kind of something.
So that's what I would do if I were you, is I would look at monster stat blocks that do acid stuff, transformy stuff, or maybe even not. Just look at stat blocks and not worry about what they say, and just look at the mechanics and be like, could I, like, just a bear, just a regular, or a wolf, a dire wolf. So what does a wolf do? It bites, and when it does its bite, it knocks people down maybe. So what if you had a creature that was just like a weird bipedal flesh thing with a giant tooth for a head, and it just banged people with its tooth head? That you just use a wolf stat block, you know? So that's what I would do if I were you, is I would play around with looking at what some, like, literally just pick monsters based off of what mechanics you want to use in your encounters, and then completely reflavor them into gross teeth and hair and flesh monsters or whatever.
Another thing is, I want a lot of it to be environmental challenges, since it's not just creatures made of living meat, it's like buildings. So like, I'm like trying to think of like, how would you make like environmental challenges that still feel like a living, breathing creature that has cancer or something? I don't know.
Well, I think there's a couple things. One, I would say you can't make any of these too not creative. You can't make any of these too complicated or impactful if you want them to be on all the time, because that won't be fun. Like, it won't be fun if the entirety of the map is squishy and you need to make strength saving throws to like not get sunk into it. That's just going to be annoying if it's all the time. So I don't know if you need any mechanics for all the time stuff. I wouldn't have mechanics for all the time stuff. What I would do is I would have mechanics for challenges that they came to, or rooms that had specific things to them. So for example, you know, maybe there's like a stomach acid room where if you are on the ground or touching the walls for too long, you take acid damage. Or there's a teeth room where if you move more than half your movement on a turn, you take some damage because it's like the teeth cut through your shoes or whatever. But that's what I would do. I would try to build like encounters that lean into the environment. I would not have too many constant environmental things, I think.
Maybe another thing that like kind of this theoretical teeth room is that it's like, well, I want everything to be like very weak to fire damage, because that's kind of a fantasy. It's like this squadron, just everything is like flamethrower. But like the thing is, I think a teeth room would be interesting because under high heat, teeth explode.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that could also be an interesting thing.
That could be cool. Are you going to be making them taking fire damage all the time?
If you point flames at them, yeah.
All right. I would hesitate on that. I wouldn't overdo that. If you create too many circumstances of players taking damage, it very quickly becomes annoying. Partially because it's not that isn't fun. Like, that is a challenge to make something else more fun once it has been accomplished, but that in and of itself is not fun feeling. But more so than that, it's tedious to have to roll damage and then readjust your hit points that frequently. So I would just be careful of that. Like, it could if anything, it doesn't even have to be damage. If any effect of a place happens too much, you very quickly can see a table turn from, oh, this is a cool, interesting challenge, to like eye-rolling, annoying, sort of not paying as much attention.
Okay, so basically keep it fresh and think a lot of ideas.
Yeah, keep it fresh and don't like... Yeah, I would say, make the things... I would say make the environmental challenges situational and less constant, and not constant.
Like, there's only one teeth room per building.
Yeah, or like maybe there are like fire orbs, and like, yeah, they all shoot fire at you, but only if you stand within 5 feet of them for more than a round. So it's like you learn that and you can avoid them.
I'm not saying we're like the players themselves. They are the people who have all of the flame equipment. It's like it's.
Oh, okay. Well, then I was misunderstanding what you're saying. I thought you were asking about environmental stuff.
Like environmental stuff in terms of like, just like the challenges that would come with the idea of everything being made of flesh and stuff like that.
Well,
which would introduce like unique.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how much you... The question that I would ask myself if I were you is, what is going to make the most fun game? Is it going to be the most fun game both to write it and to run it if I build these challenges by thinking about what a flesh room would be and trying to make that? Or would it be more fun if I build the challenges and flavor them like flesh rooms? I don't know what the right answer is. I don't think there is a right answer. But if you are struggling to come up with things that have to do particularly with things being made of flesh, then build them as if they aren't made of flesh and then reflavor them as made of flesh. You could have a room with a giant grinding steamroller type thing. That doesn't feel like it's made of flesh. What if it's made of muscle and covered in teeth? Now it does,
Okay, so writing that down. So basically, build mechanics without the flesh flavor. Which
no, you could build them with the flesh flavor, but if you're specifically having a hard time coming up with inspiration for them based on that, then don't worry about that.
I mean, like, build them without the flesh flavor, and then add the flesh flavor later, because then it just adds more room.
Yeah, I don't think you have to do it that way, but I think for any homebrew, if you are having a hard time coming up with how to express the idea mechanically, I think one of the next questions to ask yourself is, how would I express this if I wasn't trying to build this specific thing? I was just building a cool dungeon room. And then could I just turn that into a room made of meat?
Yeah, I guess dungeon design is like probably one of the things I'm least experienced in. I'm always more of like making worlds and characters and like stuff like that, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's always the detailing that comes up.
You could also, if you're looking for ideas, you could base them off of like the bodily processes and organs. You know, you could have a room based off of an esophagus. You could have a room based off of an ear. You could have a room based off of intestines. You know what I mean? Like you could follow the process of food or blood or whatever going through the body and be like, what are these different parts of the body? What would they be like to stand in? What would be difficult about that? You know, there's a brain room. Maybe there's like electrical circuitry running through it, and you have to be careful while you stand. So like I would lean into biological processes also to try to figure out what sort of interesting gimmicks you might want to come up with.
And then I'll like mix them with like actual like building rooms, because the point is, instead of like, it's like a mix between like the stomach room is the boiler room, but it's still a stomach. But it's also still a boiler.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, and I think that's all the questions I have. Bit of short questions.
Cool. Thank you very much for the call.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. Click. A Venetian sun. A Venusian sun. One of those. One of those suns. Alrighty. Let's grab the Rat King. I love talking to royalty. I don't get to talk to royalty enough. What's up, Rat King? You're muted. You gotta unmute. Rat King, you gotta unmute. If you don't unmute, I'm gonna take somebody else. This is the last time. I'm gonna count to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, buddy. Let's grab Tristan. What's up, Tristan? How's it going?
It's going good. I'm hearing duplicates, so I need to mute the stream rapidly.
No, you need to open more of it.
Oh, 3. Put them on different delays.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
What am I helping you with?
The constructor class. I don't know how much you remember. It was a long while ago, but I came up with a pretty out there idea, and you inspired me to kind of push forward into making it. Cool.
Describe it to me.
Long and short is there is not a lot in D&D that creates structures on the field. There's just not a lot. I can think of a few, but all of them are exclusive to spellcasters. The constructor is meant to be my take on a completely martial method with a little magic touches, because quick, to create structures on the battlefield, whether it be walls, turrets are a very common example I like to give, to some more out there examples like temporary shelters for some more roleplay, wells for simple water. There's a lot of potential out there for some of the more roleplay flavored blueprints, as the term has been dubbed.
Cool. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest. I'll try not to lie. I don't remember explicitly reading this piece, but I'm not surprised I told you to go forward with it, because that is genuinely a really good, unique idea. Is a non-magical, but non-magical I mean non-spellcasting, building, like you're building structures and objects. I think that's really fun and cool. Okay, what are you looking for help with specifically with this in this conversation?
It's mostly a series of very minor questions, because I know I discussed a lot of theory about the general idea with you. And while I don't want to get into the weeds, that's for your other videos, streams. Specifically, if I can pull up my notes here, I want to ask about tools of war, the ideas for some subclasses, and about the masterpiece. I believe that's going to be my most technical challenge in the writing of the subclass.
All right. I'm probably not going to be able to talk about all of that, because I imagine a lot of those things, to enable to give actual insight, I would need to read the whole thing, and I'm not going to do that right now.
Yeah. Not a lot of weeds, and I can give as many generalizations. I've made this explanation a lot.
Let me look at tools of war. You learn how to turn any tool you can get your hands on into a weapon while holding a set of artisanal tools. You're proficient with, you can use them as weapons. They are melee weapons in your hands. You can use your intelligence or strength modifier. Deals 1d8 damage, either bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. When you make an attack with this weapon. Okay, so what's your question about Tools of War?
Mostly, I want to be a little more out there because I want to give it something unique to go along with Constructor's Essence, which is basically non-magical spellcasting. I won't bother explaining all of it, but don't have the time. I have not seen anything that lets you choose a damage type upon dealing of damage. I think I've seen, what was it, Chromatic Spray? I know there's some spells that can do different types of damage, and it's one that it's random, but I don't think I've ever seen you get to kind of choose when you land the attack.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's anything else that does that explicitly. There's things that allow you to change damage types, but I think it's fine. The only thing that I would say for this is not a bad thing necessarily, but if your main weapon is going to be tools, whoever's using this is probably going to need to like talk to their dungeon master about altering magic items so that they may get magic weapons at some point, because there's no magic tools in the same way that there are magic weapons. That's the only thing that I look at that and I think I would need to if I was going to like give advice for someone how to run this, that would be an important part of that, is whichever dungeon master is using this would need to be aware of that. What was the other?
I was warned of that.
But was there a question, or did you just want to point it out?
I just wanted to make sure that that's not it's out there but not absurd.
No, it's fine.
And the fact that you didn't kind of go, okay, that's a bit much, tells me that it's probably fine.
No, it's fine. Was there something else you wanted me to look at? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Overview on subclasses. We're not going to get into weeds. More general ideas. I'm a little concerned they might be too simple. Let me see if I can pull them up here. Because I know a lot of subclasses have a lot of really good flavor, and they do a lot more than just what I've got here. Here we go. There they are. So, for subclasses, the first 4 that came to my mind. A Swarmer type, which is specifically designed to place more smaller structures. A big type that places bigger stuff. Support type, which is meant to specialize in the various types of making others do better by building things on the field. And then defense is pretty simple, mostly meant to walls. Walls will be their specialty, along with there's no good way I can simplify that. Just defensive options, ways to crowd area control. Area control is one of the big things for defense.
I have an immediate thought. My immediate thought is I don't think there's anything wrong with those generalities. I think the specificity will end up coming out of the names you give them and the flavor and like that color you sort of add to it. But I don't know if you did this intentionally or not, but I think that there is a thing that you did that I think maybe you should change. You made 2 of them based on the technical building skills, and 2 of them built on the building specialities. So one of them, you're really good at building things big. One of them, you're really good at building things fast. And then one, you're really good at building specifically defensive structures, and one, you're really good at building specifically like support structures. I would pick one or the other. I would make them all, you're really good at making you're really good at making like specialized types, or you're really good at different types of building. So like if you're going to go the first one, maybe there's a real quick builder, a real big builder, a real, I don't know, whatever the other ones would be. But like in the specializations, it could be like, you are really good at walls. You are really good at guns. You are really good at pulleys or whatever. Like, I'm not sure what all your structures are, but it feels a little dissonant to have some of them focused more on like scale and some of them focused more on specialization.
Okay. Yeah, I do see that. And now that you pointed out, I think Yeah, because defense and support were always the two of those subclasses that I felt the least sure in my ideas. Because while blueprints are still a thing that I need to work on, I've been working on this class for a while, but I had to put it down. And I kind of left off at the point where I need to start filling blueprints. You can scroll down to the bottom. We will not touch it, but you can kind of see where I've put some effort into starting on the blueprints. Because it's basically non-magic spellcasting, I'm writing a lot.
Yeah, the other thing that you're going to want to do, I'm not going to dive into this right now. I don't know what your plan is. I see you have important tags and stuff here. I think if you're going to be making a class with like a whole new system and you want to be able to use shorthand in that system, having something like this is really, really helpful. Because then you can just put the fire resistant or fireproof tag on whatever the object is that they build. So it's a little bit easier to navigate. I don't know what the right move is here, but I would be very thoughtful about how much I leaned into this being like spells where you pick from blueprints that are added to the blueprints versus you are building your own. If you are building your own, I don't know if that's the direction you're intending to go on, that will add a much bigger layer of complication, which might not be a bad thing, but it requires a lot more finicky thought. If you're doing it where it's like, I'm going to be giving a list of blueprints in the same way that I would give a list of invocations or something like that, I think that will probably be a lot less work, if that matters to you.
Yeah, it is going to be a list.
Cool.
I put a lot of detail in there, a lot of explanation there, because this is a new system.
Yeah.
So having all that detail both helps me when I go back to design all those blueprints. I have a goal of about 100 to try to give it some, but we won't get into that. But also to give DMs more insight into how they're structured. Because if someone's going to be DMing this, they should probably know what they're getting into. This is, as I kind of forewarned at the beginning, my own flavor of complicated, but I want to try to make it as intuitive as possible.
I'm gonna push you here a little bit. I don't think you need, if you want to do 100, that's fine. You don't need to. And I think that if you want this thing to feel good, if you try to come up with 100, you could end up in a situation where you have a bunch of random shit that doesn't really feel logically connected and is just sort of a bunch of random stuff. So before you come up with 100, what I would say is come up with 12 and build them as if these are the only 12 you get. So if you had to just get 12, what are the most important ones? And then decide if you want to make, 88 more after that. Maybe you will want to make 88 more after that. Maybe you won't. But regardless, whoever plays your class, at the very least, there's going to be 12 that are the ones that matter. It's not going to be choice paralysis overwhelming. And it will, I think, help you focus your design a little bit. So, because you could get a little too in the weeds. Spells, the only reason why having 1 million spells works is because it's what people expect. If wizards were a new class and spellcasting was a new mechanic, I do not think they would put as many spells as they have. I think they would put a lot less. We only put up with the complicatedness of spells because we have always put up with the complicatedness of spells.
Okay.
And I don't even mean complicatedness of what they do. I mean the variety of them.
Yeah, because I think one of the biggest things that pushed me to that initial goal, and probably a little bit without foresight, was, this is meant to be not an alternative, not a replacement for spellcasting, but something that can kind of rival. Not to be as strong, because let's be honest, spellcasting's busted, but something that you can look at and go, this feels like playing with spells. This feels like I have the same amount of variety there.
So
but I agree.
So I want to push that a little bit. I don't think the way to make this feel good is to be like, there's a lot of spells that have a lot of variety. I'm going to make a lot of objects that have a lot of variety, because then you might as well just make a spellcaster and write a bunch of spells. These aren't spells. They are physical objects. They take a physical form. So they are not only are they inherently different than spells, they are inherently, a lot of the time, a lot more versatile in the nature that they just are. Like, how many spells manifest a physical object? Not that many. Every single one of these does. The amount of, literally, if the structure that you summoned did absolutely nothing more than just exist and be a 5 by 5 foot block, that would be very useful. So I don't think you need as many from a usefulness perspective, because I think inherently by the nature of them existing as objects, they are going to probably a lot of the time be more powerful than spells and more useful than spells. Most spells do one thing under one circumstance. These things by their nature are going to be able to do a lot of things in a lot of circumstances, even if they are literally just a 5 by 5 foot block. So and I'm pushing you on that only because I think that this is such a good idea. You don't want to unintentionally turn it into just an alternative wizard, you know?
Yeah.
So make sure you really lean into what makes the building of objects different than spells. And if you keep in mind what they can do, but also sort of just, keep an eye on it, like if people are using them in alternative ways or even if that's just a possibility, just keep that in mind, because people will certainly try to find alternative uses for them.
Almost certainly.
I mean, happen. Wall is as power. I would say the ability to create 5 foot by 10 foot wall is probably as powerful as a 3rd level spell.
Yeah.
And that's just a 20. That's just a 10 foot by 5 foot block, basically. But the amount of uses for that block is crazy. So think about it a little bit. And also, at what point could you just I can build a wall. Could I build it sideways and to the left, and now it's a bridge? So there's elements of that too, where it's like, how flexible is the actual building process? Do you know what I mean? And the usage of the physical materials, I think, are worth thinking about as you decide how many blueprints this thing needs. Because I don't think it's going to need 100. I think it's going to need probably closer to 20.
Okay.
You could also make what you could also do is you could have 20 base blueprints that everyone gets access to, and then each subclass gets its own 10 unique objects.
Yes. Not only am I supposed to be giving, I plan to give them some unique blueprints to let them kind of have some uniquity between each other. We won't get into, again, there's just a lot here. Aspects are little tiny things that can modify something. Let's say for that swarmer there, they can use the normal turret, whatever stat block there. They have a little aspect that lets them make them smaller, shoot faster, but they're weaker. Maybe they have that fragile tag. If they start taking damage, they might just stop working. Stuff like that, which actually makes me really agree, and I'm surprised I didn't think about it. Less can be more with blueprints, because I can give a lot more diversity, because they're already diverse.
Also, yeah, and spells don't do that. You can't adjust spells unless you specifically take a subclass that can adjust them in very specific ways, or meta magic. But again, that's super limited. You can't do that with all spells. So there's a lot of flexibility you're sort of baking into it. The other thing is that the more steps of manipulation you add, just from your own dungeon master perspective, I'm not sure if your goal is to use this for your home games or to publish it or to just put it out for free or whatever, but the more levels of ability to mix and match things, the more opportunities you have to unintentionally find yourself in a situation where you either made something that's kind of broken or doesn't jive well with the rules, or what I think is actually worse, make something that's so good that the players feel compelled to use it most of the time, and then suddenly all of that variety literally is just useless.
Which is exactly what I wanted to avoid. I hate shield silvery barbs are the bane of my existence. I feel like I always got to take them as a spellcaster. So
I think you want to play around with making sure that, if you add a fire element to. I can heat I can make heated objects now. Oops, if I accidentally make a heated wall, it's actually like just covering the whole room in fire. So I just do that all the time. You know, like stuff like that. Like you just gotta be careful about that. But again, I do think it's a really good idea. I think it's fun, and it's clear that you're putting a lot of time and work in. Just know that the more you complicate it, you're doing that for yourself. So if you want it to be really complicated, okay, but you don't have to. A lot of what makes this nuanced as an idea is going to come from the way players take advantage of this class that makes physical objects. So there's going to be a lot of complicated creativity just sort of happening in the ether regardless. If you like the complicated and you want to keep dancing that dance, though, and that's just the way you want to make it, I'm not going to tell you not to. But I don't think you need to worry about it so much.
I agree. I think that less will definitely be more. I think I almost got a little lost in the numbers of looking at 300 spells.
It's fine, dude. Look, we all do. There's an element of getting lost in the numbers, but there's also an element of getting lost in the idea. Like,
yeah,
I made a long time ago. I made a subclass that was like a chimera subclass. The idea for druids, where you could spend points to augment your wild shape, and I had to work really hard to not just spend a lot of time just coming up with 1,000 really cool ways to augment your, because it's like at that point there's too many options, you know? Yeah. Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call. Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
Not really, but if you ever want to contact me about this, I'll let you know if there's any major updates.
Sure. Yeah. And I don't know if you've shared it, but if you want to share as you work on it in the Discord, I do skim the peer review and the member homebrew sections pretty regularly.
It's been a while, but it's in peer review. Cool. I need to go update it. But yeah, thanks for your time.
Yeah, buddy. Have a good one. Bye. Click. Soulstalker asked a question in the chat. I have learned it is difficult to find balance between feeling a small vibe of the players versus such epic forces and the player's big vibe of beating some of these forces. Soulstalker, I don't understand exactly what your question means. I don't understand. Find the balance between feeling the small vibe of the players versus the epic forces and players' big vibes of beating some of them. I mean, do you mean like it's hard to balance between the players being like a bunch of scrappy randos and they're fighting a demigod? What I would say is the main reason why I think that feeling happens is because people jump the shark from their games. It's like we have to get the rats out of this guy's dungeon so he can get back to brewing his potions. And then we gotta help the druid fight the evil druid. And then we gotta kill God. I think that we usually miss a bunch of steps in the middle. I think that you should feel epic by the time you get to your epic monster. Or the other side of that is sometimes you stumble into a big crazy adventure where you're over your head. Things are over your head. You're in hot water and you barely survive and you sort of stumble through it, and that can be really fun. Sometimes it's fun to have those kinds of adventures. I don't know if I answered your question, but I also didn't really understand your question, so I hope I answered it at least a little bit. All right, let's grab somebody else. Let's grab Shades. To me, my Shades. Shades, you have to unmute or I'm going to hang up on you. Shades.
Hello?
Yeah, you scared me. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going? What are we looking at? What can I do for you?
Okay. I'm making a race for a setting called the Fenrir.
The
race is called Fenrir.
Yeah. Like the planet of the space wolves.
Yeah. They're named after the wolf in Norse myths that supposedly is going to eat the sun at some point.
Yeah, I'm familiar. No, yeah, I'm familiar. Him. Yeah, my neighbor. He used to be my neighbor's dog, but he got too big. What can I help you with for it?
Okay. So there's one particular feature that I want to give them. I want to give them something like pack tactics. I know pack tactics is too strong to put on a race, but it's very flavorful for this particular race because it's wolf people. And I know that some races have pack tactics adjacent features, like the hobgoblin can use the help action as a bonus action and gets a bunch of benefits from taking the help action, and the kobold can use a bonus action to give all of their allies advantage on attacks against creatures within 10 feet of them for a round. I want something like that, but I can't figure out anything to put there.
Let's take mechanics out of it for a second. What do you want it to feel like? Do you want it to feel like this guy is better at fighting when he is standing next to his allies? Do you want this to feel like his allies are better at fighting when he's next to them? Do you want it to feel like, and if so, like, what does that mean? Like, is he good at coordinating? Is he emotionally empowered by them, so he's hitting harder? What do you want it to feel like?
I think I want it to feel like he is being improved by his allies being around him, and it's like they're trained or almost instinctively better at strategizing around having allies. I think.
Okay.
I think that's the flavor.
Yeah. Okay. So I think you could basically make it pack tactics and just make it not have infinite uses. I think you could say when you make an attack roll and you have an allied creature within 5 feet of you, you can grant yourself advantage on the attack, and you can do this proficiency bonus times per day. I think that might be fine.
Okay. That'd be cool.
It's going to be good. That's good, but I think it's probably fine. It's not particularly flavorful. It's better in 2014 rules than the 2015 rules. In 2015 rules, there's a lot of ways to just basically do that already. It's the 2025 rules. But the other thing that you could do is you could lean into, like, it could have to do with initiative. Like, it could be like, no, it shouldn't be that. And I take that back. As soon as I said it, it was a bad idea. But that's sort of my first thought, is like, maybe it's just you get advantage and it's just limited use. Similarly, it could be you get extra damage. It could be when you start your turn within 5 feet of an ally, you get extra movement speed that turn if you wanted to go in like a completely different direction, but would still kind of feel like you are more confident, capable, tactical in combat when you are beside an ally. So it could be not tied to specifically attack rolls. It could be some other bonus.
It could be all of those. Like,
I wouldn't make it all of those. That's a lot. That's really too.
Not all of those at once. Not all of those at once. But the idea that I just had from hearing you say that was, when you start your turn next to an ally, you can choose from a small list of like 3 bonuses. One of them boosts your speed. One of them gives you advantage on one attack. Things like that. Yeah. And you can do that a few times a day.
Yeah, I think that could work really well. This is what they should be. You don't listen to me, by the way, if you don't want to, but this is what they should be. One should be advantage on attack rolls. One should be a minor movement speed bonus, and one should be you can switch places with them. Maybe the switching places with them wouldn't trigger opportunity attack. That's what I would do. You don't have to do that. That's what I would do.
Would that not overlap just a little bit with the increased movement one, since there are 2 movement-based options?
Not really, because it's not really movement. It's just a 5-foot switch. I mean, I guess it
Okay,
would.
that's
It
true.
would a little bit. The reasoning for that would be less movement and more positioning. So my idea was, one is you're a little faster, one you're hitting a little harder, and one you can kind of tactically position yourself and an ally. Like if you need to get an ally out of harm, or you want to get yourself out of, that sort of thing. Like there's going to be situations where your cleric is standing in front of you and you really wish you were standing in front of them,
Yeah.
Soulstalker
like
in the chat also suggested checking out the teamwork feats from Pathfinder 1, which I have not seen, but there might be something
I've not
there.
seen either.
So that maybe check out the teamwork feats. There might be some ideas that you could pull something from there.
The positioning thing is kind of like the tactical shift that the Battlemaster gets.
Yeah, very much like that. Very much like that. I mean, honestly, a lot of those, almost everything except for the movement one, basically is akin to a Battlemaster maneuver. The main difference though being that you could only get them when you were next to an ally, which I think is actually really interesting. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah. And I don't have to worry about the repositioning one being stronger than tactical shift, because that the Battlemaster maneuver also boosts the target's AC by a ton. So.
Yeah, and it's also like, I don't know. Sometimes there can be a little bit of overlap, and it's fine. That's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that you should play around with is, obviously, like how much extra movement speed, all that stuff. But how many times you should do this? My gut says proficiency bonus times per day, but I think that you will figure out pretty quickly in playtesting this whether that is enough or not enough or too much.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. But those are really my thoughts. Like, I think that that could work pretty well.
Yeah, I think so too.
I would encourage you against giving them an unarmored armor class, and I'll tell you why. I don't
Doesn't fit well for wolves.
No. I wasn't gonna say that. Well, but yeah, it doesn't fit well for wolves, sure. But there's lots of stuff that have a normal armor class where it doesn't fit for them. But what I was gonna say is the way that you have built the other features that this thing has, I feel like if you aren't playing a barbarian or a monk, you would be wearing armor as this guy. Like, this is not a werewolf that doesn't wear armor. Unless, you know what I mean? There's nothing about what you've written here that makes me feel like this thing, even the picture of the guy is wearing armor, Like, yeah. So I think that if somebody wanted to be the bare-chested wolf guy, they'd probably be a monk or a barbarian.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's just me. That's just my thought. I think I'm being very swayed by the art you used also, though.
I think the reason I put that in that list was to get inspiration on the features that I wanted to put on here.
Oh, for sure. This looks like it's just bullet points of ideas. And I wasn't assuming you were putting any of that in.
Yeah. But the reason I put this in my ideas was I was Googling other people's interpretation of the wolf folk race and for ideas, and one of them had a sub race that had an unarmored AC, and I think that's why I put it down as an idea.
I think it is an idea that could work. It's not particularly good or bad. It's right down the middle, depending on what you make that AC, but it's a very like right down the middle feature. But what it does do is it does, I think, really change the way you think about what that species like feels like and looks like. Because there's a big difference between somebody with natural armor and someone that, like, I think that lizard folk having natural armor doesn't make any sense. And if I was going to give feedback to Wizards of the Coast, I'd be like, they shouldn't have natural armor class. They're leathery, fleshy dudes. Like, it doesn't make sense. But whatever. But like that's why I'm giving that here. Like, to me, it's like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. If this was like a weird wolf that was like sort of mechanical, or a wolf that like had like a carapace or like parts of shells embedded in its flesh, then maybe it would make more sense to me. But that's also just me. You definitely don't need to listen to that if you don't want to.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any other thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
With the pack tactics feature being what we were talking about, and if I scrap the unarmored AC, do you think that adding the other 2 features would be enough for this race, or should I add something else?
I think it'd be fine. I think, especially if you make the pack tactics do 3 things, having a natural weapon, I think, makes sense for a wolf. You know what you could do? You could even make it a bite. Normally everyone's natural attacks are their claws. If you could literally just make it a bite, but still treat it mechanically the same, I think that would be interesting. It also creates a fun situation where it's not going to be super useful, but you could, for example, be like a cleric wielding like a magical item and a shield and still have an attack because you could bite if your hands aren't free.
Oh, that sounds fun.
And then I think cold resistance is fine. It's such a situational thing. It's not crazy. It makes sense for wolves. I think it's fine. All right, cool. Thank you very much, dude. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Bye, Shades. Have a good one. I'm hanging up on you now. Bye. Click. All right, friends. I need to pee so much. I'm going to go do that, but we are going to be back probably in 2 to 3 minutes. We will continue to take calls from people that are in the waiting room. If there aren't people in the waiting room, though, people are also free to ask questions in the chat. And send in Homebrew, and I will do my best to help with that, regardless of whether or not you were on the call. I'll be back in a second. BRB. One minute or so. Almost back, friends. Almost back. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. You guys know that? You guys know that song? God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. I don't know why that song stuck in my head. Where are we? Boom. Welcome back. Let's get out of these things that we were already looking at. Okay, let's grab somebody else. Let's grab Sin. Hey, Sin, how's it going?
Good, good.
Welcome to the show.
Here, let me mute this stream.
No, so make it louder.
Make it louder? I don't know if I'd be able to handle that.
All right, fine. I accept.
All right, let's see.
Did you send something in already, or do you want to talk about something?
Yes, I sent something in already. Give me just a second. I'm trying to get it on.
I'll find it.
Speaker.
I'll find it. First piece of homebrew. Oh yeah, your class. Okay, let me grab it.
Let me see if I can. I don't know why it's not letting it go on speaker. All right, I'll just put you up to my ear. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great, yeah.
All right,
hear me okay?
I can hear you fantastic if I've got you up to my ear, so.
Okay, cool. So you're building a class.
Yes. I have been warned by a few people that may not be the best place to start.
Yep.
But I wanted to... I had problems constructing this class within the bounds of Fighter and Monk. I would say that this class doesn't fit quite into the key points in some parts of Monk. There were things about Fighter that I felt like didn't make sense for what I was kind of going for, so I said, okay, there are some features in here that are Monk-esque features, and then some features in here that are Fighter, but there's a lot of it that's intended to be more or less unique, which is more represented in the subclass, which is the way I'm doing it is if you've seen Demon Slayer, it's based on the breathing styles of Demon Slayer.
Okay, I have not seen Demon Slayer. I am very unread when it comes to anime. I've seen a couple. I recently started watching Solo Leveling, and I've been enjoying that. But
yeah,
my anime is my anime window is it's weak. It's weak.
That is okay. I can forgive you for that. I think.
All right, so let's So I am not going to tell you not to make a class. It sounds like other people have already told you that it is genuinely the hardest thing to do in D&D. So hopefully you accept that and will, with that, be comfortable with it taking a really long time and maybe being kind of broken. But I also totally understand that feeling of like the idea feels like it might not fit into a class or subclass. Now, I am going to say, I'm not going to tell you to make this a subclass, but I also don't agree with you. I think, based on the little bit of this that I read before stream, now I didn't read the whole thing, but based on the little bit of this I read before stream, the impression that I got was that this probably could be a monk or a fighter subclass, and there is just, you have too many ideas that you want to fit in because you're trying to capture a very specific idea that doesn't wholly fit into D&D. And that can be okay, but the thing is, even if you are trying to capture an idea that doesn't wholly fit into D&D, but you're making more space for it in a class, it is likely you're still not going to be able to put everything into it, because it still does need to be fairly limited. It still does need to fit within the bounds of D&D, both in terms of what is expected of a class to get, how powerful that is, how it mixes and matches with other classes, and how it compares to other classes. Because the hard part about making a class is not only does it need to be balanced, it needs to be balanced against every other class, and it needs to be balanced with multi-classing. So there's like 300, there's more than probably 40 different ways it needs to be balanced, none of which are particularly easy to navigate. That's the main reason why people are like, don't make a class, because there's a lot. So instead of talking about all that stuff, we're just going to talk about the first and the second level features, because there's enough here to talk about that I think merits, you probably need to make some pretty big changes immediately.
Okay.
So let's talk about that. At first level, we get a couple things. We get unarmored defense, and it is the exact same as the monk. That is not a huge issue, but it is not a small issue either. I would argue that that is an issue. I don't think it's the end of the world, but it's essentially giving us a feature without giving us anything special or unique. So it's taking up a lot of space in the power economy of the page, but doing almost nothing to make this thing feel bespoke. It's just making it feel monkey. So that's just worth thinking about. The other thing we get at first level is we can add our wisdom modifier to initiative, And when we attack with a longsword, we can use dex instead of strength for the attack rolls. This feels like part of a monk feature, which is not the end of the world. The only thing that I would say that I don't love about this is it's incredibly limiting in terms of what you can wield. This is part of why I feel like this could be a subclass. This amount of limiting is like usually relegated to a subclass, but this class basically can only effectively wield a longsword if it wants to take advantage of its features right now, which I don't think is super good for a class. I think it's very limiting.
Okay.
But the other thing, but I understand why you did it, right? Because if you made it too open-ended, it just kind of turns into monk weapons. And again, that's sort of where I'm leaning in the direction of this. Probably a lot of the features here probably could be a monk subclass. My guess is there's things later on that you really don't want to lose and you didn't know how to fit in. At a certain point, you got to decide, am I building something for D&D or am I building something for fun? And if you're building something for D&D, you have to make a lot of sacrifices so that it fits into D&D, whether you want to or not. If you really don't want to, then you are sort of deciding to make something that will probably only work for your game and might not work for your game. But it certainly won't work for anyone else's. The other thing, though, is this. Adding your wisdom modifier to your initiative is much too strong. Much too strong. Keep in mind, think about it like this. How good is this class if I am a rogue and I take a 1-level dip in this class? Holy shit, is that good? Yeah,
because, I mean, you're always, especially
if I'm a rogue, let's say I'm let's not even assassin. Let's say I'm a Gloomstalker, or I'm a Fey Wanderer rogue, both of which lean a little bit into wisdom. I know Gloom's face not work, but rogues often lean a little bit into wisdom, just a little bit, right? Not all of them, but like the scout, the mastermind, those sorts of ones.
Yep, Inquisitor.
How about this? What if I took a 1-level dip of this and was a ranger? My wisdom is already going to be high, so this is going to be great. Now I can use a longsword for dex, which is going to be awesome. And I have a natural armor class that's going to be based off of my 2 main stats. So, like, all of those things, what all of those say to me is that these should not be our first. This should not be our first level. That's what all of these things say to me. Now, let's move on a little bit, because I think that the answer for what our first level should be is immediately next, which is our elemental aura. Now, all of the issues that I just had with the first level feature apply to this in its current state. It is much, much, much bold, underlined, hyphened, italics too strong. I will give you an example of how it's too strong. This little feature right here, where you can deal additional damage equal to your wisdom modifier to all of your weapon attacks. This is
it should be once per turn, sorry.
Yeah,
so I know that only matters for scaling, but it should be once per turn.
That really does matter. Getting advantage on 1, 2, 3, 4 different checks, like, it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff that's happening here. But I think that some of it's good, and I think that you could lean into some of it. I think it would not be unreasonable to have a feature at first level where you can activate a special aura. Once per turn, you deal an extra 1d4 damage. Don't base it off of one of your stats. Make it a dice and make it a lower dice. And pick between one of these 1, 2, 3, 4 things, and you have advantage on those checks for that minute. And it's limited use. That, I think, is a totally reasonable first level feature. And it's super unique, super original. It's not doing anything that mechanically crazy, right? It's adding more damage and making us better at certain checks. But it's very, very different feeling. You know, like, it feels really different. And then the other thing is, does it stack with other stuff? Yeah, it does. And it does well. But I don't think it's as much of a headache as this stacking. You could also limit it in other ways. So, like, if you're worried about it stacking, how about this? Hashira training at first level. How about this? At first level, you pick a weapon type from one of these 4 weapons. That is your Hashira weapon. Just end that sentence at that. And then this, when you are attacking with your Hashira weapon, you get this extra stuff. So it limits it a little bit, right? So it's like, sure, somebody could take a 1-level dip into this to get access to it, but that doesn't mean they can do that on all of their attacks. They can just do it with the weapon attacks that are designed for this thing. That sort of thing is, I think, worth thinking about. Let me ask you a question. What is this subclass supposed to feel like, not from a mechanical point of view, but from a flavor story point of view? And before you answer, I'm going to push you here. Try to say it in less than 4 sentences.
Okay,
say it
the class or the subclass?
The class.
Okay. I think that my envisionment of the class is supposed to be a true-hearted swordsman. So the individual is trained specifically in a specific set of swordsmanship and training. I'm trying to think of a good. There's like an.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Don't have to rush. But here's what I'm gonna say. You need to be able to describe this thing very quickly. I would say, honestly, the real answer should be 1 sentence. I'm gonna give you. Okay. I'm giving you 4 because I understand it's gonna take a second. But if you are only able to describe it as essentially a true, trained, specialized swordsman who hyper focuses on the sword to the point where they get to like magical levels of swordsmanship, and then any description other than that requires such volume and detail that you don't know where to start, then you are essentially saying that you're basically sort of getting at what I said earlier, which is I think you're trying to put too much in this, and that's maybe too big. Because take a second and try to say it again, but literally what you described so far is a fighter subclass. 100%. So that's why, I mean, describe it. Let me know what this is that makes it, like, describe it in its essence. Like, what is this? To give an example, a fighter is somebody who is a master of fighting and combat. That's basically a fighter. Tactical, battle-focused. A barbarian is someone that is full of rage and is all about power and strength and unstoppableness. And a rogue is all about being cunning and beguiling and sort of guerrilla tacticsing. So like that's, you know what I mean? Their core they have a core identity that isn't just I hit. They have the only one that has a core identity that is I hit is fighter. So that's what I mean. Like, what is the core identity?
I don't think. I mean, just to be honest, because I've been working on this for the past like 5 days.
Yeah.
I don't think that I have an option that doesn't make me think that could also be a rogue or a monk. I mean, or in some circumstances be a fighter, because I think it's the spiritual aspect of like swordsmanship. So if you're talking like 1100s, I don't even know if that's
that could be it.
Like Asian
you just said it. A spiritual warrior. That could be it. So then the question is, how do you make this a spiritual warrior that isn't a paladin or that isn't a ranger, both of which could very easily be spiritual warriors? Mm-hmm. What else about it is unique? Well, I mean, so then you can get into a little bit more weeds about it, but you want to build this out in that direction then. So like, yeah, I mean, it's tricky, but what I would say is if get all of that stuff in the front, and you really need to work to make this thing feel unique. Like, if you are filling this with monk features and fighter features, you are doing yourself a disservice. Oops, didn't mean to do that. And I think that, it's going, like, I'm going to tell you the same thing other people said, but so far, everything I'm seeing in this feels like a subclass where you didn't know where to stop editing yourself. So you just turned it into a class. That's what it feels like. It feels like you didn't know where you should stop adding features.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there were specific things that I wanted in there that don't conform. I think Monk is the more obvious choice to me. I think the problem that I always have with Monk is like the damage die doesn't in line with using a sword, and Flurry of Blows also doesn't make sense. Utilize. So I guess like to me, I'm like, I have a hard time envisioning utilizing those features
Mm-hmm.
in the way that I think the identity of the like subclass would intend to operate.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
I
mean,
think that was the difficult part for me.
so
when looking at Monk.
why not a fighter? Why not a fighter? Fighters get more attacks than anyone. Fighters get weapon specialists, so they can be sword specialists. They get second wind and things like they get the core chassis of what you just described. The only thing that's missing from that chassis is the spiritual aspect.
I guess for me the hard part is like, I mean, maybe this is a semantical thing, and maybe it's just something I'm unneedlessly caught onto. I just don't like the idea of the class, or like even in this case, the subclass, wearing like heavy armor, or even probably medium armor. I think it like goes against the like down to earth, like spiritualistic nature that I see the class or like subclass as, and that makes it feel really weird to put it in the class that says like, yeah, you probably just want to wear armor here. But then I also feel like if I have to add like 3 features at level 3 to to provide the core identity of the subclass, and then maybe make it make sense to not wear armor, providing some type of unarmored defense or something that exists, then I'm like, well, now I'm working really, really hard to force a subclass, I guess is how it felt from my perspective.
Fair, but I would say, because I would argue the only reason you really wear a heavy armor is if you're a strength fighter. If you're a dex fighter, there's no reason to wear heavy armor. And light armor is just leathers. Like, that's not even really armor.
That's not that bad, yeah.
So, like, I think that you're maybe pigeonholing this a little bit. Like, I feel like it sounds like, the way you just described it, it sounds like you really want people to play this a very specific way. And you shouldn't build your class in a way where there's only one way to play it. Because no one is going to just do that. If you, like I said, if you like, no, it's not, if it's more than just the armor thing, and there's like other aspects to it, and you want to try to build this as a class, I think go for it. But if that's really what it is, where you're like, when I think of a fighter, I think of a knight wearing armor, and this isn't a knight wearing armor, I would push back on you and say the fighter is one of the most diverse classes in D&D, and there are at least half of fighters don't look like knights wearing armor. At least half of them basically look like Robin Hood, or look like a guy with a blindfold with a katana that's walking quietly into a room. Like there's a big diversity there. The only reason why I am pushing this really hard is because I know it's your first piece of homebrew, and just because there's a sunken cost fallacy that you might find yourself in, which is you put a lot of work into it. The more work you put into something, the more you think you should keep putting work into it. But that is not true for homebrew. Like I will say, like, if you want to keep working on this as a full class, you totally should. I'm not going to tell you not to. But you are not going to do a good job of it if you don't actively look at every single other martial class and really go out of your way to make sure this not only feels unique compared to all of those, but can mix and match with them multi-class wise in a way that's not going to be broken. And if this doesn't have a really strong identity that couldn't also be tied to a fighter or a monk or something like that, I'm worried. My concern is less for the homebrew and more for you as the writer. You could spend 3 months building this thing, and it's going to be bad. And I don't mean that in any sort of way critical of you. But there is absolutely no way your first piece of homebrew that's a class will be good. It might be okay, it might be usable, it might be fun, but you are essentially deciding not to learn quite a few steps of homebrew design and just jump in, which is just like, I'm gonna do hard mode. It's like, let me play Elden Ring on like Nightmare for the first time and I'll start at level 1. Like, it's just, you can do it. It's just gonna be a lot more frustrating, or you're gonna, not grow that much. But the amount you learn about D&D design by making a magic item, by making a subclass, by making a species, has a huge impact on your ability to make other things. So keep making it as a class if you want to, but you are very actively taking the hard path, and it is not at all a hard path that guarantees the end of that path is something quality. It is very likely that you will get to the end of that path and you will have something fairly unusable also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm more of a Warlock Sorcerer player. I've played a little Rogue, so I'm not as deeply familiar with like all of the subclasses for martial classes too.
Yeah.
Which it makes it hard to balance damage because I think I've played with some people that are very min-maxy about damage, so I've seen what the highs can be, and I don't know how to make sure that I'm hitting the average, which I think a subclass would help with. And I guess, I mean, thinking about
part of why it's hard is because there is no average. Like, when you build a class, you are deciding to make it, you're deciding to build a new building with no scaffolding. Like, when you build a subclass, you can look at all the other subclasses. I can look at the fighters. I can look at 12 different fighter subclasses to help myself figure out what things to put where. When I'm building a new class, I am actively deciding I am going to make this different than everything and balanced against them. So there is no average for this class because we don't know how this class works. Because the average damage something does would account for a lot of things, right? It's not just how much damage it does. It's how many targets it can hit. It's its area of influence. It's how it manages its resources. It's how regularly it can do its special moves. It's a lot of stuff that bakes together to figure out like a thing's damage potential. And damage potential is honestly not a huge part. Like, I would say a damage potential of something gets is like maybe a third of the pie max. There's a lot more than just damage potential in how classes function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's the hardest part I had with creating a class like this is figuring out what are good out of combat options. Because, like, for example, my sessions are probably like 80% roleplay. We'll have an entire set. What I'm more accustomed to is it's like you'll have a combat every session early on, and then maybe one or two when you get lore deep. And so as a sorcerer or warlock or whatever, you have lots of options for out of combat. But that was, I think, the biggest pain point for me was I'm like, well, how do you keep theme and add out of combat value? Like
I think
options for them to do more
do you know why I think that you're struggling with that? Because you don't know how to describe this thing's core outside of things that are the context of fighting.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really have like there's maybe not enough meat to those bones yet because you just don't know what it is. It doesn't have a strong enough like a clear enough picture of it yet in your head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
no, that makes sense.
That would be stuff, think about that. So play around with building out the flavor a little bit. You want this thing to have if you're going to make a class, everything should have a fairly unique identity, but classes have to have a unique identity on like a microcosm and a macrocosm. So that's maybe lean into figuring out its identity before you spend any more time figuring out what mechanics to give it or special moves to give it. Because if all you want to do is make mechanics and special moves, it should be a subclass.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's great advice. Thank you.
Cool. Yep. All right, buddy. Thank you very much. It's a fun idea. I like elemental spirit warrior concepts, and I hope you keep working on it. All right.
Thanks.
Yep. No problem. Bye. That was Sins of the Father. Rat King, I tried to bring you in the call earlier, and you didn't answer me. What's the deal? All right. We're going to grab KL 2006. Hello, KL 2006. How are you? You must unmute. Unmute or forever I shall hang up on you soon. I'm going to count to 7 very soon.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I realized that I was a few seconds late.
It's okay. That's why I do the count to 7 thing.
Yes.
So, what are we looking at and what do you want help with?
We are looking at the Winterborn Sorcerer subclass.
Cool.
Yeah. It should be in the chats in the Discord server.
Oh, I brought it up. I found it. I was finding it as I was talking to you. I'm getting slow. Listen, I slowly but surely grow. Slowly but surely.
Yes.
Like a
the
wilted
few
flower.
questions or like advices that I thought I would need is I am really bad at balancing, especially things that aren't damage based, and a lot of the features here are based on like limiting movement and things like that. And I really wanted to like see if the of the things are like balanced at the moment, and there's also the thing of a lot of the spells in the spell list kind of are repetitive in what they do with the subclass abilities features, and I was wondering how like a person would
is the intention of the spells that you just wanted to give them all the spells that do cold damage for the most part?
Yes, plus like some general storm related stuff, because there's not enough spells for just ice damage things.
Yeah, so what I would do for the spells, what I would do is at each level I would probably have one spell that's like an ice damage type spell and one spell that has the vibe of winter. So if not an ice damage spell, maybe something like slow or hold person, because that sort of like freezes people. Do you know what I mean? So like lean into stuff that might not exactly do cold damage, but captures the feeling of cold. And so that way you can have a little bit of utility in there too. So that's the first thing. That's what I would do with these guys. In terms of overall balance, I'll just sort of skim it a little bit. At first level, we get resistance to cold damage, and we can ignore ice terrain. I wouldn't give resistance to cold damage at level 1. I'd do that at level 6.
Okay.
Whenever you deal level cold damage, and when walking on difficult terrain created by ice, you ignore it. This is basically a non-feature. It will come up maybe once or twice in a whole campaign. It's fine, but it doesn't have any weight. It doesn't count for anything. And when you deal cold damage, you can add your charisma modifier and proficiency bonus to the total. That's too much. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, and it could hit multiple creatures. Because what that is going to mean is if I cast, for example, Frost Fingers, that's adding my charisma and my proficiency bonus to every single creature that's in that area. So one way to measure that out would be to be a single creature affected by it. But more so, is that the most important part of the subclass? Is dealing more damage when you deal cold damage the most important thing for you?
Not at the moment, because I was actually kind of in addition to like is the balance right now good? I was kind of struggling to find like a fun and active level 1 ability besides just more damage, because the rest of the thing is based on like stopping things or like just dissuading creatures from moving around. But for like level 1, that seemed like really strong.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily. Like, you could do something like whenever you cast a spell on a creature that deals cold damage, you could move them up to 5 feet if you wanted to do stuff like that. That's reasonable and pretty good. Like, that's not bad. That's a cool feature. Or something like that. Like, but normally with sorcerers, they get their main thing at level 1. Or not their main thing, but they get a thing at level 1. Their level 6 thing is the one that ties back to the special spells, if anything. So, like, it just doesn't feel... So neither of these really feel like first level features. I don't really... What is the entirety of the gimmick... Not the gimmick. Is the entirety of the flavor just cold? Or is there something more specific?
It's mostly just cold, winter, and like, I guess like blizzard, kind of.
So maybe there's something in that you could do with the first level. Let me just peek it. I'm not going to read everything because this is not a regular review. I'm just trying to answer some questions. So I'll look at the 6th level. Maybe that will give us a little bit more guidance. When you deal cold damage to one or more creatures, you can spend 2 sorcery points for each creature to freeze their feet. As long as their feet are frozen this way, they must treat all terrain as difficult terrain. On each of the creature's turns, they can use an action to remove the ice on their feet. I think that you need to come up with some features that don't trigger off you dealing cold damage. That's what everything does so far. That's too much.
Okay.
That's the main feedback I'd have. You want to start coming up with a couple more unique features. I think it's okay to have one thing that does that, but I don't think you should have everything do that. I don't think that's the move.
Okay. The level 14 feature also does that, so I guess I'll change one of them so that they are triggered off of something else.
What happens, like, here's a good way to think about it. your sorcerer, this is not somebody that can only do cold spells. They can do all the spells. They're a sorcerer. They get access to these spells, which is nice, but they're a whole character. Their subclass basically says you do not get a subclass unless you decide to cast cold spells. I don't know if that's good. I think there should be more. I think you should be able to not have to cast cold spells to feel like you have access to your subclass. You could maybe get a benefit from when you cast cold spells, but if we have 3 features that are tying to only when you deal cold damage, that's I would have 1. And then I would have the other ones be things that were tied to winter and cold and slowing and manipulation, but not specifically triggered by cold damage.
Yeah, I just realized how, yeah. I'll definitely have to like change that. I'll probably like change the level 1 so that it's just additional cold damage, not like both charisma and proficiency. Like probably just one of them and just adds cold damage to all spells rather than just 2 cold damage or something like that.
I mean, are you asking me what I think or are you just sharing?
Asking, I guess.
I would scrap that feature entirely. I don't think it's particularly good. It doesn't really do anything to make this feel like a winter sorcerer. It just says you do more damage.
Okay.
So I would just drop it. I don't think it works. Okay. You don't have to. You can keep it if you want, but that's my opinion. I think you handle all the cold damage we need by giving us access to these spells. I don't think we need to now do more of that. You've given us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different spells that deal cold damage. That's enough cold damage for the subclass.
Okay.
But yeah, that's my thought. I think that you should figure out what flavor of cold you want to be in this other than cold damage. And then the beginnings of that, or whatever that is, should be the first level feature. That's what I think. Maybe you can turn the ground into ice and move faster by ice skating around. Maybe you create these plumes of little, like, cold dust that can slow people around you, or I don't know, whatever. Like, there's genuinely a million things it could be. Similar to the feedback that I had for the last person, I think what a lot of this is going to come down to is you need to just focus in your design idea a little bit more if you don't know what mechanic to use yet. Like, is this a guy that creates cold where everything is like, now everything around me feels like winter? Or is this a guy that creates cold like Iceman from the Invincibles, where he's not like making everything cold around him. He's like literally shooting ice and using it to like move around and stuff. Like, kind of like pick a direction of flavor and build in that direction.
I think I really needed to like hear that, because I was struggling with how to like work on this, but I think I actually kind of got what I have to do now.
Okay, cool. Because the idea is like the idea of a winter a sorcerer is a good idea. Like, it is worth working on and worth making, because there isn't one. Cold does not get enough love in D&D, and it's like very evocative. Like, if you say, I forget what you called it, Winterborn sorcerer. I don't need to do any. I can just clearly not just imagine one, but imagine like a whole bunch, which is almost why it's maybe better to focus in a little bit more. You know?
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, I think that you built a really solid spell list here. If you're worried that there's too much just cold damage, I think you could remove some of the features that are doing cold damage and add some that are a little bit more like battlefield manipulation. But I think it's a really strong start. And I think the idea of like slowing creatures and having them have to bang the ice off their feet and stuff like is really fun and interesting. So I think you've got some good stuff to work with here.
Thank you.
Do you have any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, concerns, aspirations?
I think I heard what I really needed to. I'm just knowing what kind of flavor I want to dig into.
Cool. Fuck yeah. All right. Awesome. Thanks so much for the call.
Thank you. Have a good stream.
Bye. All right, let's grab Hakase. Hakase, how's it going, buddy?
I am not muted yet.
You're not muted now.
Okay, cool.
I didn't. I wasn't yelling at you because you know how to do it at this point.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a monk.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a monk subclass. And I'm not. So far, what I've tried to do is I have a mechanic that I want to go off of, and I can't find a good theme that I think holds it all together in a way that I'm satisfied with.
Okay.
Right now I'm kind of split between sort of a like you channel your ki through like vibrations, and it allows you to hit things that vibrate on the same frequency. So the second feature is really the big thing, which is if an orc shaman is blessing an orc and you hit the blessed orc, it also hits the orc shaman who's blessing them because it resonates through the spell. Or if it resonates through like a summoning spell or some other, or even debuffs, like you can just hit yourself and play chicken with a caster who's like, okay, which of us is gonna go down first? If I just keep hitting myself, you have to break off your spell or die.
That's funny.
Kind of thing.
I think that in order to make that work, you got to figure out how to make it a little bit wider of a net than just spells.
Yeah, or I understand that. So like, I think it would also apply to like maybe Dragon's Draconic or Frightful Presence, or like features like that, which are not spells but are in some way have some magic influence. Yeah, probably wouldn't be like normal things like poison, or like if someone sets you on fire, it probably wouldn't do that. But other
the hard part is because the logic that you sort of put forward is that this impacts things that are somewhat tethered to each other. But a lot of effects leave no tether. So that's hard. From like a mechanically, if you didn't care about flavor, I don't think that's a hard thing to handle. But flavor-wise, if you care about that, I think that is a hard thing to handle. Only because, like, at what point, like, if maybe I don't cast a spell, but if I use an ability that has the fear effect but is not magical, are you tethered to me? Like, if I do something that imposes the frightened condition, are we tethered? But like, what if, like, why? Do you know what I mean? Like, if I didn't cast the spell. So I don't know exactly what the move is there. I think the idea of a character or feature where you can basically hit somebody through somebody else's, through the thing they're doing, is really interesting, though. I'll tell you what. I think the solution here is this should not be a subclass. This should be a magic item. That's what I think. I think the idea of a magic item where when you hit a creature that is being affected by a spell that requires concentration, I'd probably use that language, then you can expend a charge to transfer half that damage to the creature that is concentrating on that spell, or something like that. And I would just make it a magic item, and I wouldn't worry about having to figure out making it open-ended enough to be a core subclass feature, because it's a magic item. It doesn't need to be super open-ended, and I can just build it to be really tightly what it does.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
If you want this to be a subclass, I think you need to figure out how to limit it in a way that's reasonable, and also how to express it in a way that isn't tied to spells explicitly, or how it could be used in other ways when spells aren't on the table.
Yeah, that was one of the things, because I thought the feature was really interesting, but also spellcasters are rare. Monsters that do more than like attack and grapple are somewhat rare.
Yeah,
So,
and it's less rare in the new book because unfortunately they got rid of a lot of cool, unique stuff and just replaced it with spells. So it'd actually be better for this. But I think it's possible. I think the way to do it would be to... But this is what I would do if I were you. I would think about this concept a little bit more, and I would ask myself, outside of this specific power, what other things would I want to give this monk that deals with resonance? And are any of those other ideas that come up, are any of them things that you like enough that they could be the third level features? And this thing that specifically ties into spells and is a little bit more niche could be like a higher level feature where it's okay if the feature is super niche because you have a base of a core subclass already. Like this sort of thing where you can like mess with spells and magical ability type things, I think feels a lot better if it was like closer, like, you know, like a 10th level feature, 11th level feature or something like that, as opposed to a 3rd level feature.
That does make sense.
Or even like a 6th level feature, honestly. Just because then you would have other stuff. So yeah, you're not going to be able to use it all the time, but you still got a bunch of other stuff you can use, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the other thing though is that, like, yeah, at higher level, more enemies have spells or other kind of fancy effects, and it would be more likely you'd actually use it.
Yeah, so maybe think about if this is the beginning and end of the idea, and if it's not, play around with what some of those other mechanics might be, and think about, do any of these work as, like, not necessarily the goal of the subclass, but as core 3rd level features. And what I mean by core 3rd level features, and you know this by now, but I mean like the thing that you are going to be using the most. You get your 3rd level features before you get anything else. You're going to have the most. And so the things that you are going to reliably be using the most and reliably can use very frequently. Those are, I think, the things you're going to want to be thinking about.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I do think this works, and it's really fun. I just don't think it works at 3rd level. Really, because it's super specific. Yeah. And if you want to tweak it to make it less specific, I think that's fine. But I like it being specific. Like, I feel like it being more focused allows it to be stronger. I think the more you broaden it, the more you have to diminish it so that it's balanced.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Cool.
All
It's
right,
a really fun idea, though. I love the idea of the image of punching someone and that punch echoing into the person who's standing behind them casting the spell on them is so good. It's such a good idea. Yeah, so I'm curious to see how this develops.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, how did that the Blood Monk end up? Well, I haven't looked at it in a while, but I looked at it when you were at some later iteration where you made the 3rd level feature basically like launching blood razors in directions. Like, did you keep working on that, or is that done? Where's that one at?
Yeah, it's currently done. I actually play tested it at 5th level, so it didn't have 6th level stuff. But dang. Yeah, I mean, I think it still worked well. The line feels really cool because you can say, oh, I want to trace this shape and just hit everyone.
Did the damage from it feel okay, or did it feel under par?
It actually felt overpowered only because we were fighting a swarm of like 30 tiny zombies, so I was hitting like 8 of them at a time, which is really not what it's balanced around, but like tiny zombies are kind of
But also
rare.
That's like yeah, that's fine. It's a subclass designed to do for that exact situation. So
yeah, it should feel overpowered if you're hitting 8 tiny zombies, but like normal, I think it works for normal stuff too. Yeah, against 1 or 2 enemies, it felt fine.
Yeah, cool. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call. I appreciate the sharing, and
yeah,
have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. Have a good
Bye.
one.
Sup, Crit Bird, my dear Omega. How's it going, buddy? We're looking at people's homebrew. And we are not doing a stream where I yell at you about your grammar. We're doing a stream where we just sort of talk about it. I'm going to be honest, chat. How many people are here right now? Okay, there's a good chunk of folks here. 70 people on YouTube, almost 40 on Twitch. Rat, I'm going to bring you on in a second. You're next. It's going to be you, then Derek. But I am going to pose something. I like this format so much more than the critiques. I like it so much more than the critiques. I am going to, I think, maybe change the Wednesday format to this also, and maybe make the critiques a monthly thing, and really, really, really ham up the intensity of them. So it's like regularly scheduled these, where it's more conversation and less me screaming at you about how your grammar sucks. But with special occasion review streams where everybody knows going in that Cinder is going to go full Gordon Ramsay. I think that would be... I feel like that would be better. Because I do keep bumping into this issue, even when I do a homebrew review stream where I don't think I'm particularly harsh. People that aren't used to it don't like it. So I don't know. I'm feeling like I should do it less. I'm feeling like I should do it less. Let me grab the Rat King. Let's see if they're here. Rat King! Can you hear me? Can you unmute? So you can...
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
It's definitely going. I wasn't here earlier because I had to pick up dog food for my dogs.
What kind of dogs do you have?
I have a golden doodle and a mutt. We have no idea what the mutt is, but she surpassed her life. She's like 15 and they're only supposed to live to 10.
Dude, I love old dogs. This is a whole rant that we don't need to go down, but when dogs get really old, where they like need a lot of help and they're kind of like not afraid, but they're just kind of slow and like they just need they get so gentle and sweet. I love old dogs. All right, so what is
She is not sweet.
She's not sweet? I had a
she's a bitch, man.
So growing up, I had a bunch of dogs at different eras of my life, but for most of my teenage years, we had 2 dogs, a big old poodle something mix, and I don't know what, and then a really little like white fuzzy asshole dog, and he was yappy and mean and not fun. And then when he got old, he just chilled out. He got to be so nice. So that was my experience. Maybe not everyone's. Okay, so what are we doing? What is this? What are we looking at?
So this is, if you can't see by the picture, it's essentially the water cooler wizard. It's definitely a shitpost by all means.
Yeah, sure, but we want our shitposts to work well.
Absolutely. So the issue that I have is that I definitely kneecapped it with Thirsty for More. But I really want this to be focused around just water, like only water wizard. And so what I went ahead and did, and I just opened it up to having access to every water spell, every cold spell. So hopefully that unkneecaps it a bit.
Okay, Abraham Lincoln threw me. I was like, is this an Abraham Lincoln subclass or a water subclass? Okay. So what is...
I just threw that to be funny.
So what is your, what's your question? What can I help you with?
It's more so like, how can I balance this? Because I've removed its feet and arms in many ways by getting rid of so many spells that a wizard would normally cast.
Oh, you're limiting its casting. I see. I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
Okay. That's is that a really important, is that like, how important to the subclass is keeping that for you?
Well, I imagine this subclass to be just the sentient water cooler that can only use water. So
I understand, but I do think that there is a difference between I have a funny idea of a thing that I want to put in my game and I want to make a usable subclass. So there is a middle ground there. So that's why I was saying, like, is it genuinely core class that it needs to have it needs to only be able to cast water and cold spells?
Right now, yes, but I see a future where it isn't.
Okay, that's fine.
If that makes sense.
No, that's genuinely, it's fine. It's just like, if that was not a thing that you needed it to have, it should go. But if it's a thing that you feel like it needs, then obviously it shouldn't go because it's core to it. So are these just lists of the spells? Yes.
Yeah, the Forgotten Realms link, so they're just links to the spells for simplicity.
All right, so at second level, we get a couple things. We get Thirst for More. We can only cast water and ice spells. We also get Cup of War. You cast Shape, Water Cantrip. You may control up to 3 separate areas of water instead of 2. The changes last permanently unless dispelled. Shouldn't be permanent. You can turn water to ice. That's too strong to be permanent. You could make it last longer if you want, but I think we're already getting a couple features. There's a part of me that's like, I get why we're going to get a lot of power because it's so limiting, but unfortunately in D&D there is this weird thing that happens where when you make something very weak in one way, making it very strong in another does not actually create balance. It creates two separate circumstances, one where you are going to feel very strong and one where you feel very weak. So in a lot of ways, the idea that you are limiting the spells to just water spells kind of can't be used as an excuse too much. So let me see what else we get at second level. But my guess is I would probably make this mostly a ribbon feature. Lose the permanent aspect. Let's see what Infinite Refill does. We always have the following spells prepares. Okay. We need more. We need some. This feels like you're trying to not make a wizard. You're just trying to make something new. That's not a class.
Fair enough.
Because what we've done is we've taken out the core aspect of the wizard, and we have given you access to a bunch of cold spells, and then you have permanent. Like, this essentially is saying, like, hey, this is what I would say. If somebody could build a wizard that feels like this wizard with another subclass, I think this subclass is failing. Because right now, the way it's written, I could build basically this exact subclass as an evocation wizard or as a bladesinger wizard because it's entirely based on the spells that I'm picking. The only thing that this subclass gives us right now is limitations and demands for what spells we have. This subclass basically, and this is less critique and more analysis. But there's a point I want to get to, but I'm really boiling it down to brass tacks. But basically, we have one feature that says there are a bunch of spells you cannot cast. And then we have another feature that says these are spells we demand you are able to cast. But they are all basically still things that wizards could or couldn't do anyway. Like, I could roleplay a water wizard and do this. When we make a subclass, one of the things that's really important to do, and I think it's especially important for spellcasters, like especially wizards, because wizards don't have a core class. Wizards are like fighters. Their core class is you have a bunch of spells, shut up. You write things down, and other people feel them, but you write them down. Like, that's nothing. But that is what wizards get. What we need to do with our
casters.
Yeah, so what we need to do with our wizard subclass is it is the only opportunity we have to not just infuse that wizard with unique subclass features, but make that type of wizard feel unique. So I would, if I were you, I would move away from building the subclass around what spells you get access to or don't get access to, and instead, I would build the subclass around features that encourage you to play it like a water wizard and give you unique features.
So, like, nix Thirsty for More entirely and just give it, like, whenever you cast a water spell or a cold spell, you do X, Y, and Z.
You could do something like that, but again, it's one of those things where it's like, what determines what a water spell is, or like you're going to be getting into the weeds there in a way that similar to the last one that we looked at, where it's like you don't want it to just be stuff that impacts your spells. You want to be stuff that impacts you. So, leaning into the meme, if you want to be a water cooler wizard, what makes a water cooler wizard unique that isn't them casting spells? Like a bladesinger, for example, they can do a crazy dance that makes them super good at that makes them super good at like defenses. I mean, it could be related to casting spells, but if it's going to be related to casting spells, it's got to be really mechanically easy. Like, the wizards that get features that are tied to casting spells, it works because they are tied to, like, schools of magic. Like, when you cast a transmutation spell, it does this, because you are a transmutation wizard. But the wizards that are not tied to a school of magic, the Graviturge, the Chronomancer, the Bladesinger, the Scribe Wizard, they get features that allow them to adjust how they interact with magic and with combat, but it's also just stuff. Like, it's not spells, it's just stuff. So that's what I would say. I think you want to get more stuff and less stuff that is specifically tied to spells, unless you have a idea for like making this a very weird alternative version of like a school of magic wizard where you define what the water school is and assign spells to it. But I don't know if that would be fun to do as a creator or to run as a player. So I would lean into like what else makes us feel watery. Like you know, maybe I'm not exactly sure what that should be, but what do you imagine this guy feeling like in combat from a non-mechanical perspective? You are playing this thing in combat. What's it doing that's special? That makes it, what's it doing that's not just a wizard thing?
Off the top of my head, it's just being able to have just swaths of water, but even then a wizard can do that. So something that I did pick up from what you just said, specifically looking at a subclass that manages spells like Chronomancer, should I use one of those as like more of a guide to building this to see how they interact with their magic? Because this is all magic interaction.
You could. I think that they still use Chronomancy School of Magic, basically. They just don't call it that. So there's still like that element there. But if you are seeing it doing things that you think are applicable to yours, where it's like Chronomancy is like pulling spells from a bunch of schools of magic and smushing them together into this new thing, and you're like, oh, that's exactly what I want to do, then 100% do that. The best advice I could give anyone about making homebrew feel balanced or figuring out how to organize it is finding officially published things that are doing something similar and seeing how they build it. I'm also going to say I don't know if I feel that way about the 2025 book, because the monsters are the monster design in the new in the monster manual, I don't think are going to help you with homebrew. Actually, I think they're going to confuse the shit out of you. I think the 2024
I'm going to be real.
Yeah.
I have not bought nor looked at anything that isn't 2014. All of my books are 2014, and I see no reason to like not play 2014.
There's some things in the 2025 players. There's some player features that I really like in the new 2025. Some, not all, but some. But I will say I don't like. I feel similarly about the monsters. I think the monsters, some of the new ones are cool, but I think a lot of them are. Some of the new changes are cool too, but a lot of them are not particularly interesting. They are good changes and they're helpful, but they are things that I think a lot of people would have or already have come up with on their own. It's not adding a lot of weight, and it's also not. It does no work to teach you how to design a monster, which I fucking hate.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like, if this thing in its current state, you just feel like it just feels like it would just be like a wizard casting water spells, that's fine. Now it's time to say, okay, cool, what else? What else could we put on it? What else do I want it to be? And then start building it out to that. What if it's like it could be, maybe it's a wizard that is doing water spells, but maybe it has like a water orb that's just floating by it all the time that it can like pull from to cast water spells, or it can manipulate around the battlefield, or you know what I mean, like almost like a mini little water elemental that's just like a ball, like a globule of water that floats, like, or maybe they are a water element,
like Back to the Chain.
Yeah, or like they are not only are they good at manipulating water, but they specifically focus on things like changing changing what's the word I'm looking for? Changing what type of matter they are. Like they deal with things going from solid, liquid, gas, or things like that. Like there's a lot of directions you could go in that are ways to heighten the feeling of being a water wizard that will add to it in a way where you're giving it those bespoke, unique features, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think for this one specifically, the matter manipulation was really interesting because, like, I immediately thought of gaseous form, but it'd be liquid form instead. Kind of not quite druid, but just being able to change from, oh, I'm a human person to, oh, I'm that one dude from Disney's Elements or whatever it's called.
Yeah, and it could be something that affects spells, or it could just be like a brand new feature. You don't want your subclass to ever be too complicated, obviously, but like if that's something that you like in the same way that the gravity wizard gets a power where it can look at things and make them heavier or lighter, maybe you could change states of matter. Like you could change liquids to solids or gases. Maybe it's liquid focused, so you can't turn anything into anything. But you could always
transmutation would be interesting. Yeah,
like that's an interesting. I don't know. There's something to play with there if you want to, but it doesn't need to be that. My main point, honestly, the biggest takeaway I have for this piece in its current iteration is you just want to make sure you're not accidentally building a subclass that another wizard could feel the same as just by picking their spells.
Absolutely,
that's the main thing. I don't really have more thoughts than that. That's kind of my main thoughts. If you have any other specific questions, let me know.
Yeah, looking at level 14, it looks so incredibly weak, but I don't know what to do with it. This was my only thought that I could do for level 14.
30-foot radius around you. Each creature has to make a saving throw or be knocked 20 feet back and restrained by swirling water until the end of your next turn. Each creature of your choice in the area must make a con save or be paralyzed for 1 minute. That is not weak. These are both really strong. The paralyzed is fucking crazy strong.
All right.
So I don't think power is the issue there. If you're worried about it not feeling powerful enough in terms of like scale, you could. I don't think this is gonna be overpowered, but there's a really cool feature in the game that one monster has that you could copy something from. This is a very
you're pulling up the Leviathan.
This is a very overpowered mech feature. You shouldn't give this feature to them at 14th level, but you could take Tidal Wave, and you could find a scaled down version of it that they could get. And maybe it's like you can use this once per day, or you could expend like a spell slot of 6th level or higher to use it again. And it's just essentially a very big wall. You could just fucking make a little Tidal Wave. I don't know. It could do something like that. One of my favorite things to do is to take a monster feature and to tweak it into a player feature. It's very easy. It's a lot less work than building something whole cloth from scratch, and a lot of time it will feel really nice. But that could be a fun sort of thing. But if you're worried about power, being able to paralyze multiple creatures within 30 feet of you without requiring any concentration on your part is very strong. Because keep in mind, with paralyzed, all of your martial teammates are going to not only have advantage on attacks against those creatures, I think they're auto crits.
I think that's right.
So that'll be scary. That'll be scary. The other thing, though, is freeze is a lot stronger than Who's Thirsty. So if I was going to do Who's Thirsty, I would try to come up with something that felt more balanced compared to freeze. So what I might do is I honestly think you should do something different for this feature, but if you like it, what I would probably do is I would drop the 30-foot radius in the explanation. I would make Who's Thirsty have like a 60-foot radius and knock creatures back 20 feet and have that be all it does. And then I would make
area
freeze
control and then like immediate area.
And then freeze have a smaller radius, like a 20-foot radius, and it paralyzed. Maybe something like that. Maybe something like that. I don't know. That's just where my head goes.
Wiki just said something interesting in the chat. Dehydration could also be cool. Like something around dehydration.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you could play with. Yeah, people always try to make arguments for about using create and destroy water as a combat feature, and it's such a stupid argument that I hate, and anyone that tries to make it earnestly is being disingenuous. But you could destroy me by just building the whole subclass around turning create or destroy water into a combat feature.
Yeah. Just I put water in their lungs, they're dead.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, their lungs count as a vessel. Get fucked. Get fucked.
Their stomach is actually a container.
Anyway, I think it's one of the things, and I said this to the person that was talking about the Winter Sorcerer also. In many ways, it's easy to evoke a lot of ideas. Like, it's not a complicated idea. A water wizard. It's a very solid, bold, big idea. It's easy to come up with a lot of things you could do. Like, it's not necessarily mechanics, but it's easy to envision them. Like, we can imagine them very easily. And in some ways, that's lovely, because that means I don't have to spend a lot of time making you understand the nuances of my autumn maroon wrangler, which wields the power of autumn and the color maroon, and I have to, that's a lot of, what the fuck? I don't have to do that. It's water. Boom. It does a lot of work for me.
But yeah, you say water wizard and you're envisioning a water wizard.
Yeah. But the double-edged blade of that sword is, it can stumble into being too open-ended, and it can almost lose itself in that. If it's too vague, it's not encouraging the player in a productive, unique way. So there is a weird balance that one has to find when they are making a sort of more, like, this is true if anyone's ever making like a Fey ancestry sorcerer or a plant sorcerer or a hellfire sorcerer, like any of those sort of like big, bold idea subclasses that they help you fill a lot of that gap. But if you don't put the extra work in to really make sure they have a voice within that, they become voiceless. They echo across the moors, and only the wolves hear them,
Yeah, the issue is that it's so, I don't want to say bland, because it's not a bland idea, but the issue is that it can be so many different things that it loses what it is.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that you, honestly, I don't know how much of the mechanics of this you're going to want to keep or not keep, but I do think that the core idea is solid, and whether or not you want to like give them a bunch of extra spells or stuff, you can also like look to what the spells are to infer like what features you might give or what sort of things you might want to pull from them or monsters you might want to pull from. I would also look at the water elemental. They have a whole water whirlwind thing they do that's might be worth pulling some mechanics from.
All right.
Also the what's it called? The Marid. I think it's called a Marid. The water genie. They have like a water spout attack feature that you might want to pull something from too. I'm trying to think of anything else. I don't remember any other super water focused monsters off the top of my head. But that's always I don't know. That's the thing that I do frequently. If my homebrew has any sort of connection to either like a monster that exists in the game or anything that already exists, I'm not going to copy those features exactly, but I am going to look at them and be like, okay, why do these make this feel like a water thing? And what can I extrapolate from that and put in my own stuff,
Yeah.
Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to hang up on you now. I love you. Bye. Click! Itchy nose, itchy nose, itchy, itchy, itchy nose, itchy, 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 itchy nose, nose. Okay, I think I might put a poll in the Discord and see if people want more Homebrew Helper streams or more critiques. No, I don't think I'm going to give you that decision. I'm going to make that decision because I don't want to do as many Homebrew critiques. I want to do more of these. So we're going to be doing more Homebrew Helper streams. This feels better. It feels nicer. It feels more fun. It's true that I'm not yelling about grammar as much, and I know a lot of people love that. And it is still sort of random, Rex. I see you being scared of random. I think we will still do homebrew streams, but homebrew critiques, but I really do like this structure more. All right, we're gonna grab Derek next. I see Santrite and Data or Data in the Discord. I'll get to you guys next. Derek. Oh, Derek.
Hello, hello.
How's it going, buddy?
It's going good.
So
Actually,
what?
I just finished a book while I was waiting for you to get.
What book? What book?
The fourth book in the Wheel of Time. I'm rereading through the series.
You know what they say about the Wheel of Time?
A lot of things.
Yeah, they do say a lot of things. Is the show good or is the show not worth watching?
It's somewhere in between. It's worth watching. It's not super great. It's not super accurate.
If I haven't read the books yet, should I watch the show? Will I feel like this is a pretty good show?
It's pretty decent. It's not amazing, but it's pretty decent.
All right, maybe I'll watch it because I haven't read the books yet. I have watched a lot of lore videos about them because I'm a weirdo. Where I just end up watching more lore videos about funny universes and stuff than anything else. I did just get a couch in my house. I didn't have a couch in my apartment. So now that I have a couch, I feel like I'll do a lot more reading because couches are better. I don't like sitting in a chair while I'm reading. I'm not a aristocrat.
That's fair. I've been doing most of my reading in a hammock. It's pretty nice.
Dude, a hammock is better than a couch for reading. I don't have a hammock. And okay, this is so tangential, but here's a little behind the scenes. So I moved into a new apartment. I'm living on my own. First time living by myself. Very exciting. I have a yard. That was important for me for this apartment because I like to be able to stand outside in a way where I feel like I have a reasonable amount of privacy and like be an outside space. I didn't want my only outside space to be like in front of my apartment building. So it's not a big yard. It's very small. The bad side of my yard is that my next door neighbor on one side is like a little old lady. She is clearly like a hermit and she throws all of her recycling and I think some of her trash just out of her back door. So regardless of what I do to clean my yard, I want to say every day or so, maybe every 2 days, there is a good amount of trash in my yard that has blown over from hers. Not enough that it's like crazy, but enough that if you were to see my yard right now, you would be like, Cinder, why is there trash in your yard? Like bottles and things. It makes me much less inclined to put any sort of furniture or anything nice in my yard because I just get trash blown in it. And there isn't a fence that separates her yard from mine. There's like a waist high metal like iron rot sort of thing, but it only extends about halfway. So there's just a whole gate. I was thinking about maybe trying to figure out what sort of large object I could put in my yard to block the path so less of her trash would blow into my yard, but I don't know what I would put there. So that's my rant about why I don't have a hammock. What homebrew do you want to look at today?
I would like to look at the Sorcerer's Staff of the Legendary. I see the dock opens.
And what is your specific? Is there a specific, like what's the thought? What's the concern? What's the yearning?
Yeah, so we're kind of in the concept stage. As you can see from looking at it, I have the one feature.
Wait, I need to pause for a second. I'm so sorry. Bildo, I forgot a really important part of the story because I sound like an asshole. Every single time I have seen her, I have said hi, I've introduced myself, and I have offered to help her with it. And I kid you not, this is how she responds every time. This is what she does. She looks at me and goes, and then walks away. She has never spoken a word to me. She spoke a word to me one time where I was in my yard with my brother and she was like, if y'all the homeowners, you should check to see who in the city owns this fence. And I was like, I'm just the new renter. And then she went, and then walked away. And then she never said anything else. So I have tried. What I genuinely think I could do is just clean up her yard. But it is like more than a volume. Like if you tried to build a minivan out of trash, there is at least that much trash. So it's a lot. It would be a lot that it was like, this would be a big favor that she didn't ask for. I have tried. Okay, I'm sorry. I just needed to clarify that I'm not being an asshole to this little old lady. I don't know how to deal with it because she refuses to engage socially. Okay, sorry. So sorry. Continue.
I'm basically, I have an idea of the theme, both mechanical and flavor.
Okay.
But I'm kind of trying to develop it and trying to come up with some features that fit that.
Okay, so it is a sorcerer-specific legendary magic item. Tell me a little bit about it.
It follows the expanding template, I think, that Matt Mercer came up with. That's,
Dude, Matt Mercer, love him or hate him, that's a good piece of design.
Yes. So, basically, the only feature that I actually have written, and I think I solidly like, is the storied spell. I want it to be based around, like, the magic of stories and, like, old folktales and stuff like that. So that's kind of the idea of it. So I have some ideas for features in the parentheses. So I basically just wanted to kind of like, what do you think?
Okay, so you want it to feel it's about like stories and legends and that sort of space between. I'm now extending what you said to how I'm imagining it. That sort of space between where like concepts hold power and like that power manifesting into like magic in the world almost.
Yeah.
And the way that we're doing, not the way that we're doing it, at first level, what we're getting, and it's not first level, folks, it's a magic item. And it's just to be clear, it doesn't need to feel like, for anyone that's watching, the way that this magic item works, and the way that any of these magic items work, is you get them in a dormant state, and they only have this feature. As you unlock higher levels of the item, usually through like story beats, less so than like a specific task, it then gets access to this, and then it gets access to this. And the intention of these items, usually from a design perspective, is at their base, they are sort of akin to like a very rare item, somewhere between those two. And they end somewhere between a legendary and an artifact. So they start a little under, they start under a legendary, and they end like at the upper ends of a legendary. That's the way that I would balance them.
I like to start mine at uncommon or rare. It depends. Like if you were to look through the doc, you'd see some of them uncommon.
And you can also you could add more layers to it too if you want to get real hectic. Okay, so you can cast a sorcerer spell of 1st through 5th level as a ritual by spending a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. So if you spend 5 sorcery points, you could spend dimension. You could cast 4 sorcery points. You cast Dimension Door without expending a spell slot, but it takes 10 minutes before the spell activates. I think at its core, I think that's a really interesting idea. To me, that speaks, it might just be the way it's written, but it speaks less of story and more of ceremony. And ritual, like it feels more like it's about holding space than it does necessarily about evoking a legend. There's a couple, I don't know if that matters. I think that the way you could change it, if you wanted to make it literally exactly the same, but feel like what it is you could say something like your character spends 10 minutes recalling a legend about baba baba bop. They can spend their sorcery points. You know what I mean? Like just literally change the language.
Adding a line of flavor for text, basically.
That might be enough. I don't. The other thing though is, I want to see. Do you ever touch on legend lore stuff?
In the other, not in this one. I do.
Okay.
I do not. In one of my other items, I give that as a spell.
Because this whole item feels very legend lore-y to me.
Yes.
So I think that this could work as is. It does feel more like the opening. It does feel more like ceremony than story.
Yes.
The other thing that you could do is you could sort of lean into like what is it? There's the College of Whispers bard, not the College of Whispers, the Spirit Bard. They get like they sort of get stories or legends or stuff like that, and each one affects their bardic inspiration, I think, or does other things. But you could sort of do that too, where it doesn't necessarily need to be quite so open-ended. Like, you could have storied spell, and then under storied spell, you could have, like, tragedy, drama, comedy, or, like, epic, or, you know, whatever, like, sort of types of stories that would all apply a different effect to the spell you're casting, or a different effect to your meta magic, or just a different thing in general. So, like, that might be another way to build it if you want to make it feel like you are if you are, like, literally recalling stories and bringing those stories to the front, are changing reality. Even just listing them as story types, I think, would do a lot of work to make it feel like it's doing that. I think, though, separate from it needing to be tied into story specifically, I think it's a really interesting first level magic item feature. This is one of those items where I would give this to a party. I wouldn't really think about... I haven't read the whole thing yet, but at least this feature, I would give this to a party. And I could very easily see this item working really well and being really fun. And then, like, 10 sessions down the line, stumbling into a way that there's some interaction that's a little busted with it and needing to, like, make an adjustment to it to address that. But I can't really think of anything immediately. I think it's probably mostly fine. I think there's going to be circumstantially situations where you're like, oh, I need to make my player stop using this in this way.
Yeah.
But I don't know what those would be. And I don't think that would be I don't think you need to figure that out before you start actively playtesting this. I think that's the kind of thing you can figure out, like, in the game.
And part of my design philosophy, specifically with magic items, is, like, it's okay to have a little bit of that, because magic items are so under DM control.
Yes.
It's okay to have, like, and I could even, like, one of my magic items I put in a DM note, like, hey, this needs to... You probably want to clear specific rules for this.
Yeah. The other thing that I will say, and this is less for I am sending this out to the world and more like I'm using it for myself. But if you tell your players, and this is for everyone watching, if you tell your players, hey, I have some homemade magic items that I made specifically for your characters that I want to give you, they might be a little overpowered in ways that I can't foresee. So I might need to address that later, and we might need to tweak them later. I don't think your players will care. I think your players will be like, oh my god, you made me a bespoke magic item? Yeah, we can change it later if we need to. Like, that's awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's pretty solid. I like it a lot as a dormant feature. It's fun. It's one of those features where I know that you built in the required attunement by a sorcerer, but it's also sort of low-key just built into the feature itself. Like, sure, a wizard doesn't have these points, so they're not going to use it. Was there any other specific aspects you wanted to talk about?
If we could just talk about the other two bolded features.
Tales in the Making and Last Legend? Yeah, let's take a look at Tales in the Making. Feature for storing spells later, maybe like spell storing, maybe like Arcane Trickster's Capstone.
So that one, like, between the name and the actual feature idea, it kind of is sitting in my head as like this is where we're writing stories kind of situation, is like recording these things and then telling them back later.
Okay, my first thought was, I don't like this, by the way. Do sorcerers have prepared spells or no? They just have all their spells, right?
They have known spells, which makes their list super limited.
Yeah, but so they just have access to all their spells all the time.
No.
Oh,
no,
they
pick their known spells.
No, but once their spells are known, they're not preparing a number of spells per day. They just have all their known spells, right?
No, but they just
Okay. Because I was going to say this could almost be like a secondary list of prepared spells, but that is not applicable to sorcerers. I think going in a spell storing direction is fine. I I want it to be something new. Like that's my main thought. My main thought is we just got a feature that helps with our spellcasting. I don't know if we need another one that immediately helps with our spellcasting. Like maybe if you weren't doing, like if you keep stored spells at dormant, maybe in Tales of the Making is where you incorporate, like, you pick a genre of story and then you get a feature you can use for that genre for that day or something like that.
That makes sense. I like that.
And that could be a thing you prepare.
I like the genre's idea.
Like, it could be like, what if it's like this? Like, when you take a long rest, you can, and it shouldn't be this exactly, but this is what I'm imagining is happening in the game. You take a long rest and you decide, I'm going to spend tonight and I am going to read some tragedies. I want to read some sad stories. So then tomorrow, I have sad story power because I read sad stories last night. I don't know exactly what that means, but that's sort of where my head is at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that might help because it's not exactly writing stories. It could be writing. I guess it could be either. Like, it doesn't really matter. But that's sort of what I mean. Like, your character, like, sits in a genre for a little bit and reflects on that genre in one way or another, and then brings the power of that genre to the field.
Yeah. I do. There is a concern.
It could also not be genres. It could be like
Yeah, the genres thing is cool. That's not what I'm
that's
talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, continue.
I was gonna say there's a concern with expanding items like this that they end up becoming a second subclass.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing does lean a little bit more in that direction than I like. That's like my only.
Well, what if it's not a thing that you do? What if it's a passive buff? So, for example, what if, I can't think of a third option, but like, what if you can read comedies and then you have resistance or immunity to the charmed condition the next day? Or you can read tragedies and you have resistance or immunity to the fear condition the next day, or something like that. Like, it gives you a passive bonus or a buff.
Yeah.
That could work. Like, it doesn't need to be a huge thing. It could also, by that same merit, it could tweak your skills. So, like, certain types of stories give you a bonus to certain types of charisma checks. As you reflect on the stories of wonder and epicness, you can inspire and persuade better. Or if you know what I mean? Like, it could almost work in that way too. If you, that's more if you're really concerned about it feeling too much like a subclass on top of other things. Yeah, that's, I don't think it needs to be that specifically, but if you're worrying about it being too many things, like, this is a very stored spells is very action oriented and gives you a lot of juice, then I would go in that. I'd go in like passive buffs for the second feature or something like that.
Yeah.
Let me take a look.
I'd have to figure out a different trigger than a long rest, but yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it could be. That was just sort of. I said that because mostly I was imagining, like, sitting around a fire reading. That all of those mechanics purely just came from the vision in my head.
I could do it like a until you change it again kind of thing, and have it be like an hour or two reading or writing. Or
I mean, it is interesting. You have one feature that requires 10 minutes of sitting. I don't think it would be bad to lean into that, where the vast majority of these features are not action-oriented features. They're features that you have to, like, sit a bit to get the benefit of. That would be interesting. I don't know if that'd be good or not. All right, let me look at this last thing. Feature that gives special casting of Wish or 9th level spell and destroys the staff.
And for reference on what that looks like, you can go up to the Mace of the Lost Gods, which I think that one's really fun. But that has a similar feature at its last level. Sorry, I should have told you Cleric, but...
I think it feels like it makes more sense here than it does in the Sorcerer one.
That's fair. That
because this is like a like these are like very divine intervention feeling spells for a very divine feeling magic item. I don't think that, to be honest, absolutely nothing in this magic item right now feels like you are warping reality. Or like changing history. Fair. So I feel like fair. Wish doesn't make sense here to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. If you are leaning into that gimmick of you get a one-time use of a 9th level spell and it destroys the magic item, and you want to do that for a bunch of these items in this compendium you're putting together, that's fine, and that's one thing. But if that is not your goal, and you don't really care about doing that more than once, I would come up with something flat out new here. I would not make this. I would not make this an extra casting of a spell, and I wouldn't make it Wish.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That was not a feature I was particularly tied to.
I think it could work. I think you would just need to bake in this idea of like words warping reality sooner.
Yeah, that's fair.
Those are my thoughts, man. Though I don't really have much more thoughts than that. When you die, you become the mind of the staff. That could be. I don't know if that's a power, but that could work. Yeah, those be my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts. Are there any other questions you have?
I'm trying to think about it. I don't think so. I think I'm going to work with that genre's idea. I think I like that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, as always, listen to absolutely nothing I say if you don't want to.
Right.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
Bye. Click. We got Sanchite. Hello, San. How are you doing? You're going to need to unmute. I know it's hard. Especially because we're always on little timing delays. Hey, how's it going?
Good. Thanks.
Did you send something in yet, or are you about to?
Yes, I did. I'm going to mute the stream real quick. Sorry.
No, make it louder. What are you doing? Echo.
Then I did both.
Echo forever.
Yes, I did.
Wait, I didn't mean to request access to that. My bad. Here we go. Boom. We have the Celestial Warlock subclass. This is for 2024 rules.
Yep.
And you asked a question. What was your question that you had for me?
Trying
to come up with a 6th level feature?
Just the 6th level and about like the direction it's going in general. Because it's meant to be like a... Yeah?
No, say what you were going to say first. I'm sorry. I have a tendency to interrupt.
And it's like a conjuration-focused warlock about like summoning, about like having a summon active, and that's meant to be the main like thing it does.
Gotcha. All right, I have a couple things I actually, this is one, whenever people send them before the stream starts, I usually skim all of them. So this is one of the ones that I skimmed. This warlock is getting too many spell-based features. So my main feedback for you is to not try to lean into the summoning spells and figure out interesting ways to make them work, because warlocks by their nature don't get a lot of spells. So it doesn't really matter how many summoning spells you give us. Getting more summoning spells isn't going to feel like we're getting more summons. And warlocks are probably the worst subclass to build as a summoner, because you are essentially then deciding that is literally the only thing I'm going to do with my spell slots, because I have 2 spell slots. So what I would do if I were you is I would either build this as for a different class entirely, or and I think probably even if you did build it for a different class, I'd do this also. Don't have their summoning come from summoning spells. Build
and just make it like its own.
Build a special, build a special summoned creature. Make it like a unique, The other thing though that I think is worth thinking about is warlocks by nature get a special summon because they get packed to the chain. So it's built into the core class. So it will potentially create a situation where you could be having too many cool summons and it would be sort of weird and silly feeling. So that just might be another thing. That's another reason why I'm like, I don't know if this should be a warlock subclass. In terms of trying to find a 6th level feature, So I did just want to say that before we dived into anything, is that I think that having access to a bunch of summoning spells really doesn't do a lot, because while they're all different, they're not different enough that I think it merits having all of them. Like, the differences are minute enough that it's going to be less like somebody being like, oh, cool, I'm going to summon my Construct this round. And it's going to be more like, let me take 5 minutes and look up every single one of these summoning spells to determine which creature makes the most sense to summon at 5th level or whatever. And that's going to take up a lot of time and be annoying. So I don't think that's the move.
I had it before, so that there was only a few of them, and then some of the other spells were like other conjuration effect ones, and it had a thing that it could just change the damage type to radiant instead. Of those, kind of like what the new great old one does.
I still think that is, you're bumping into the issue of why there isn't a conjuration warlock. Like, all of the subclasses that give those passive benefits to things they summon, they have just a lot more spell slots, which is why I would probably separate the summoning from the spell slots so that it can, one doesn't have to hamper the other. You don't want to because then you don't really get a huge chunk of your warlock class. Like, you have to, or you're very actively not getting access to your subclass. Like, if I want to cast Hunger of Hadar, and then I want to cast Ice Armor, whatever that Ice, what is it called?
Armor of Agathis.
Armor of Agathis. Suddenly, I don't have a subclass because I can't use a summoning spell. You know?
Yeah.
So I think that if you want this to work as a warlock, you're gonna have to play around the fact that in its current iteration, it's really leaning on spell slots, and I don't think it should. Now, let's move all that to the side for a second. Let's talk about 6th level. Most warlocks at 6th level get some sort of utility or defense feature. Not all, but most do.
I thought that was 10th.
Warlocks, if they don't get it, warlocks and barbarians are very similar in that they usually get a utility defense feature, and if they don't get it at 6th, they get it at 10th, or sometimes they don't, right? There's always exceptions to rules, but warlocks are one of those things where it's like, if you look at them like the not the great old one, the dark the infernal one, they get at one of those levels they get the ability to add a D10 to a saving throw. At another one of those levels they get to always have a damage resistance of their choosing. So it's like both are kind of defense in that circumstance. But regardless, I have an idea for your 6th level feature. My idea for your 6th level feature, depending on how you build out your 3rd level feature, and again, I think this will only work if you change your 3rd level feature, would be some ability to use your minion defensively. So, like, allowing your minion to leap in the way of an attack and take it for you, or allowing your minion to assist you in giving you advantage on, like, physical saving throws as it, like, pushes you along or something like that. That's what I would probably do. Tie something to your minion, your summoned, helping you, or helping you in more of a utility way, like, you know, like it flies you somewhere or something like that. But that's what I would probably do. The other thing that I want to push you on here is why is this thing a summoning subclass? All of the flavor around it is tied to celestials and constellations.
Yes, so it's not, well, celestials as in, I think I have it written there, it's more like, you know, the idea of, the constellations.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I meant, like celestial bodies. That's what I meant, I'm sorry. I meant like celestial bodies.
Yeah, more like how they make up, like, creatures and shapes, and it's the idea that you're summoning and conjuring the creatures from the stars as in, like, a physical light construct.
Oh, okay. Then you know what? Then you should be taking a lot more advice from the Stars Druid. That's what they do.
Yeah. But they put it, like, on themselves, and this is meant to be them, like, summoning.
No, I understand, but that's what I mean. Like, you should make it not... I don't think you should manifest it as a creature, or if you do, it's got to be really bare bones, because it's... these summoning spells do not feel like you are manifesting a constellation into a physical form. It feels like you're casting a summoning spell.
Yeah.
So what I would do is spend a little bit of time and think about how mechanically should that feel unique. It could be like an Echo Knight, where it doesn't really manifest physically, but it can interact with the world physically, right? Where it's like, it's sort of a creature, but it's sort of this ethereal shape, and it's, you know what I mean? Like it could be like, I would move so, I completely miss that. I would move a million miles away from this being a summoning class, and I would move into this being a conjuring constellations into physical form class, and I would completely drop the idea that they all have to stand on the table like monsters, and I would really lean into they can have as much or as little physical form as they need to accomplish what they do.
Yeah, I just saw someone mention the Steel Defender, and then I thought what the idea just came to me is if it's like a Beastmaster, but with the 3 different things, like 3 different constellations, maybe.
It could be, but again, you're getting into a weird spot with the Warlock there where they already have a permanent pet that's very strong.
Yeah.
Like if you want to... If you want to have, like, obviously you don't have to have that, but there is a reason why there is not a pet subclass for the Warlock. And it's because it's kind of, it's not gonna, it's like cheddar cheese. A lot of people are gonna be like, what the fuck, this is messy. Or pineapple on a pizza. Cheddar cheese on apple pie is much better than pineapple on pizza, for the record. But that's what, like, it's a little bit muddy feeling. Yeah, it's a little muddy feeling. I would lean into, I would look to ideas from the Star Druid and then also the Wildfire Druid, where they do summon a creature that's a real creature, but it's very short. It's not out all the time. It's just a little burst that it exists for, and then it goes.
Yeah. I guess I could do something kind of like Fathomless kind of has that thing where it has the little tentacle. That
it summons little tentacles. That would also be a nice one to maybe pull ideas from. And those tentacles are, that's sort of what I meant, where like they actually are a much better example than the Echo. But like they are there physically. They can hit things, but they also cannot be targeted and kind of don't exist, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have a look at that then.
And that, I think, will actually help sell the constellation idea a lot more, because I was really struggling to find that connection. It almost felt like you had 2 very different ideas that you were trying to mush together.
Because I thought with this, because how there was the thing with the menagerie spells where it like turns it into a construct and the damage it deals is radiant, was my attempt of it being like, if it like. Yeah, but it clearly doesn't.
I don't think it does enough. I mean, look, the menagerie constellation thing might work. I'm going to be honest, I completely didn't see that, what you just said. And I think that does actually help a little bit, but I still don't think it helps. I don't think that helping overcomes the larger issue of you are now creating a circumstance where you are using your only very limited resource for your spells and your subclass. And I don't think that's good. Yeah. I don't think we want to do that. And those be my thoughts. In terms of 6th level, then, I mean, depending on how you handle how long these summons are, if they're around for a round, if they really do manifest as like a creature, the 6th level I think could be, again, some sort of defensive reaction type thing that you or your creature could do to help you. Similar to like the Steel Defender or something like that, or more extreme if the creatures are more limited in how they exist. Or it could be maybe at 3rd level you get 2 different types of constellation creatures you can summon, and then at 6th level you get another one that's more of a defense utility one. But
sounds cool.
I don't love being so one note on features. Like, that's my only concern, is like I wouldn't want to be in a, like, let's say Menagerie of Constellations, let's say you drop the spell thing, let's say you make it you can use this thing charisma modifier times per long rest. I think that if you do that, you are going to want to make sure that there is something else that we are getting between 3rd and 6th level that feels reasonably interesting or helpful. Because if the only thing we get at 6th level is a alternative option for Menagerie of Constellations, then it sort of falls into that thing of like when we lose one feature, we lose all features, and I don't love that. It doesn't need to be crazy. Like for example, the Fathomless Warlock, they basically just get what they get, but they also get like a movement speed and a swim speed, and I think maybe resistance or to a damage type, but like that's it. So when they don't have their tentacles, they don't have a lot, but they still have a couple things.
I was thinking of some. One was like a blinding reaction thing at one point, or a some kind of like extra sense thing.
The blind light reaction is very similar to the light cleric.
Light cleric, yeah.
So you can like, I was talking about this earlier. You can always take inspiration from other things, and it's a lot more reasonable when they are not from the same class. But I also do think that just note in your brain when you're doing that to make sure that the whole thing isn't that. There needs to be enough uniqueness so that the things that are not unique are sort of, they don't feel bland. Or they don't feel like something that could just be accomplished by multi-classing in another way. That's honestly the main issue, is that it just needs to feel bespoke. It needs to feel unique. A lot of the time people unintentionally create a situation where they try to make something kind of cool, but actually if you go fighter and then multi-class into like ranger or multi-class into rogue, you can just have all of those things and then 2 whole other subclasses. So that's sort of where it's like you don't want to lean too hard into the features that already exist outside of inspiration. But I actually think that one's probably be fine. But yeah, those be my thoughts.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the idea did not make any sense to me until you described the idea that you are taking like constellations and sort of using those to manifest them physically and into the like manifest the thing that they are a symbol of. And that idea is so cool that what I would encourage you to do is every single thing in your power to make that idea in the forefront, that you are pulling down these images of constellations and then expending them out into the world in physical shape is so cool. I think it's very evocative. It's very weird and unique, and like I can see it in my head like it's in a movie. So anything that you could give it, as soon as you can get, the earlier you can get to that, the better. And I would say that is the button that you should lean on the most. That's a strong button. It's a strong button. Cool. Thank you very much for sharing. Yeah, no problem. All right, I'm going to hang up on you now. Bye. Click. All right, thank you very much. Wait, I forgot to do round of applause. Round of applause. Very quiet round of applause. You can hear it if you crank your volume really loud. Quiet round of applause. Thank you for sharing. All right, we're going to grab Data, and then we'll grab Sciotis. Hello, Data.
Hello.
You sent in that Ash Warden earlier.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. And we are looking at it again, but this time with some specific questions in mind. So tell me, good sir, how may I help you as you continue to work on this lovely subclass?
So, after your pretty brutal review of
very brutal. I'm a brutal reviewer. I can't help it. People really don't. I got a message. I literally got a message today from someone being like, "Hey, I came by your last review stream and you were pretty rude, and I felt like you gave good feedback, but I wouldn't want it like that." And I was like, "That's fair. That's reasonable. I don't know how to not sugarcoat and how it not be hard to hear sometimes, but I do try. But I also think I'm just gonna do less of those streams, so they happen less."
No problem. So the Ash Warden, it was kind of it's still a draft, but I completely revamped it because you did have a lot of good points. I had to sleep on it, but you had some really good points. about the complexity of it. It's completely different now, and I tried to kind of separate it from being a one-trick pony. The thing that I think I mainly want to focus on is the higher levels, because I haven't played much at higher levels, and I want to make sure that they kind of match the strength, or are still unique in their own way, but match the strength of some of the other
Sure.
some of the other subclasses.
All right, let's look at 11th and 15th. So I will say, before I read the 11th level feature, most rangers, how to put this, if your ranger doesn't get a crazy feature at level 3, they get a crazy feature at level 11.
Okay.
Almost every ranger gets a bananas thing at 11, unless they get something really strong at level 3.
Okay.
So, like, for example, the Horizon Walker gets an okay feature at level 3, but at level 11, they can teleport between every single attack they make and make an extra attack. As opposed to, like, the Fey Wanderer, which gets amazing features at level 3. It gets extra attacks on all of its attacks if it's hitting other targets, and it can add wisdom to all of its charisma checks. That's fucking crazy. But at level 11, they get the ability to cast Summon Fey without needing concentration, and it only lasts a minute. And that's it, which is still really good, but it's not crazy. So that's just something to keep in mind for your own balance as you, like, move forward building rangers. But now, with that in mind, let me just see what's going on here. 11th level, when you take the attack action, you can make an additional attack on a blinded target. Additionally, you may reactivate your Ashen Haze on a marked target as a bonus action. Number of times equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded down, replenished on a short rest. Is this the first time we get... Can you explain to me what this sentence is very long and kind of confusing.
Yeah, sure.
What is going on? So by reactivate, does that mean you're doing the thing where you're flashbanging them?
Yeah, you're basically flashbanging them using the level 3 ability. So you hit them with a Hunter's Mark. It kind of flashbangs, but it's this smoke that persists. So that anybody who enters the cloud also has to do a saving throw against blindness. For the Warden's focus, I wanted to add more chances of basically forcing that saving throw.
Okay. I got you. Okay, so with that in mind, I want to suggest two things. One, I think this is a little bit separate. I would consider moving Ashen Haze off of Hunter's Mark and making it its own unique thing. Only because I think that gives you more space to make it work and to change it as needed. Definitely don't have to do that, but that's a thought that I would have. But let's talk about 11th level. I think that getting the ability to redo your flash blind thing, I think is fine. I don't think it's particularly exciting. In fact, I think the thing that I'm struggling with the most here is that it is only exciting because it helps you play into the attacking blinded creatures, and that is the only thing this feels like it's doing. I feel like we don't need more of that. I think that it's like, I don't want my entire subclass to rely on one condition. Like, I would not build I wouldn't build a subclass that's entirely built around fear. I wouldn't build a subclass entirely. It's just a little too one note. So what I would do if I were you is, if you want to keep the thing where you're doing an extra flash, I think that's fine. But I would drop the extra attack on a blinded creature and come up with something else to add to this. That is, has absolutely nothing to do with blinding or not blinding, and is just selling more of the fiction of this subclass. Like the Ashen Ward, when I'm imagining an Ashen Ward, I'm thinking of cinder and smoke and smoldering and like coughing and choking and burning. There's so many cool ideas that are evoking that literally have nothing to do with blindness. Blindness is such a small slice of that pie. And if you want to lean into that slice and that's the piece that matters to you, that's fine. But from a mechanics perspective, it's going to feel really boring. very, very quickly. The gimmick of blinding monsters is going to feel really boring really quickly. So I would not lean into it more in the later levels. I wouldn't lean into it early levels either, but I think that once you hit that note hard once or twice, I don't think you need to hit it again. So what I would do at 11th level is, let me ask, like, what else could the haze do? Like, right now, the haze, I don't remember what it does. It's like, they can't see, they might get blinded.
And it reveals invisible
maybe it could burn creatures. Maybe it could choke them. Maybe it could, maybe it could, there's all sorts of, like, have you ever been in I hope not, but if you've ever been in a situation, I have once or twice, it's very scary, where there's like a house fire that you are inside of.
I have not.
You are blinded a little bit, but you are choked and it hurts. It hurts your body more than you're blinded. It is easier. The pain that your eyes have to open them as smoke is probably the least painful part of being in smoke. So I would say maybe this is an opportunity to lean into giving it some extra oomph. The other thing that you could do here, but again, this would require you to take it off of Hunter's Mark, is to maybe level 3 through 10, you can have one haze plume. Maybe at level 11, you can have a second one. So you can have 2 up at the same time. Or maybe the size of it grows. Or like if you change it a little bit so it's not based on Hunter's Mark. Let's say that haze is centered on you. Let's say it's centered on you. You don't have to do it. But hypothetically, if it was centered on you, at 11th level, you could make it centered on you or one of your allies, or you or an enemy. You know, like that's where you could like add that extra level of complexity to it. But all of those things are kind of hard to do when it's tied to Hunter's Mark. So I might pull it off Hunter's Mark, partially because I don't want both things to be having to require the same resource, but also because I think it just gives you a lot more flexibility in how to make it grow, and make it grow in ways where you're still being not one note, but very focused in the theme of ash and haze, but a little bit broader in terms of the applications.
Yeah, it's super funny that you say that. I think every single thing that you've said has been one of those, like, you remember when we were talking about the Ashborn, the like long list of like features and ways to change the smoke, those were there. So choking was there. It was like going to be a con save.
So yeah, now take your rough draft, and go through it. Think about the things that you thought were the most special, that you liked the most, and allow some of them to take the place of some of the blindness focused stuff, and see how some of them could fit in if you remove the Hunter's Mark stuff, I think.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Let me look at the 15th level feature really quickly.
Sure.
We get fire or smoke. After dealing fire damage to a hostile creature, you gain temporary hit points equal to your wisdom modifier, and you add 1d6 damage to your damage dealing Ashen Ward spells. Let me see what the other one does. Makes something that's blind. You can have them automatically fail. I really, really like the idea of doing a smoke and an ash feature, or smoke and fire feature here. I think the extra gaining temporary hit points when you do fire damage is okay. We're not really dealing any fire damage, though. Like, we're dealing force damage.
Yeah,
So don't trigger something off of fire damage if you're not building it into the core chassis. And then but if anything, I would think that just means build it into the core chassis. And then with the smoke, I don't think we need more blindness stuff at this point. I think that I think that if anything, lean into obscurement, which is a different sort of blindness, or you could. Another thing that you could think about it as is like, don't think about it from a perspective of literally how do I make smoke into a feature, but think about it from like, what sort of features do I want and which of those could I give the flavor of smoke? So like, for example, smoke could be when you hit a hostile creature with a ranged weapon attack, you can teleport to within 5 feet of them. that's smoke. It's not really smoke, but it feels like smoke, doesn't it? Like it's sort of like a puff. So like, I don't think it needs to be that, but that's what I would say for the smoke. I think having 2 options is fine. It does feel a little out of left field when there really isn't any sort of distinguishing factor between smoke and fire, and really any fire at all before then. So that might be other things to think about as you try to... I see Searing Smite. Searing Smite is here. I see. So if anyone in chat, I'm not 100% right, but I do think that... I don't know if that's enough to bake fire features in at 15th. I think you might want to foreshadow them a bit more. A piece of... A subclass... There's a lot of things when we're making D&D homebrew. There's a lot of things that, like, you kind of have to learn through writing D&D homebrew because there's very specific language that you have to use. That's the very nitty-gritty stuff. Like, there's certain phrases that mean something mechanically, so you have to use them correctly or you're unintentionally giving the wrong mechanics. Like, earlier when we were looking at the Captain America piece and somebody described the shield as grazing you, but they didn't mean the graze mechanic. Like, you got to look out for that kind of stuff. But I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Oh, I remember. No, but the other thing but what makes writing homebrew sort of like similar to writing fiction is the language you use needs to feel good. Like, part of why I give people a really hard time about their grammar is I don't care about you using correct grammar. I don't correct incorrect grammar. I correct grammar that makes the piece harder to read because at the end of the day, it has to feel good. Like, we want to flow through it. And some of that is being descriptive, but a lot of that is writing the mechanics out in a way that feels good to read. But there is another thing that is really important in fiction that we don't, I think, feel is as important in game design, but I think it is foreshadowing. And when you have a cool idea for a 15th level feature, especially if it's something like this, where it's adding other elements like fire, you want to make sure you're building foreshadowing up to it. The big reveal of who the villain was is much more exciting when the players can look back and feel like, oh, like when it's just like, oh, that's kind of random. That's less impactful. And I think it's the same thing for subclasses. Like, this doesn't feel that random, but it feels a little random. The smoke doesn't feel random. The fire feels random. So
do you think that I should, I hear you. Do you think I should, change the attacks against blinded targets to be fire damage? It was like a thought that I had, but I wanted to kind of separate the two in a way.
Sure.
Like, I wanted it to kind of be like 60-40 smoke and fire, and I definitely am leaning more like 80-20 at this point.
What I might do, this is so different. You could do that. Yes, that would do a lot of that work for you immediately.
Yeah.
What I might do if I were you is keep the haze as a feature that blinds, that you can pop to blind, but change the trigger of the extra damage. And I would change the trigger of the extra damage to creatures that are within the haze.
Okay.
So that it is still a blinding mechanic, but it doesn't rely on blindness to activate. It relies on being in the haze, and that would open it up to allowing you to play a little bit more tactically and a less gambly. Like, right now it's gambly. Right now you're really hoping they fail to save, and if they do, you get to deal extra damage. Mm-hmm. If you change it to things in the haze, it's about how good are you at figuring out where to put it and where to stand and getting bad guys to stand there, which I think is a little bit more interesting. And then I also think it helps sell the image of this Ashen Haze, because it's almost like your weapon strikes inside it trigger these little bursts of fire. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's sort of, I'm imagining like in movies when there's like cinder smoke and there's like little bursts in it, and it's like you're controlling those little bursts.
I love that. Yeah. Yep.
So that might be what I would do in that circumstance. I don't think you have to, But I do think that changing the force damage here to fire is going to solve like a lot of the foreshadowing needed. Most of it, honestly.
Yeah. And then, I'll move it off of Hunter's Mark. That's fine. It was kind of off of it before, but I wanted to see like the best way to move forward.
The inclination to tie a feature to Hunter's Mark, or in other words, to tie a feature to a core class mechanic, I think is a very good inclination. I think it's part of what makes subclasses feel really good when they feel really good. I think the thing that you got to do when you're doing that is not tie it to the class feature in a way that is making it require that class, like one eats the other. You don't want one to eat the other. Yeah. So like if Hunter's Mark didn't require a spell slot, or like maybe that would be more okay, or if it didn't require, if it was infinite in use, maybe that would feel more okay. Yeah. Because then it's like there's still a limit because it's still tied to the Hunter's Mark, but because it's limited, I feel like this feature shouldn't be infinite in use, but should be separately limited. So when you run out of one resource, you don't also lose the other.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I think you had talked about it during the review, is that if we do have something that's very limited, that there needs to be a way to recoup it in the later features. So I'll keep that in mind too.
Oh, yeah. So what I was going to say to that was, I mean, a really easy one is, let's say Ashen Haze. Let's say you get Ashen Haze. It's a separate thing. It takes a bonus action you pick a spot, a little poof appears. Let's say you get proficient. Let's say you get wisdom modifier times per day you can use this feature. So you'll have like 3 or 4 uses, maybe less. Yeah. What you could pretty easily do is at 15th level or at 11th level. I think either of those would be fine for it. When you roll initiative, if you start with no uses of it, you gain 1 use of it.
Okay. Easy.
So that could be it. It could also be like, you could make it a little bit more like evil. Like if a hostile creature drops to 0 within one of your Ashen Hazes, you regain that use of it, you know? Like you could do something like that. If you want to lean into more like diabolic feeling. But that's sort of what I meant by like alternative ways of recouping.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really like that kind of reducing it to 0, because the class is about like using the like remnants of, you know, fire and destruction. Yeah.
And I know I tore yours up. Yeah. I know I really tore it up when I was reviewing it, but I did make a point at the end, and I know that it's just a point at the end. It's obviously probably didn't sit as heavy in your heart, but I think part of why there is I'm having a lot of ideas immediately for what you could implement into this is it's a very cool idea. Like it's the idea of, it's not even that complicated, but just mixing smoke and fire as a subclass vibe is very evocative. It's the flavor is very, very strong, not necessarily from a story perspective, but from like a vibe perspective, you know, which is good.
Yeah.
It's got strong vibe.
I agree.
Cool. Any other thoughts, yearnings, concerns, aspirations?
I think the level 13, like Conjure Minor Elementals, the only reason I picked it was because you could choose fire as one of the
I mean, you could put in parentheses fire only.
I did that at first, and I was like, oh, is that limiting? Whatever.
Fire and air only, because it's like air is kind of smoke.
Ooh, yeah, fire and air only.
That's what that could work.
Makes sense. I was trying to think of other, because like there are a couple of other spells that I thought maybe could work, but you need to do a lot of like jumping through hoops. I think like Phantasmal Killer was a thought, but it was like, well, that's kind of out of left field.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to cover that. So that's actually cool. I didn't know if that was like a thing, if you could just reduce it to be like, oh, just use the fire.
It comes up. I mean, it is like it is making it weaker, obviously, but I think it's fine. Okay. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head that does it, but I'm sure there's at least one.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you very much for thanks for no problem. Listen, I also just want to say, I think that the review stream was the first piece of homebrew I reviewed of yours. Yeah?
Yeah, it was also my first homebrew period, so yeah.
So I will say, you took it with stride. That you might have felt like that was a really fucking harsh review, but you should be, honestly, you should feel good about your sense of self and your desire to write, because those are hard. Those reviews are hard, and they can hurt. They can be very. It's easy to get really excited about an idea and not realize how much work it needs, and then when somebody shows you how much work it needs in a fairly in like a fairly like blunt way, that's a lot. That's a lot. So
yeah.
So be proud of yourself. Keep working on it. It's fucking cool. Like I said, it's a really cool idea. I think you're like 3/4 of the way there. I think you're 50% of the way there if you really want to like go hard on yourself to like make it perfect. I think you're 3/4 of the way there if you want it to be usable and fun.
Cool. That's awesome to hear.
Yeah. Cool, man. Thank you very much for sharing.
Yeah.
All right. Bye. Click. Hang up. That's how we do. All right, Cyotis, you're next. Boom. Ahoy hoy. Prepare yourself to unmute whenever you catch up with stream and realize that you are on the call with me now. I don't know if you can hear me. Hello?
Hello.
Ahoy hoy. Greetings and salutations.
What's up?
Oh, many things, many things. The sky, the moon, the stars, my mind. What can I do for you today? We are looking at a Barbarian subclass.
That's
yes?
correct. Yep.
We're not. It looks like you didn't send. I'm looking at the document. You didn't send the whole thing. You just sent a couple features, right?
Well, yeah. Reading your desires, it sounded like you just kind of want to keep it short and sweet. But watching the stream, there's a lot more people. You're giving a lot more advice.
Oh, that's fine. Either way is fine. I mean, I'm happy to. Usually what ends up happening is if somebody feels like they want me to do a full review, I basically say, no, pick something, because I don't want to do a full review right now. But I do want to do, I'll do a full talk about a thing. So if the thing you want to talk about is this 10th level feature, we can just focus in on that. And if you would rather us have the whole document open, you can also send that. I don't really care. Either's fine.
Cool. Yeah, we could look at maybe the first feature later. I'll have to send that document. But yeah, let's look at the 10th.
All right, so just before I read it, I did skim this beforehand. The gimmick here, tell me if I'm misspeaking. We are going for a Barbarian with sort of a lava, molten vibe. And from like a mechanics perspective, it's a Barbarian that specializes in AoE. Yes?
That's correct, yep.
Cool. Okay. Now, you did something here. Now, I noticed this. So, we have this feature called Volcanic Eruption, 10th level. Use your action, you release a volcanic explosion, you take a bunch of fire damage. Everybody within a 45-foot cube of you also potentially takes that fire damage. You have all the mechanics for the saves and stuff. And you can do the strength modifier times per day. Now, that ties into the 6th level feature, which is that when you take fire damage, you gain temporary hit points equal to twice that amount of damage.
Correct.
So, I think what you are doing here is you are building a gameplay loop with too many steps. That's what I think. All right. I think that here's what I would do if I were you. The idea that whenever you is everything about this subclass about taking fire damage? Like, are you taking fire damage at level 3?
No, you're kind of doing like burning hands, essentially, like a small burning hands whenever you attack on your first attack that hits an enemy.
Okay, if you are not taking if there is not a part of this subclass that makes you take fire damage, I think that as much as the gaining temporary hit points on taking fire damage is an interesting mechanic, I don't actually think it is doing much for you. It's sort of like it's like a ribbon. It is doing something, but it becomes a ribbon feature. Because if I don't have a way to activate a feature, if I am beholden to the dungeon master and the choices they make to see whether or not I can activate a feature, makes it sort of more of a ribbon feature. Sort of like having a swim speed. A swim speed is amazing or terrible. You have very little control over if that is. It really depends on what kind of game the dungeon master runs through. I see this 6th level feature as basically the same thing. Resistance to fire damage feels like a ribbon feature. The temporary hit points feel like a ribbon feature. So what I would say to you is I would encourage you to think about, with the 6th level feature, something that we could do, something that you could do that isn't beholden to something else happening, or the thing that it's beholden to happening happens a lot more regularly. Like, more specifically than just a damage type. So, like, for example, there's another Barbarian that's like, when you fail a intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw, you can re-roll that save. Like, those things are still, it's still specific, but those are happening a lot. So that's sort of what I mean by, like, finding thinking of something that happens more. So, with all of that in mind...
I was just trying to stay on theme with, like, the fire damage and stuff.
For sure, but you don't want to stay so on theme that you unintentionally create something that only works in one circumstance. Similar to how with the last one, I needed that guy to move away from the, I needed him to move away from the blinded stuff. Data needed to move away from the blinded and expand. You don't want your thing to be too one note. If it really is going to be that one note, it starts to become, I would say, okay, how do I break this apart and turn it into magic items? But this 10th level feature is very fun. Somebody in the chat pointed out, 45-foot cube, I think is too much space. I think it's too big. Much too big.
I think is it about a fireball? I think it's a fireball.
A fireball is 40 feet across in a sphere. Though that extra 5 feet adds... Okay, if it was a sphere, that extra 5 feet would add roughly, I think, 12 to 20 squares of influence. With that extra 5 feet being a cube, it's on the higher end. So it might only be 5 feet wider, but you have to think about how much of the map it's touching. And when you're building something out, I can actually show you what I'm talking about here.
Okay.
Let me show you on I'll just pull it up on screen. Okay. This is not what I want. I just want a big picture of a map. Okay, so like on my screen, if I have a thing that has a radius of 5 feet, it has 9 squares of influence. As soon as it has a radius of 10 feet, it has 9 plus 12 squares of influence, if not more.
Right.
So it's quite a lot. But I think that aside of it being big, I think it's mostly fine. I would just make it the size of a fireball. If there was a reason for you not doing that, I'm happy to feed that dragon. But if there wasn't, or if the reason was I want it to be different, I think you just make it a fireball. Yes, a 20-foot sphere is 64. A 45 cube is 80. So it's like 20-ish more. So I think you've made it mostly fireball already. I think basically just making it fireball would be fine. What I would do, though, is instead of doing the gameplay loop of you take the damage, and on top of that, you have resistance to the damage and you get temporary hit points because of the 6th level feature, I would just bypass those middle steps, and I would make it so you just don't take the damage, and when you use this feature, you gain some temporary hit points.
Okay.
I think you could simplify it into that, and I think that would work better. And I think that would also work fine. I don't think that's a bad feature at all. Yes, it does hit your allies too, for sure. That's the way it's written anyway, and I think that's good. I think it's good. I think it's good when stuff does that. It's fun. I will say that if your 3rd level features is leaning into AoE, and this is also AoE, I think that you might want to make sure that those AoE feelings are really distinct enough. Like, what I mean by that is if I could do a thing where my attacks hit in like a small cone as opposed to a single target, am I going to, in most circumstances, in 7 out of 10 circumstances, with those 2 area of effect attacks, am I going to be covering roughly the same amount of space, or at least the same amount of relevant space, because it's only really relevant if there's somebody there, as I am with this feature? Like, are they both sort of accomplishing the same goal from a meta mechanical perspective? And if they feel like they're not, great. But if they feel like they are, then I think what I would do with this 10th level feature is something completely different. And this 10th level feature would basically be one of two things, maybe both. It would be a way to expand your basic things. So instead of it being, I use an action to explode out in all directions, it would be like, when I do my Burning Hands punch, I can expend a charge, and instead of it having a 15-foot range, it has a 30-foot range. And so doing that, or going in a different direction, giving something where it's like, when a creature has to make a saving throw against some of your AoE damage, or when a creature is in the area of some of your AoE damage, this feature allows you to impose some other conditions. Maybe they catch on fire and start to burn, and now they just take damage every turn until they put themselves out. Or maybe the fire, or maybe they're like shackled, or maybe they like the ground splits into a fissure and they fall prone. Or, you know, like there's a bunch of things you could do. Also, I'm not saying you need to do any of those things. You definitely don't. But it might be an opportunity for you to make sure that make sure that this thing is doing enough things amidst doing AoE damage. But again, that's only, I think, if you think this feature is very similar in terms of its like what it does to third level features, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think the eruption definitely is a bigger area, but the level 3 feature definitely is like, you know, I'm trying to hit, you know, maybe 2 or 3 more enemies or something, you know.
You could also, you could also play around with the eruption. This is going to be something you'll need to tweak in terms of how many uses it gets, how powerful it is, whatever the radius. All of those things are things you can make less or more to help balance it up or down, depending on what it does. If the third level feature is basically an AoE fire attack, and this is basically a bigger AoE fire attack, I still would push you to have this have some secondary feature. Like, nothing too crazy, but like people have to, you know, people lose their footing. They fall prone. Their movement speed is halved. Something to make it less like a fireball and more like a volcano erupting. You know what I mean? Like, when I think of volcanoes and I think of lava and magma and molten stuff, I don't really think of fireballs. I think of, like, cracking earth and spewing heat vents and stuff, which I think mechanically could be 8d6 fire damage, but I also think that it could be other things on top of that, too.
Yeah, fair enough.
I also would probably drop the option for this to do force damage. My guess is that's a balancing thing because you want to be like, what if they're fighting something that is resistant to fire damage? And to that I would say, then it's not as good a feature in that circumstance, and that's okay. You don't need to agree with that logic, but I feel like I don't feel like we need to always give an ideal. I don't think we need to always give an opportune option. I think different damage types being specifically better or worse against different creatures based off of their resistances and immunities, I think to me that adds to the dynamic nature of the game and makes those damage types feel like they have more impact. If you're like, fuck, I don't care about that, I just want to make sure this always works pretty well, then I think keep the force damage.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I love the idea of a volcano barbarian though, and I think the volcanic eruption 10th level feature, like, there's definitely a lot of little things to tweak in different directions, but I think the core concept is a really genuinely awesome 10th level feature. Like, I think it really hits the nail on the head for what a barbarian 10th level feature could be, and I think it's very, very nice feature.
Do you think it should scale at all in higher levels at all, or
your 10th level? It don't need to be higher level. It already scales with your saving throw DC.
Okay. I just didn't know if like the damage fall off at like late levels and becomes irrelevant.
I don't think 8d6 ever becomes irrelevant. I think it will become less impactful, but I think that so long as you also throw in another mechanic that's a little battlefield control-y, I think that will help. And the other thing that I'd say is the specificity of this feature is this is really designed for when you are surrounded by guys. Otherwise, you could just use your regular punches. And even at the higher levels, when you are surrounded by guys, they're usually a little squishier. Like 8d6 fire damage is almost always, like, this is going to be much less impactful when you're fighting, like, the one giant ogre boss. But I think whenever you're fighting 6 or 7 dudes, whether you're level 10 or level 15 or 20, I think this is going to feel impactful. If you're really concerned about it feeling not strong enough, the only other thing I would maybe do to tweak it would be to make it so you didn't have to sacrifice your action to do this. This would be replacing one of your attacks.
Oh, wow. All right.
So that would make it a lot stronger in general, but I also think would help it not feel like a waste of an attack, a waste of an action at higher levels. So maybe that's something you could incorporate. You could also incorporate that at higher levels if you wanted to, but that's always an option, is just don't make it an action. Make it when you take the attack action, you can replace one of your attacks with this.
Like at the 14th level feature or something.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking you could probably do it at the 10th level feature. Maybe people think I'm crazy, but I think I would be fine. It's a 3rd level spell. It's the power of a 3rd level spell. It's good, but it's not crazy. So I think making it, like, I don't know. I think it would be fine. I think it would be fine. The Drake Warden's big AoE increases to 10d6 at 14th level. That is true, Shades, but I do think that Rangers often grow, specifically, also classes that have summons usually grow in more distinct ways than, or more like, at this level, it adds 2d6 to its attack or whatever. Like, I don't know how much that matters in comparison to this. I feel like it's a little bit apples and oranges, just a little bit. But yeah, you could also always add damage. You could also do the thing where it does, you could also make it so it does, like, you could just make it different. So instead of it doing 8d6, it could do a number of dice equal to your rage damage modifier. So maybe your rage damage modifier obviously going to be +6. It's going to be like +3 or +4. So you would want to up the dice. So maybe it would be d10s instead of d6s. Or something like that to help, so account for it being less. But you could also do something like that. Like it could bake into, if you did want it to scale, I think that could be a way you did it also if you wanted to.
Gotcha.
There isn't really to Shade's point, there really isn't a right or a wrong choice here. It really will come down to what feels better from your design style. And then what feels better at the table. But there's like a million ways to make power scaling happen. And often it doesn't, and often that's fine. And when it's done, when it is, it also usually is fine. So that it's maybe not a fun headspace, but it's an interesting mechanical headspace where there's like a lot of different roads to scaling a feature, whether that's the saving throw, the damage, both, the number of dice, the type of dice, things like that. The radius, maybe the radius starts at, maybe the damage doesn't go up, but the radius does. So you're still not doing more damage, but you could like destroy a whole, you jump into a crowd and just slam down, and then like half a football field is melted. I don't know. You don't have to do that, but that could also. My point is, there's a lot of ways you could tweak it if you want to. The core idea is really strong, so I think whatever you do is probably going to be fun feeling. It's really just a matter of your taste, honestly.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Do you think the level 6 feature, if like the wizard casts fireball on you, you don't think that'll happen often enough to make that worthwhile?
No, I don't.
No.
And I think it creates a situation where one player is asking another player to spend their resources in a disadvantageous way so they can use their features. And I don't think that'd be fun. That would only be fun, I think, if the wizard player and the barbarian player both understood what that was going to be beforehand and actively worked towards it. Otherwise, I think it would be more like my worry is it would be like the barbarian would constantly be like, "Oh man, why didn't you do that?" And it's like, "Because I did this."
Yeah.
Don't give me Like, how about you pick what you do on your turns and I pick what I do on mine? Like, that, I could see it going in that direction, potentially.
Gotcha. Cool. All right, man. Well, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the call. I'm going to hang up on you now. Bye. Click. Friends! Chat. We have no one else waiting in the call, which means now we are going to switch gears a tiny bit. We are going to look at things that people put questions in but they could not arrive in stream, and or answering your questions in the chat. / maybe just hanging too, because it's 11:30. We're going to end soon. Before we dive into anything else, opinions. Everybody say put a 1 or some positive word if you like this style, and you want more of this style. Put a 2 or some sort of negative word if you like this style, but you also still really want a lot of the hypercritical reviews. I think I'm going to lean into these more. I think this felt so much better. I think this felt better. I still really want to do the hypercritical reviews, but I think the way that I want to do them moving forward is going to be turning them into a special event. So nobody is surprised when I'm screaming at you about how your sentence is too long. It's sort of like the gimmick of that specific show. It's like we are all here working together, trying to grow, and once a month or once every 2 weeks, Cinder will do a stream where he is really just taking you to task and being like, all right, we've been growing. Let's see what we're showing. That's what I think. I think it will make those streams maybe more palatable. And I think it will probably, hopefully, make people more prepared for them when they enter in. That's my thought. How am I? I'm good. How are you? I am taking care of myself. To be honest, I got kind of sick this weekend. I almost didn't stream tonight. I was supposed to go to dinner with my siblings last night and my cousins who were in town, and I didn't because of my tummy aches. I have some tummy stuff sometimes. And it's not even like diarrhea. I wish it was. It's like genuine, it's like pain in the stomach. So it's not like fun where it's like, oh, at least I made a big stinky poop. It's more just like I have to stand in the hot shower or pace because I'm going crazy because my stomach hurts. Fibers for nerds. No, I got lots of fiber. My poops are good. I think I have gallbladder stuff. Realistically, what I think it is, I think I probably need to get my gallbladder removed, and I just don't want to because I don't want to have a serious invasive surgery, and I don't have good health insurance. I might not even have health insurance right now. Cinder, you have any overarching thoughts on the recent Unearthed Arcanas? I haven't looked at them yet. Be wary of stomach pains. I got them checked out before. It wasn't anything. I think it's genuinely, I think it's like sometimes I gotta just be chill about what I put in the body. If you don't mind, how would you fix the Twilight Cleric? Call me crazy, but I think there's a really, really easy way to fix the Twilight Cleric. I think the way that you fix the Twilight Cleric is 1, you remove their heavy armor. And I think 2, do they have the ability to see in magical darkness? If they have the ability to see in magical darkness, remove that. And then I think they're good. I think if you remove the Twilight Cleric's heavy armor, that's like 50% of the job. Your mom now has an ostomy bag because that wasn't taken seriously enough. I will keep that in mind, Pixie. I will keep that in mind. I went to the hospital, I want to say, I don't know, at some point in the last 5 months, because I was like, oh, this happens sometimes. This is a bad thing. And they did a whole thing, and they were like, no, we don't see anything. It's like, okay. On a scale of storyteller to crunchy wargamer, where would you put yourself as a dungeon master? As a dungeon master, I would love to be storyteller. When it comes to my home games, I think that I am 30% storyteller, 70% wargamer. And it has mostly to do with the way that my players like to play. My players are very in character all the time, but they do not do a good job of remembering the plot. That's not true. Sometimes they do. They don't do a good job of driving the plot or the story, and I have to do it a lot of the time. And they do a lot of what happens next. And when you have players that do a lot of what happens next, if you lean too hard into the plot, it just turns into you telling a story. So it turns into a lot more action-oriented gaming of like dungeons and battles and very tactics stuff. So I for better or worse, I have to be more of a war gamer as a dungeon master. It does make me very familiar with game mechanics though, and homebrew, because I'm pretty stringent with the rules in my game. It's not magical darkness, just really far dark vision. I think the temporary hit point thing is also strong for sure. But I think what really makes it feel like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what makes it go from reasonable to like fuck off is not the temporary hit point special channel divinity thing they get. It's the fact that they get that and they get heavy armor. That is the real issue. What would be a good level 20 capstone for a ranger? The current level 20 capstone for the ranger is garbage, which is that you get to add your wisdom modifier to your attack rolls to your chosen creature types. I think a cool capstone for the ranger would probably be less of something that was more direct damage and more of something that I think helped sow the idea of rangers as sort of wardens of the space between nature and civilization. Like, you know how all paladins have an oath, and that oath gives them like a certain purview of responsibility? Rangers are sort of the same thing. They have a space that they sort of exist in that in the lore, they're kind of the wardens of. Gloomstalkers, it's the caves. Horizon Walkers, it's like interplanar stuff. They all sort of, most of them all sort of sit in a space of like, they sort of make sense in a certain direction. So what I would do is, you know, their 20th level feature isn't subclass specific, but what I would do is not necessarily exactly what the paladin gets, but I would lean in that direction where you get some sort of activatable feature. Maybe it's something that you activate and it's on for 10 minutes. Maybe it's like a special move or an access, something, but something that doesn't just feel like more damage, but feels like a larger calling of power and responsibility towards that idea of stewardship and being a warden. That's what I would say. 2024 clerics always have heavy armor if they want, because it's a core feature they can choose at level 1. Oh, that's interesting. I was not talking about the 2024 cleric. I don't even know if there is a 2024 Twilight cleric off the top of my head. I was talking about the other one. I don't think it's a bad thing for all clerics to be able to choose between wisdom, scale. I don't think it's bad. I think the option to choose if I'm going to be more magical or more melee-y, I think is awesome. I think it becomes a problem when you don't have that choice and you build the option into one subclass that is already kind of overpowered, but you don't build it into other subclasses that are largely underpowered. I look sleepy. I mean, how long have I been streaming? It's been like almost 6 hours. It's been a long stream. But it's been a great stream. I felt so good about this. This is it. I don't care. Listen, I'm going to change the schedule. We're changing everything. I don't want to do critiques all the time. I feel, at the end of critiques, even if I feel good, I feel tired. I just feel nice at the end of this. So I think this is what we're going to do forward. Yeah. I think what you want matters a lot. And I think what does well matters a lot. If there's not people watching and people aren't willing to like subscribe or gift subs, then it's a lot of time spent that I should be spending doing other things. And those two really matter. But I also think what matters a lot is that it needs to be something that is invigorating for me. And this feels like I get to sit more in teacher space. So I'm going to lean into that more. Joey, you silly goose. Thank you for becoming a very cool member. I wasn't actually fishing for that, but I will take it. But I appreciate it. That's very kind. Yeah, so we're gonna close thing. Listen, I'm not ending right now, but we are going to shift into answering chat questions. Bilda with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. That's very nice. Are the Twitch alerts not working? All right, I'm going to look into that after stream. There was another Twitch alert that was supposed to activate that didn't activate. I think I fucked something up when I changed how I was doing restream. I'm going to make sure it's working. Bilda, that is very kind of you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. You would beg for my reactions on the Unearthed Arcana Artificer and Forgotten Realm subclasses. I am not going to do that right now. My reaction is probably going to be like, what? Fuck you! Maybe I'll do it later. Hakase! Gifting 20 subs? Hakase! You're fucking crazy! You madman! Oh my god! That's very kind of you, dude. Thank you. That's crazy. I appreciate that, my man. That's very nice. That's very nice. I appreciate that a lot. Very sweet of you. Guys, this is a fun fact about Hakase. He might be embarrassed by this. I've been looking at, there's a bunch of people here whose homebrew I've been looking at for a while. King Crusher. I see a bunch of people in the chat. Bildo, I've looked at his stuff for a while too, but he's also, he makes so much stuff. He's a powerhouse. But Hakase is somebody that really has these very, very, like, evocative ideas. Evocative is not the right word. Ambitious ideas for subclasses. And he has genuinely become such a more focused creator in this space. I will say this. As much as I don't want to do the mean, harsh reviews as much anymore, I do think they help people learn what they need to do. And I think that in me doing less of them, I think I will point out a little bit of feedback I have sort of in between the conversations I have with people, just because I do still think it's important. But Hakase, a couple of things that he's made recently have been like fucking short compared to his normal stuff, and like succinct. It's nice. I like when I see people grow as writers. We spend a lot of time giving people a hard time about their homebrew and talking about game design and trying to make all of the things that you are writing like as good as they can be. But the real truth of the matter, whenever I'm running any of these homebrew streams, is that I don't actually care about the thing that you're writing. I might like it or I might not like it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that you grow as a writer. I see all of the work that you guys are sending me now, and all of the stuff that I'm doing, by the way. I'm in this boat too. I see all of it as basically training. We are practicing. No writer, unless you're one or two crazy people, writes a good book the first time they write a book, you know? Eventually they learn to write a good book. Super writer Andy, thank you for the subs. Aw, thank you. Gifting a tier 1. You're very kind. I appreciate that, buddy. But we are all works in progress. You know, we are all in this state of like constantly trying to be the best versions of ourselves. Or maybe not be the best. We're scumbags, right? Sometimes we just want to have fun. But we're trying to make our writing better. We're trying to grow as people. And that's a hard thing to do. It's hard to lean into stuff that doesn't feel good. And a lot of the time, the stuff that doesn't feel good is the stuff that needs the most work. Like when you go to the gym, which I used to do all the time, and I haven't done in so long, and I probably should again eventually. But when you go to the gym, one of the reasons why it's very valuable to work with a trainer is because when you exercise by yourself, unless you have like really intense sense of control, a lot of discipline, you do the exercises that you like. You do the exercises that you're good at because they feel good to do. You don't work as much on the exercises that you're not as good at. That's really hard to make you. It's really hard to make yourself do that. So when you have a trainer, they sort of force you to do the stuff that you're not good at. And they remind you that it's important. And a lot of the time, I think a creative writing workshop sits in that middle space. It's not exactly that because you are sending in whatever you want to send in. But it forces us to look at the parts of the things that we're not spending as much time writing and try to spend more. I see this a lot with like spelling and grammar and formatting, right? Nobody really wants to spend time on those things, but they do matter. And the weird thing is if you get better at those things, it does impact your game design. If you have a strong sense of formatting and sentence structure, you sort of have a stronger sense of like programming. And by that same logic, like interchangeable interactive mechanics. They all kind of mush together into how your brain takes in information. It can be very, very powerful, valuable stuff. Power. Yazikon coming with the sub. Okay, that worked. So maybe it's just the gifted subs. Fuck. All right, I'm going to do some back-end exploration. Make sure I didn't unclick something or move something somewhere. I fucked something up. I don't know what. But yeah, that's why I think it's good to get feedback. But also, it's why it's good to do something else that we are going to start doing. Not tonight, but soon. Now, another thing that people have been asking me about is we used to do these themed homebrew nights. Nights where there was like a contest. Like, make a magic item in 50 words or less. Or make a spell that incorporates these 3 keywords or whatever. We're going to start doing those again. But I think we're going to do them in 2 separate ways. We are going to have some themed homebrew nights where they're basically sort of like this, but there is a theme. And I give it to you at least a week ahead of time so that you can like spend some time percolating on it and then send them in and we can talk about them. But we are going to start doing some game nights. Not playing D&D. I know, crazy. One day I'll play D&D on stream. But we are going to do nights where you as a group, you as chat, work together to come up with writing prompts. And then I put up a timer and we do that writing prompt. You do it at home, I do it here. And then once that timer is done, anybody that wants to, that participated in the writing prompt, can send it in and we will look at them together. So that's going to be something we're going to start doing too, which will be a little bit more of like a flash writing / show and tell type thing. I think that will be really fun. I know the art ones are great. I think that would be fun to do too. I think that art streams will be more event based. I'm super happy to do art streams again. I think if we do more art streams again, they will be a little bit. The last art stream that I liked the way that it ran, we looked at a lot of people's art, and we sort of brainstormed what sort of features that monster could have. We didn't write any full stat blocks. We just sort of brainstormed, and I liked that. I think we'll do that again. We could also do that with maps, if brainstorming interesting things that the map could be used for. I'm happy to do that too. Yeah. Shades. Literally, I just read your comment. You literally just asked if we, yes. The answer is yes. Same thought, my friend. Same thought. What's your question, you crazy moose? Ask it, you fucking glorious Tyrannosauri. If you curse at somebody, it's okay because you call them a Tyrannosauri, and that feels cool. Everybody wants to be a Tyrannosauri. How do you handle table volume and tone? When you say table volume, do you mean amount of people? Or do you mean really loud? The way that I try to handle table volume and tone is it's different depending on if I know the people I'm playing with. If I know the people I'm playing with, I usually can kind of guess what the tone will be because I've played with them before and I know the people and I know their chemistry. And if I want to do anything super divergent from the way they traditionally play D&D, I just tell them beforehand, or ask them really. I say, hey, do you guys want to play a game that's like a little bit more grimdark or a little bit more wacky or whatever? And inevitably they do sort of lose that and turn into whatever the tone of the group is, almost certainly. But if I'm playing with like a new group of people or a group of people where I don't know everyone or doing like a one shot or something things, it comes out in session 0. When it becomes clear emotions are getting out of character. Oh, I see. So I think that part of that is, I got it. I understand now. So let's play a hypothetical. Let's assume that you have had a session 0, that you explained to everybody and got everybody to agree to that this is a game, we are friends, you know, all of those sorts of conversation to like set things up. Let's assume we did all that. Regardless, people are still going to be people. They're still going to get emotional, and we see some emotion coming out at the table. There are a couple ways I think that you should handle this. I think the easiest and best way to handle it, for me, is to pause the game, and depending on the comfort level of the group, pause the game and say to everyone, not to everyone, but say in front of everyone, hey, this feels like you guys are now fighting as people, not as characters. I don't think this feels good. And I don't know if you think it feels good, but regardless, it doesn't. So we need to stop that. So if that means you two need to go in different directions, if that means we need to change things, but either I am going to use my Dungeon Master hand to change this, or you are going to use your mature adult activity brains and change this. Now keep in mind, we are all responsible for each other's friends, and if you are going to emotionally fight over this, that's being selfish. If you're comfortable with that group of people, I think that's 100% reasonable to say. If you are not comfortable with that group of people, basically do the same thing in private. Say, hey guys, I need to take like a 5-minute break. And then DM or message or say, hey, can we go talk the people that are causing a problem? And have a conversation in private with them about them. Be like, hey guys, I don't know what's going on with you two, but this is not really comfortable or appropriate for the D&D game. I need you guys to put this aside and move forward. And if you can't, we're going to probably just pause the game for today. Something like that. But basically have the same conversation just publicly or privately. The other thing that I think is important is to make sure if anybody feels like a victim or feels wronged, make sure that you acknowledge those feelings. They might not be correct. They might be like, fuck you, he always yells at me. And maybe that he doesn't always yell. Maybe he never yells. And you could be like, I hear you. And we can work on that. But you two fighting right now as people while we're trying to play a game is not helping solve that problem. and is making a bunch of other people very uncomfortable. I think it's okay to say you're bringing your baggage to the table right now. If you can, we need to stop that. And if you can't, we need to change the game in a way that it's not going to come up. And if we can't, then this isn't a game for you. That's sort of how I'd say it. My players can't stop whispering. You can never hear them. Cinder, I'm running Storm King's Thunder, and I'm moving into the Finding Harshnag stage. I have never run Storm King's Thunder, nor read Storm King's Thunder. So I would say if you're having a hard time with finding Harshnag, maybe you should make it Easy Nog, and then it'll be easy to find. I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. Can I describe a good session 0? I think a good session 0 composes of basically 3 things. It composes of very clearly making everyone aware of the social contract of the table, which is like where people's comfort levels are, how much people care about people being on time to sessions, how much time is appropriate before, like how much time people need to cancel a session, how many people are going to show up to the session before you cancel it. Like all of those sort of mechanical things, like red flags, your lines and veils, like what things do you not want to play with? What do you need? Like, are you blind? Do you need a special Braille character sheet, or do you need someone to help you roll your dice? Like whatever, all of those sorts of things. Your basic kind of like human emotional needs, and not just your basic human emotional needs, but what the basic expectations of the table are from that perspective. That's one thing. Another thing is you want to set the stage for the tone of the game. Make sure everybody knows, okay, cool, we're doing a Indiana Jones style adventure in like ancient tombs, or we're doing like a Monty Python wacky sci-fi adventure or whatever. So just making sure that everybody knows what the tone is, agrees to it, and likes it. And I think a part of that is giving a little bit about the world, the plot, that sort of thing. You don't need to necessarily do world building, but making sure everybody is aware of the direction that you plan on taking it, and they are excited for that direction. And then the last thing is getting people excited about building characters and getting excited about playing with each other. So those 3 things. And there's less of a specific thing you need to do about getting people excited about building their characters and getting excited to play with each other, except to just like do that and be positive. So emotional, social expectations of the table, tone, setting expectations of the game, and getting people hyped on their characters. I think those are the 3 things you need to do, basically. Are you going to allow drinking? That's a great one. That's a great one because there's so many tables that are like, of course, and so many tables that are like, are you fucking kidding me? Cinder, I've been making beans on toast where the toast gets soggy by the second piece. What can you do to keep your toast taut? I think if you toast it if you cut your toast extra thick and toast it for extra long, or do the type of toasting where you're not toasting it in the microwave, you're like oiling it up and like doing it in a skillet to sort of seal it more. I think that would help. You could also use drier beans, but that's just depressing. Oh hi. What do you say? I know this has nothing to do with the current conversation, but I'm a little new to it. That's fine. We're just hanging and talking now. A friend of mine loves D&D and Helldivers and asked me to help them make a homebrew weapons. And I'm curious if you ever played Helldivers. I have. I love Helldivers. You guys want to hear? I'll do a little name drop. So, one of the fun things about being a content creator, not always, but occasionally, because it's fun to hang out with people that do the same things as you, is you meet a lot of other content creators, and if you're not an asshole, you get along with them. But occasionally you actually become friends with them. And one of the best friends that I've made in this space, and he and I, like, we talk very regularly, gone on road trips and stuff together, is Zach Speaks Giant. So Zach Speaks Giant and is the main guy that I play Helldivers with. Also my brother. So yeah, I love Helldivers. It's great. My build right now in Helldivers is fucking crazy. I don't know if it's good, but I love it. I don't use any weapons anymore in Helldivers. I use weapons, but I don't use any guns. I use the ballistic shield and the taser spear. And I just, just fucking stab, charge. It's so fun. Okay. What was your question? You didn't ask a question. You just said you're making stuff? Okay, I guess I answered it then. I have an idea for a homebrew subclass, but I don't know how to give mechanics to the idea. Are there any tips you could give for making mechanics for a subclass? It depends on where you're struggling. I think the advice that I usually give people when they are trying to come up with how to do something mechanically is almost the opposite of what you'd think. I usually say, imagine this thing in combat. What does it look like? What is it doing? Because if you have an idea like, I want to make Luffy from One Piece, he does too many things. He's not a class. He's a character. You know, he's not a subclass. He's a character. And even if you can't even take a whole character and do all this. So there's limitations. So you'd have to be like, okay, well, I guess I want to like be able to bounce and stretch. Okay, we can work with bouncing and stretching. So then you sort of take that and you boil that down into like, what mechanics are happening there? Well, bouncing is jumping basically. So maybe we could get some sort of like extra jumping, and stretching gives you extra reach. It allows you to interact with things farther away. Maybe it allows you to snap things back to you. So you sort of build the mechanics you sort of find the mechanics in the flavor, but you need to boil that flavor down to like, it has to be practical to use in your game. So there are sometimes things that people want to make homebrew out of that I think just don't work. Howdy. If you do another one of these streams, I'll probably submit something I've been working on recently. Quispy, I think our Wednesday stream I'm going to change to being one of these. And honestly, if all of them feel like this, I might just stream more. This was not emotionally draining for me at all. Part of why I was limiting how many streams I was doing, I mean, aside from I have other things I need to do, I was very tired at the end of them. Very emotionally draining, but I feel good. So we are going to be doing another one of these streams on Wednesday, but I might throw in another one on maybe another day this week, and I might just start doing them more. Cinder. Alfredo says, do you know if you'll end up doing Outer Wilds stream? Yes. There is only one video game on my radar right now to stream, and it is Outer Wilds. That is the only game on my streaming radar, because selfishly, whatever game I stream, I want it to be a game that the process of me streaming it, I can also then use to turn into a video. And I need it to be a game that has an element of plot and story and mystery, but also that can sort of be tied into like a discussion. And it seems like Outer Wilds is that. The other thing that I would do is I would play a game if I had someone to play with. Like, there's a game called like Tales, like Fiction Tales or Two Fictions or something that just came out or is coming out soon. It's not It Takes Two, but it's like an It Takes Two alternative. But I think that I want to play that with other people. No, I'd be down to play Inscription. I think has a plot, doesn't it? Maybe that's a spoiler. I know Inscription has a story. No, I'd play Marvel Rivals. I just would want to play with other people, I think, mostly. I don't know how entertaining I am when I'm streaming, when I'm playing a video game. I don't know if it's super entertaining. I think I need a story or something. Like, I'm worried that if it was more traditional games, I would just sort of not talk. But maybe that's not true. But I could do more of those types of streams too. Are story-based debuffs okay to use? It depends on the player and the circumstance. I would say yes. Players want to have extremely low stat, but later on wants to return it back to normal after. here's what I'll say. There's nothing wrong with a character going out of their way to take like to handicap themselves in the game, to give themselves a really low stat or something like that. It's totally fine. They might not succeed in getting it back. So when you say, but later they want it to return to normal, what if they fail their rolls? What if their character dies? So what I would say is I would not encourage a player to start with a major handicap that they plan on trying to overcome unless they are very much okay with never overcoming that handicap. And they will be happy and satisfied if that never happens. If they're like, no, it has to happen, then I'd be like, then I don't think you should start with it. Because you don't know what's going to happen in this game. I don't, right? I'm a dungeon master. I'm just, the dice do things a lot of the time. I also wouldn't make it so debilitating that the character isn't competent with the other players, because that might just be annoying. Like, if you're like, I want to have an intelligence of 4 and not know who the enemy is and be like that, I wouldn't want to play with that character. I'd be like, no, make something different, or I don't want to play in this campaign. That's just annoying. The subclass is a Dragon Warlock pact, but specifically focused on hoarding aspect. You could do something like that. I would say the only thing that you should think about is you're going to need to figure out how to abstract the idea of the hoard into something not monetary. Because it is very, very hard to balance game mechanics of any sort around gold and money. And that's because gold and money have radically different values in different games. Gold is worth a lot more in a game where your party only gets 100 gold by the time they're level 3 than it does in a game where your party gets 100 gold after they open one chest, you know? So it's very hard to balance things based on gold or the value of gold. So I would say that conceptually could work, but you're going to need to think of some actual combat, battle, game mechanic things that really don't have anything to do with the value of gold or the quantity of gold that just are mechanics. Maybe a dragon warlock that focuses on hoarding the gold, maybe focusing on hoarding the gold should be the way that they roleplay their character. Because regardless of what their job is, wouldn't the dragon give them powers that help them be good at being an adventurer? And they might hopefully use those powers to get a hoard or to help the dragon, but getting random magic sort of I have gold feeling powers, why would that help you get more? I don't know. That's my thoughts. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my thought. I think you can make a subclass that thematically revolves around gold, but I would not want to include it in my game. Because that meant if there was any sort of subclass or class that used gold as a resource, it would create a situation where the player was no longer responsible for keeping track of their resource. I would be. Because if I didn't pay attention to how much gold I put in the game, I wouldn't be paying attention to the power that I was giving that player. So it would sort of become like a weird resource management thing that I would need to do, which I don't want to have to do. You know? Less work, I say. Less work, more twerk. One d10 gold damage? That's funny. Friends, we might be wrapping. I don't really have... I'm not getting any more questions from the chat. I see my buddy Blizz is streaming. What's he doing? Oh, he barely started his stream. We don't need to raid him. Who else is streaming? He's also like a famous person. He's not that famous. Alright, fine. Let's see. Who do we want to dance with today? Not a lot of people streaming right now. Do you guys notice it's like Christmas music? Why is it Christmas all of a sudden? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Where's Rin at? Oh, she's also been streaming for a long time. God dang it! Alright. We're gonna raid her anyway. Alright, guys. We are gonna go in and we're gonna raid my friend Rin. Her name is Rin Vixen. She is a good friend. Also a good streamer. And I think her and I are going to be playing in an actual play soon. Ooh. But before we end stream, there is something so important. And if you've been here before, you know what it is. But if you haven't, oh, prepare yourselves. Because we have to get emotional. And we have to say thank you. Who do we have to say thank you to? Let's see. Let's see who we're thanking today. I don't think about new subscribers: Isaiah, Weirdbeard, William, Alex, Dill, Cloud, Camel, Jurge, Christian, Anton, Robert, Lars, Wojciech, Trent, Ton, Alex, your friendly goose, Scott, James, Verum, love having you. New subs and resubs: Chocolik, Shadow, Creative, Fatigud, Compt, Madlurks, Cultic, Bob the Killer, Gitawa, King Krasha, Alfredo, Pookie, Superwriter, Isawolfie, Pixie Palette, Macadore, Sante, Teranquil, Nocturne, Hyper, Quintilist, Melville, Satcheligadison, Istadidata, Chagar, I'm so sorry for all the name pronunciations getting wrong, Jet Paladin, Yazakan. Then we got some members. We got Rex, Gene, Pokeninder, Nizams, Dark World, Roy, Persuasive, Biff, Dakota, Jake, Lev, Joey, and our moderators, Bildo, and fucking Pixie's here too, guys. Let's not pretend Pixie's not here. She's here. He's here. I forget their gender identity right now. I apologize. Pixie's here. Okay, I'm gonna hang up on you now, though. I love you. Goodbye. We're gonna go say hi to Rin. Here we go. Sorry, Pixie. It's late. My brain turned to mush. I love you. Have a good night. Bye. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join us, but you don't have to. Here's the link. Okay, bye. Love you. Bye.